All right, folks. Looks like we're live on YouTube and Twitter. If you're tuning in after the stream, I would say skip forward about 10 minutes or so that you can get straight to the action here. I'm going to give it about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes for folks to come in. And should be a chill stream today, nothing too crazy. Hopefully the music's not too loud. Put it down, Tad. We're gonna have some fun today. Oh gosh, I know I'm missing one thing. I feel like I haven't streamed in so long that I forgot how to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, is that what I'm supposed to do? There we go. All right. Hey, Raymond, thoughts and minds, sir. Thanks for being here, man. I listened to your stream today with the nice lady, and that was fun. Been enjoying a lot of your stuff lately, man. Also, congrats on 20K. That's a huge accomplishment, man. So, big shout out to you, Raymond. It's a blessing to have you here. Real quick, let me catch up with the folks here. Don DeMarco, man, I feel like it's been so long. I'm just so happy the guys are here, man. Now we can just do what we usually do, you know, do what we do best. Don DeMarco says, we'll catch the replay, brother. Shah, I'll be tied up later this evening. Hey, no worries, man. Big shout out to you. You'll be here with us in spirit, and we appreciate that. I should be able to make this one. Looking forward to it, fellas. It's a happy bachelor. Happy bachelor, man. Great to have you in here. And of course, Raymond, thoughts in mind. Here's some coin pill. Or some gold pill for you. There you go. I'm looking at the actual chat has it. JP, yo, JP, man, you always make me think of Jordan Peterson when I see your name. Great to have it. Deep fried deals, man. Yo, nothing beats a good fish and chips, man. Like, I try to eat healthy when I can, but if I can get my hands on a good fish and chips, man, or some fried chicken, I will. Trevor, the man himself who created the term gold pill. It is an honor to have you in here. Sufian S. Fannin, what is up, my man? Good to see you, bro. And if I have it right, I think Sufian is actually our very own Ahmed. So, in case anybody's wondering who that is. Mr. Pitt says, yo, Mr. Pitt, let's rock out. Heck yeah, man. And we got Klaus. Yeah, well, now we can get the stream going now that Klaus is in here. That's the honest to God truth. We don't have a stream if Klaus ain't watching. So, that's the sad truth. Deep fried deals. Saw you on CGA's stream at the Vegas Cigar Bar. Man, I'm still coming off the... that still feels like a dream to me, by the way. I actually have it pulled up right here. This is Coach's Twitch, and we're going to look at that. Oh, he's live right now. We're going to look at that to give it some honor and some shine, because that was more than I deserved, honestly. I didn't know we were going to be on stream, and like I was hoping I'd be able to meet him just to shake his hand, you know. So being able to be on stream and smoke a cigar, man, that was like a dream come true. A legit dream come true. So we'll talk about that. Then what we'll be doing is we'll be going over a video from Pearl's. Let me just go ahead and stop that. A video from Pearl's channel here. And it's just her and Andrew Wilson kind of having a back and forth. I think on marriage and stuff. I may have mistitled my stream, but I think they had one conversation on what men get out of marriage or something, and then they did a follow-up conversation, which was this one. I didn't think we had enough time to go through both of them, so I figured we'd just do this one. So that'll be fun. And the post-millennial man. Hey, Shah, Chivalry book has been fun. Yeah, shout out to... Post-Millman. Actually, Post-Millman and I just had another conversation on Chapter 2 of Chivalry. We'll be doing Chapter 3 here real soon. Big respect to Peter Wright and Paul Elam. You know, let me pull up Post-Millman's channel real quick so I can show you guys. A lot of you folks here probably know Post-Millman's channel already. But there's us right there. So we're We did this on Thursday night. We recorded that. So if you're not subscribed, hey, you seem to be growing nicely. 498 subscribers. You'll be at that 1,000 before you know it, which will be pretty cool. So, yeah, we had fun. We had fun going over chapter 2. I'm liking that. We got a whole book club going, basically. So I appreciate you on that. Let's see here real quick. Let me just finish this with the super chat from Peter Wright, the man himself. The man himself, the author of, who wrote the book on chivalry. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. That is very, very gracious and generous of you, sir. I appreciate that. I'll try not to spend that all on fun things like cigars and fast cars and camera equipment. We'll try to put that to something responsible. Well, maybe we'll put that into a dowry fund of a sort. Get the conjugal fund started early. Sufjan says, "Yep, that's me." Okay, I gotta remember. We'll call you Sufjan. I want to say Sufian when I see that, but we'll make sure to hit you with that. Pronounced Sufian. Oh, it is pronounced Sufian. Okay, great. Yeah, the J. Now that's cool. That's a pretty cool variant spelling. Happy Bachelor in the house. What's good? Raymond, thoughts mine. Pearl's been having that conservative feminist on lately. The conservative feminist. Huh. I'm not sure who that is. This guy, Andrew, he's kind of a trad con. He had kind of an interesting story lately involving a jar of sorts. That was kind of making its rounds on Twitter. I think it was an olive jar. We may visit that. Raymond gives his salute to Post Millennial Man. And Shut the Dough. Oh, man, that is such a cool name. Shut the Dough. Shut the front door. Pearl is the career woman she's always talking about. Raymond says, YouTube is blocking my chats. Oh, that's weird. Well, I can see him on my little third-party app, so we'll still bring him up. That's weird. I mean, you're not saying anything bad. You should be okay. The Post-Millennial Man, great discussion on the subject. You both added a lot of useful insights. Thank you, Peter. We appreciate that. That was a fun chapter. There was a lot of stuff there that we can just keep going deeper and deeper into. I really appreciated the studies on that article, especially the stuff around narcissism and how that played into the whole thing. I'm reading Moby Dick. Pretty freaking cool. I think the only Moby Dick story I know is the one with the white whale. Or not the white whale. I can't remember. It's the one about them trying to catch that marlin or something. The one that we all had to read in high school. The Old Man in the Sea. I think that's Moby Dick. God, I don't want to embarrass myself now. Old Man in the Sea. Oh, it's Ernest Hemingway. Damn it. Never mind. Let me just throw it all to the... Let's look up Moby Dick. Maybe I can educate myself. Major... Oh, Moby Dick is the actual story by Herman Melville. Okay. Well, that's another classic right there. I'll have to familiarize myself with that. It's an epic novel. The book is centered on the sailor Ishmael's narrative of the maniacal quest of Ahab, captain of the whaling ship, for vengeance against Moby Dick, the giant white... Okay, so it did have to do with something like that. I just got him confused. Okay. Well, you got to give me a break. Come on. That was an easy mistake to make, right? That was... I mean, you could see how I did that, right? Come on, man. Give me a break. All right. Timmy Kramer, great to see you, man. Girl boss chicks are the majority of my gym. We're almost at the 10-minute mark. We'll get this party started real soon. Girl boss chicks are the majority of my gym. Weird masculine women loaded with tattoos. I guess that kind of makes sense when I haven't been to a gym in a long time. Like I just work out at home. I've just been into rucking lately. I said rucking with an R. And it's just, I just wear like a 20-pound vest and I just walk around the neighborhood, listen to podcasts, and I'll just do push-ups with the vest on. And then sometimes like standing squats and possibly lunges if I'm really feeling it that day. But I feel like, man, that's enough for me. And I don't got to be around people. I don't got to wait for the bench press to be available. I do have a whole setup in my backyard, which I've sadly have not used in a while. Really enjoying your book. It's Peter right there. Emily Saves America Chick. Another $10 here from Ahmed. I'm Sufian. We'll call you Sufian from now on. I do appreciate that. Cool profile picture, by the way. I see that there. I love your music. Thank you. Well, big shout out to the folks who made it. We had Dan the Man, Mr. Pitt, some of the other folks really made some amazing AI music. AI music that's so good, it gets stuck in your head during the work week, which is a miracle in itself. Good for you, sir. Klaus says, yeah, Andrew should start lifting. Dude, I just saw this video from this guy called Too Lazy to Try. And he kind of went over the whole fiasco. So I actually just watched this because I didn't know. I had seen some stuff about it, but I hadn't really been too clued into the whole story. And it's pretty funny. Like, it's some class A internet humor. Like, who are we kidding? Like, it's some class A internet humor. There's him in the jar, and I don't know. Maybe we'll watch that if we got time. We don't have to. I don't know how much time we will have, but it was pretty dang funny. What can I say? That's Hemingway, bro. Yeah, Melville got it. Sorry, man. Karen, hey Karen, man. It's been 2 weeks. I swear to God, I haven't been here, but content has been happening. Like, we got a lot of stuff in the freaking coming down the pipe. We got the Pearl podcast, which is going to be posted any day. That's coming. It's complicated, and we filmed something for child support. So there's an episode from child support coming down the line. I actually did a recording with Paul recently too, so that'll get posted on Paul's channel recently. Post Millman and I did something. I was on Coach Greg Adams' Twitch stream. Freaking big shout out to Coach, the legend. So, I mean, I missed last week's stream, but stuff, you guys can't be too mad at me, right? Stuff's been happening. Karen says, hey, Shah, how are you, man? Today's stream is going to be fun. I can see some new member. Maybe I haven't met them before in the chat. Yeah, shout out to everyone who's new that's in here. We appreciate y'all. Shah's going full Goggins. Oh, man, I'm like the furthest thing from that. Remember to like and subscribe. Oh, yeah, great reminder. Thank you. Yeah, please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. And real quick, just to warm us up, we got 26 folks in here. I got a new sound effect, and everybody needs to know about it, like, immediately. So you guys remember The Corpse Bride, right? Like, this is, what is that, Tim Burton, that guy who's, I think, married to Helena Bonham Carter. They made all the movies. And they freaking, so I haven't watched this movie in years, but somebody reminded me that, like, they actually mentioned the dowry in this movie. So, of course, I had to buy the DVD and watch it on my CRT television the way it's supposed to be watched. And, yeah, it's actually true. Like, the dowry is central to it. So you basically got, like, I think Johnny Depp's character, which is like that skinny guy, and something happens to him, and he ends up getting engaged to this bride that was pretty much murdered from her husband. And the husband had murdered her because he was looking to, I guess, keep her dowry or whatever. It's kind of a propaganda hit piece to be like, oh, you got to marry for love and money is bad. It's very Hollywood. But this is the villain here. And this is the new bride that he's trying to get married to, who Johnny Depp's character was supposed to be getting married to, okay? And basically, he ends up in the underworld, so Johnny Depp's out of the picture. I don't remember the guy's name. And this guy is eyeing her, and he's kind of like needing money, and he's thinking that her family has money. Okay, so we're going to watch this. I don't know if it's going to copyright the stream. If it does, I'm sorry. But we got an amazing sound effect from this. So let's just get into this.
Right, that's it. We're going to take whatever money we can and get out of here.
So he's like, we're going to take whatever money we can and get out of here after we get married. And she's like, huh?
Money? What money?
She's like, money? What money? I'll play it through.
Right, that's it. We're going to take whatever money we can and get out of here.
Money? What money?
Your dowry. It's my right.
My parents don't have any money. It's my marriage to you that will save them from the poorhouse.
See this? This is hypergamy against hypergamy right here. See, they're both looking to swing up, and they're finding out that they're actually on each other's level.
The poorhouse? You're lying. It isn't true. Tell me that you're lying.
Did things not go according to your plan, Lord Barkis? Well, perhaps in disappointment we are perfectly matched.
Hear that? Perhaps in disappointment we are perfectly matched, but it's actually matched in more than one way, because he's pretending to be some rich guy. her family ostensibly is supposed to have some large dowry because they're somebody of status. We're finding out that they're both broke. So in this ironic way, they're actually like kind of endogamously matched here, and they kind of belong to each other. Okay, that was fun, but it pretty much gave birth to... So you're going to be hearing this sound effect from now on.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Shout out to my buddy Atlas Supreme, by the way, who went in with his AI technology and got rid of the background noise.
Your dowry, it's my right.
The next time they ask, you know, how come you're avoiding marriage? Tell them this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
I'm gonna abuse the hell out of that. I'm sorry. So between the 3 dowry sound effects that we got, that one's gonna be going hard. Real quick, let me just catch up with the chat, and then we're gonna look at Coach Greg Adams' Twitch stream, where we were enjoying some cigars together. We won't spend too much time on it, but we're gonna give it some shine. We're gonna give it some appreciation. We're gonna honor Coach for blessing us to allow us to discuss that stuff with him and, you know, on his stream. So, your dowry. It's my right. Real quick. Oh, here we go. I want to have you on the channel to explain the gold pill to me. Absolutely. Mimi's in the house. We could potentially experience a derail here. Yo, Raymond, I don't know if you're still here, man, but yeah, I would absolutely love that. You know, I love hanging out with you on the channel, and I'll do my best. I'll tell you right now, as far as the gold pill goes, me personally, I'm of the opinion that it's just in the very early stages. We are still in the primordial soup of something. And to me, what has been termed the gold pill is the paradigm shift, at least perspective shift that we've been witnessing, at least amongst folks on this channel and people who've been familiar with at least the stuff we've been talking about. So it's still more of an exploration of where we're going next, basically. It's not a, hey, we know everything and this is exactly what you got to do. We're still over here, you know, in the, just in the lab, I guess you can say, trying to figure out what this means. And that's all part of the fun. That's part of the process. So just to kind of set expectations there. Trevor, what is your vision for r/Goldpill? Okay. You know, when I think r/ Goldpill, I got to go look at it. I've been doing a bad job. I mean, I've just been busy with so many things. That's my excuse. But, you know, I think people just sharing their experiences. Like, when I think about that, I think about the old school field reports that people used to post on the Red Pill subreddit. I used to like reading those field reports. And I could see myself going on a date, having a chat with a woman, or even if it's not a date, even if it's like my girlfriend for 6 months and we're talking about marriage, I could see myself posting a field report type thread about that conversation and how it turned out and how she took it and about certain things like that and just how I went about the discussion, so to speak. So I'm more interested in these organic experiences of individuals who maybe learn about this stuff and then their everyday experiences with it and how it affects them, if at all. We don't know at this point. It's very early. So that's all part of the fun. And I'd love to see people just sharing whatever. You know, it could be anything from a meme to an AI song to something you noticed in conversation. It could be anything. So, you know, I'd like it to be a place for people to just, express themselves. Sufian says, funny, Johnny Depp was aware of the dowry and yet did not ask for one from Amber Heard. Yeah, if this movie's any evidence of that. Yeah, that was one hell of an affair right there. Amber's dowry was a big lump of crap. Oh yeah, right on her pillow. Man, I wish I had it. We're gonna have to go with the far. It was right here, all up on the pillow. And then Johnny Depp was like hella tired one day and like went to lie down. I'm making this part up. And then bam, just like he just ate crap. I finally am able to use that fart sound effect. I've been waiting a long time. Karen Takar says, shout out to Peter Wright for the gold pill. Now let's make marriage great again and make masculinity great again. And don't forget Ahmed's men accepting dowries again. Real quick, we got Mr. Pitt in the house. Shout out to the new soundbite.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Don't forget that, gentlemen. That's how we got to be coming at them, just like this.
Your dowry. It's my right.
And if they still don't know what we mean, then we got to say this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
And if they're still confused, then hit them with this one.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
I'm not going to get tired at this. I can't even remember what other sound effects I got at this point. Oh, yeah, I got this one.
I just wanted to let y'all know I'm an alpha male.
Okay, this is hilarious. How did you find it? I got lucky, but somebody told me, and then when I just started researching, like, because I was looking for specific clips in the movie also where they mentioned it, and I saw that, and I was like, that's a sound effect. The sound effect, JB says the sound effect is hard, kind of sounds like an Overwatch Marvel Rivals Ultimate. My buddy is a graphic designer. He's been coming up with some logos and stuff too, by the way. He's really good at this stuff, so he actually specifically made the sound effect for me and isolated the music. Message me tomorrow, Raymond. You got it. I'll reach out to you, man. Absolutely. Timmy Kramer says, did you ever get the chance to read The Dating Bible, The Predatory Female by Shannon Lawrence? I haven't. That sounds like a good book, though. I will have to check that out. Let me just put that in my dating tab. Dating Bible. Let's see. Shannon Lawrence. I think that's who that is. No. The Predatory Female. Oh, okay, never mind. The Predatory Female. I think that's the book. Okay. I'll have to check that out. It's got some, looks like it's got some pretty good, decent reviews. 3.9 out of 5 on Goodreads. 4.4 out of 5 on Amazon. Okay, that ain't bad. That ain't bad. Another $2 from Raymond. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. You're liking the sound effects? All right, hell yeah.
Your dowry. It's my right.
Trevor came up with TGP label. Yes, just to be clear. I'll have to isolate that clip, but Trevor is the man who gave us the name. So generously he did. These sound clips are amazing. We need more. We don't stop out here. Peter Wright, do your thing. Find us some sound effects. Hey, Nick's in the house, man. Salutations, brother. All right, real quick. Just to touch on Twitch some bit. So Coach Greg Adams has been. Oh, looks like he's not live right now. He's been doing a lot of live streams in Vegas, so he has branched out into the Twitch world, which is really cool. That's inspiring to see him move into another platform and showing us how it works. So if you guys use Twitch, please follow him, give him a follow. And, more recently, John from It's Complicated and I were actually lucky enough to be able to be there. I am right there on Coach's stream. So we're gonna play a little bit of that. I just have to do this. I mean, I have to give the respect. It was too cool of an experience. It was more than I deserved. It was like surreal.
All right, you're not a real man.
Right here. This is right where we first meet.
What up, guys?
Check this out. Coach
we
pulled
live
up in the
on
911.
What up, man? What's going on?
Oh, man, that's
this
too cool.
is Shah. Pleasure to meet you, too.
Oh, my God.
It's Complicated. What's going on, man? This is the cameraman right here. All right. Let me yeah, I'm going to park and come back.
Man, yeah. So he did the parallel park, you know what I'm saying? This is right outside the cigar bar. It doesn't get cooler than this.
All right. We got some legendary YouTubers in the house, man. What's going on? All right.
Oh, man, look at that.
Good to see you again, man. Yeah. All right. Good to see you. Good to meet you, man. Yeah. I've been enjoying your streams lately.
Thank you.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to you about child support and dowry, maybe not on this stream.
Man, we ended up talking a lot about the dowry. And one thing, I've had this big child support story that I haven't really talked about here, but I've always wanted to tell Coach about it. And I forgot to tell him about it because we were so into talking about the dowry. Then it was just like, oh, crap, And then, like, when I was flying back home, I was like, damn, I forgot to mention that to him. But, God willing, next time. So, totally okay.
No, we will. Yeah, no, I will.
By the way, I know nobody ever sees, the behind the screen of It's Complicated. I mean, there's been a few times. And he just did a podcast with Pearl also. So, not only is Pearl going to be releasing an episode with talking with me about child support and dowry, but she has another episode talking with John. So, man, John and I, man, I'm telling you, I could not keep up with John. We were walking up and he invited me to walk up and down the strip with them there in Las Vegas, and he had a whole thing of child support questions. So he asked me these questions. I had no idea what he was going to ask me. And so he took me right there in front of the Las Vegas sign, and he asked me the questions. Then he was like, why don't you come out with me and let's go interview other people. Man, I'm telling you, this man right here gets more exercise than Andrew Tate. You may not believe it, but I couldn't keep up. I was tired, man. I had to go stop and get some kebabs at some late night Turkish place. I was like, man, I'm sorry. I can't keep up with this, but that's how this man puts in the work to get you the episodes. So please make sure to always appreciate and check out what It's Complicated puts out there for us.
Love to have you on so we can talk about it. How long are you in town?
I'm leaving Friday morning.
Okay.
So I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we'll make something happen.
We'll get something happen. If it's not this time, we'll do it another time.
Absolutely.
Just so we can introduce yourself, introduce everybody to your channel.
Man.
All right. I'm
too cool.
Shah. Shah spelled S-H-A-H. And I got a fairly small channel. And I talk a lot about child support because I used to work at a child support
It's probably interesting seeing me outside of the studio lighting, right? It's like very different.
agency for 5 years. And more recently, I've been talking about something called marriage transactions. So we'll learn more about that another time. But please check me out.
And he's got a pill that he's gonna.
When Coach mentioned that, I was surprised. I didn't think Coach was like. I didn't know if Coach was following with that. I wasn't aware like that Coach had watched the dowry clipping stream. So the last stream we did with the newspaper clippings, Coach actually watched that, and he saw the inception of the Goldpill. He saw Trevor's super chat. So when he mentioned that, I was like, oh, dang.
Announce here. I
Goldpill's getting some shine right now.
I was like, oh, that's good. I was like, that's good. I'm not going to steal it, but I'm like, this is good. So
Man, I tell you, it wouldn't be stealing if Coach took that from us. That would be an honor. I hope that would happen. I mean, and again, the Goldpill isn't something we're selfish with over here. Whoever sees something in it, whoever likes that, I mean, they have all our blessings, my blessings to use that, So again, it would be just Coach really gave us some more shine.
He's got a new pill coming up, and it's perfect for this day and time. I caught him on Pearlie's channel. So that's how I learned about him. Pearl was doing a review of your child support stuff.
So yeah, Coach actually saw the first video I did with Pearl, which is like probably almost 2 years ago now, on child support, which is super freaking cool. Like that he was able to, he reacted to that. He reacted to a clip of that. Man, let me tell you, I was at home, I was making dinner, and I happened to be listening to the evening stream, and I caught Coach live reacting to my video with just Pearly things on child support. I'm telling you, man, like, I guess I'm just too manly to cry because I don't want my masculinity to be at stake. But I some tears almost came out of my eyes, like, oh my God. And then when he was introducing it, he was like, yeah, there's this guy, and he used to work for child support. And I was like, man, who did they find? Like, what other guy came out of the woodworks and it's got like 100,000 views now on child support? Like, who is it? Or who saw the video and is now kind of repeating what I said? And then all of a sudden I popped up on the screen. I was like, oh, dang. That was so cool. Like, I showed my dad and everything. I was like, Dad, you got to see this.
And I was like, oh, this guy's got some good information.
So one thing, I actually was in Los Angeles last week.
Yeah.
And Pearl and I filmed a 2-hour discussion on child support and dowry, and it's going to be dropping on our channel.
Okay,
we
good.
went over a lot of stuff.
Did you?
Yeah,
okay, good. All right, so we'll make sure we review that. And then this guy right here, you normally hear his voice.
We got to give John some shine.
You almost never see him, but he has the most intriguing questions of all time. You know him as...
It's Complicated. So my name is John, and I'm the creator of the It's Complicated channel. I'm sure that you've seen a lot of my work, but you have not seen my face.
Yeah.
So here I am.
The greatest questioner around in this space. He has the best questions, and he gets people tied up. I love how you set people up.
There was even some times while we were smoking cigars where John had some questions for Coach. He actually interviewed Coach once. I got to go back and actually listen to. So you want to hear something that's really crazy? And John and I were talking about this when I was in Vegas. But he actually interviewed Coach this was probably like a year and a half ago or something. It was a while ago, but he has like a 30-minute interview with Coach on his channel, and he actually asked him about the dowry. Like, this man right here, like, tapped into some sort of mystical, unconscious, collective unconscious force. And in a very prescient way, he asked Coach about the dowry. And it was like, it's just so crazy to think about that. So that was one of the, I guess you can say, seeds that maybe sprouted into what we have now.
You get them going this way, and then you backhand them with the next question back there. All right, so let's go in here. Let's see if
I'm just gonna. We won't watch the whole thing, but let's go into. This is us looking at cigars right here.
Back up.
All right.
Great smoke. Do you have a Olivia Blonde Conant set?
I have
Somebody. Connecticut.
Might have spelled it wrong. Connecticut.
I might try his cigar.
Yo, Mr. Pitt, man, my bad, bro. I know you keep telling me to try the Perdermo, and then I saw your message after I got that one, and I felt bad. I was like, I should have got the Perdermo, because Mr. Pitt's I still haven't tried a Perdermo cigar.
I might try this one right here, this Triple Crown.
Nice catch.
this is gonna be
I'm
Connecticut.
always looking to try something new.
Got it. All right, I'll try that.
Has a twist, has a string.
I was very aware that I had another mic on me, so I was like, oh man, I better be careful. I don't want a noise pollution, what Coach is trying to do. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to hold the mic away so that it wouldn't get in the way of what his audience was listening to with him.
How many people we got in here?
You need a
2. I'll be on the camera.
Man,
She said she was like, don't put me on the camera, but she did. All right.
man, the coolest part too
The nasty.
is when so yeah, I man, before I went, I knew there was a chance I was gonna meet Coach, and I was like, I have to bring the books with me, because if I see him, like, I was hoping that he would sign them for me, you know. Let's see.
If I can ask you for something special before I forget,
Yeah.
I got something here that no man should be without. Every single free agent needs this.
I'll check the chat
got?
soon,
Needs
guys.
to have this with them.
Man, this part was
Needs
too
to have
cool.
the free agent lifestyle.
And the evolution. The links are in the description box below. All right. Yes, indeed. Let's sign these up.
Yep.
Appreciate it, man. That's
Right
support.
here.
And it means a lot to me, man. It means a lot to me. And I'm hoping that your channel grows, and I'm gonna help you out, man, because I stumble upon your streams every now and then, and I'm like, let's go.
I appreciate that. I have a pin also if you prefer.
Okay. This'll go through the page. So if you have something that'll
I mean, I met him just totally on a fluke, randomly at a smoking convention, which is kind of funny.
Oh, did you? Something not even related to
Not even related to Manosphere.
Really?
It was at a Champs convention here in Vegas.
That's crazy.
Yeah, tobacco trade show.
Yeah.
And then we just hit it off, and then he started reacting to some of my content, and I
I'm gonna take the next thing, me and my son, so we don't get stuck.
Man, this part right here. We'll just go through the lighting of the cigar, and then we'll move on to the main event here of the show. Shout out to Coach. So if you guys do want to watch the rest of this, please check out Coach's Twitch channel. But let's go and just see that cigar smoke start.
We'll close out over here so you guys won't have to wait in line or whatever it is.
Okay, cool.
Man, I always say to myself, I'm glad cigars are expensive, or I'd have a bigger problem on my hands. You know what I'm saying? And you could tell, man, I was enjoying that cigar. Like, I was like, oh, thank God. It's been a while since I had one.
Thank you, sir.
Now I'm new to Twitch, so we don't know what all the terms of services are. Watch my replay, you know.
Yeah. Well, just like Kevin, he wanted to get outside of his studio, and Kevin wanted to.
All right,
just like with
guys.
Kevin
I'll get it moving.
Get outside of his
every
studio,
time I
he wanted
watch
to talk
this,
to people,
every time I watch this, I want to just watch the whole thing because it's just too good. But guys, please, Twitch is a little different. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a different. I don't know if it's not just video games or anything, but it's kind of a different platform, and it's really geared more towards live streaming as opposed to YouTube. But please, guys, if you have a Twitch, follow Coach. While you're over there, you can always check out This Is Shah _. And I've only used this to play video games, which I don't do as often as I imagine myself. But let's go ahead and get some shine on the Twitch there. All right. Well, yeah, that was pretty cool. Let me just catch up on chat, and then we'll go ahead and get the main part of the show going. So, where did I leave this at? There we go. JP says, "Yo, mad villainy. That was an epic meeting. Absolutely, more than I deserve. Some crossover episode type energy. Yeah, especially when you see like all three of us on the same frame." Voiceover Warrior. Yo, shout out to you, man. Great to see you, bro. Outlaws in the building. How are you, my good man? Man, I'm doing well, brother. I appreciate seeing you here. This is a man who's been following me back when I used to call myself Outlaw Shah. So he's an OG in the building. Big love to you, man. Sufian says, "We love you, John." Heck yeah. Kebabs for life. Yeah, we don't stop. Trevor said, "I said it when you had 1K subscribers, and I am saying it again. You should have way more." Oh man, shout out to you, bro. I appreciate that. You know, it would be a blessing. It would be really cool. At the end of the day, I am grateful just to be able to have, you know, the viewers that I do have and the opportunity to put some of this stuff into the space. So I'm grateful that someone like Pearl, you know, has given me the opportunity to speak on her channel, and same thing with Coach, and same thing with John from It's Complicated. So even if our channel is humble, I'm at least grateful I got to put some of these talking points out there. And man, I'm still kind of waiting here. Like just I'm not super worried about it a little bit, but there is a little bit of like, ooh man, I wonder what's gonna happen when the discussion with Pearl gets posted, because we talked about some stuff. And the thing is, like, I think Pearl's on the come up. Like, I think she's like, her channel's, I think, gonna be doing hitting another meteoric rise here. So I'm like, oh, I wonder how that's gonna be received. But it should be a fun discussion. And I'm kind of waiting for that to kind of see maybe how folks react to it. And that might maybe inform some of the Goldpill stuff also. I didn't mention Goldpill on that discussion because that was before the stream where Trevor coined the name. But, you know, a lot of the discussion about dowry is in there, child support stuff is in there, and how maybe those different strains of thought, what they have to do with each other. So waiting patiently for that. Sufian says, "I highly recommend newcomers watch the full Twitch stream with Coach. It's great. It is freaking awesome. Give Coach a follow. Thank you so much." Want me to drop CJ's Twitch link in the chat? Yeah, please. That would be very helpful, Mr. Pitt. Sorry for just seeing this now. If you could throw that in there, it might make it easier for some folks. Thank you again for that. And okay, yeah, let's get into the fun here of the show.
Your dowry. It's my right.
I saw part of this when it was being streamed. So I saw like the tail end of their discussion, which was frankly like 10 minutes. So I don't know what the beginning was like. So you guys will be watching that fresh with me. I did stick around for the second. Oh, was it this one? Yeah, there was I did stick around for where maybe they split it up. But you see where it says Amaranth's husband calls in? Amaranth is this large Twitch streamer, and she's been having something going on with her husband, and there's a story there, but Pearl actually interviewed him. It was on the same stream here, so maybe we'll see a touch of that. I don't want to make any big promises. So yeah, and then maybe if we want to have some fun, we'll look at, you know, the old olive jar and see what happened there. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna try to find it from right in the beginning. At least to where their discussion begins. Okay, and I might have mischaracterized this. I don't know if the topic was exactly what men get out of marriage, but I think I remember that was their first discussion before Andrew came back and then had this second discussion with her. So I think it was more about if men should get married or not. You guys are probably going to find that out with me, but it was pretty much just a part two to the back and forth that they had. So I figured we'd just have some fun and just chill listening to this. I don't know if there was anything particularly groundbreaking in it, but I think it was a fun, spirited discussion, which, you know, we could probably all enjoy. And just before we get going, Mr. Pitt says, Trevor, these are the golden days. Once Shah hits 1 million subs, he's going to need to really dig to see our chats. Oh, man. God willing, someday. Oh, no, you guys will be enshrined into the channel. Some way, somehow. Don't worry. We'll figure out. Maybe we can get you guys a special badge or something so I can see the chats more easily amongst the others. Voiceover Warrior says, congrats on the much-deserved success. Remember, I remember your friend and piano and the songs. Yeah, so what VL Warrior's talking about is back in the day, man, I might even have a clip of this on my channel, but I used to pretty much only do Twitch because I just recently found Twitch and I was like really enamored by it. I don't know if they still have clips on here anymore. Oh, here we go, clips. But I used to have a buddy who was really good at like playing the piano, and I would do this thing where my buddy Mark and my buddy Matt would come in, and we would take requests, and he has like perfect pitch, so he would instantly start playing the songs. Here it is right here, actually. This is it.
What you doing, man?
I feel like it's gonna be kind of an embarrassing video. This is from 5 years ago. This is me first discovering streaming. And that's my buddy, and he hooked up his piano. We didn't even know what the hell we were doing. Like, look how low this light is. The light should be high, coming down. It should not be at that level. But look, we didn't even have the foam studio pads in here. The shelf was kind of lacking a bit. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. There's me having a freaking audiogasm listening to this song.
Oh, there you go. That's what it is.
Listen, I'm going to stop talking for like 30 seconds. Can you just run it through? I did this because I wanted to make the clip. Man, some beautiful music right there. Oh, God. I love this kind of sound. Anyways, man, yeah, I miss the old streams, and Voiceover Warrior, man, I really appreciate you for being with us all the way back then. And this is Coach Greg Adams' URL link for his Twitch there, so you guys can find it. Luke Nielsen, hey, welcome in, Luke. I think I might have seen you once before. Did you watch the discussion debate before? Andrew Wilson lost it. I saw the one that was before the one we're going to watch. Like, I watched like a good 40 minutes of that. Like, most of that one. I can't remember what it was, but I think most of the discussion before was more just, it wasn't really a back and forth, but then they hit a back and forth, and that's why they came back to do this. So I just figured we'd do the one we're going to do today. I like Andrew Wilson too, but his take on this topic is dog crap. I'll say that he seems to understand kind of the red pill stuff, but I think he's still more on the, I don't want to call him a tradcon, but it kind of seems to end up a bit tradcon-y. What maybe a little bit of a different spin, but we're going to find that out because we'll probably really get to hear about it here. Nah, he made more sense than Pearl. So it looks like there's some back and forth. That's not what I took away. But your Tyler opinion, I listened to it 3 times just to be sure. Oh, well, we're going to listen to it again. And then, maybe we can even get a poll going and see what the folks think. Listen to Pearl and give up on life. Luke, that's not what she says. You're putting words in her mouth, just like Andrew did. Sufian, I wonder if we can apply Goldpill lyrics to the piano sound. And man, I would love that. That song was something about that is special. Tradcon equals con men. Yeah, there was a legendary red pill. There was a legendary. Let me see if I can find it actually. There was a legendary red pill subreddit thread from like 15 years ago, and it's called The Great Tradcon or something like that. I don't know if I can find it right here. Just all up like that, Damn it. They might have even just nuked it from this site altogether. Oh, it's still quarantined. Let me see if I could just find it real quick. Damn it. I'm sorry, guys. I'll probably have to just bring it up on another stream. I think it was called The Great Tradcon. No. Oh, here it is, right here. Well, I found it. Okay, this was from 7 years ago. So 7 years ago is a long time. That's before a lot of, I guess, the red pill manosphere content that most people are familiar with knows. And this was from Whisper, who was he was like kind of a legendary contributor on this forum and probably other ones too. But the Great Tradcon and how not to get conned. So what you're saying there in the chat, you know what? we could save this. Let's just get to the fun here, and then maybe if we got time, we could read that thread. I'll let y'all have fun in the chat there. Please keep it respectful, guys. I know you guys are. Just to remind you, if there's new folks here, you guys could pretty much give whatever opinion you have. I value that, but just use tact and some respect, you know. So, anyways, let's go and move into this. Shout out to Pearl.
A lot of the good people are just expensive. Yeah, so that's really what we're doing with the documentary. I think right now we're at like 15,000, and we had a decent donation.
Oh yeah. Pearl's working on a documentary. I know she posted that on her channel recently. So that'll be really cool when it comes out.
Someone donated directly. So now we're gonna talk to
go.
Andrew Wilson, the 304 Destroyer. How's it going, Andrew?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect. How are you?
Good. I'm doing really well. Thanks for having me back. I wanted to revisit the conversation we'd had when I went out there in person. I thought we had kind of a bit of a spirited back and forth. I know that we agree on a lot of descriptors, but some of the prescriptors I thought we could get into again after I was thinking about some of your points especially. So moving back, I wanted to start with this. Do you agree with me that promiscuity in women is generally bad?
That's an interesting question. Let's just put it up in the poll here just for the fun of it. He did ask specifically about women. I almost wonder what your guys' opinion on promiscuity in men would be. Do you believe that there's going to be some typos in here. Promiscuity in women is generally bad. We'll just keep it yes or no. I'm tempted to ask, like, in both men and women, but he narrowed it to women.
Sure.
You don't think that that's a good thing?
I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole because good and bad doesn't matter. I'm in the business of predicting.
Okay.
So
well,
if I had to predict.
You know what's interesting kind of about just that little thing there is Red Pill kind of always, well, I don't know if you could say sold itself, but there is this amoral quality to it. It's not about you know, this is right, this is wrong from an ethical perspective, but it's just about this is what we're observing, and it's meant to be amoral. And the reason I say that, there's this old discussion, and I think it was with Whisper or somebody who was one of the mods on the subreddit, and they were talking about the inception of the subreddit, basically. And this person, I think it was Whisper, I actually have a clip of this somewhere because I had to save it. But he was talking about how a lot of guys used to go on r/seduction. So there was a different Reddit that people would talk about this stuff to try to figure out dating. And what they noticed was that, like, every time the conversation would push the boundary, like, they would notice stuff about dating behaviors in men and women. But what would happen is a mod would come out and pretty much nix the conversation before it got good, so to speak, because it was pushing on a moral boundary. So when they made r/the Red Pill, they made it with the mod style of this is going to be amoral, basically. So you're not going to get banned if it pushes on some of these ethical quandaries, especially when it comes to things like seduction or whatever. So what that allowed was it allowed for this space in the Red Pill subreddit to be able to really get to the nitty gritty or the brass, you know, like look under the hood of what the hell was going on with the traction, like to get to the brass tacks of it.
What's the dowry situation? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Now, of course, they weren't talking about dowry, but it was like a brass tacks, and that's how you get like the Rollo Chilton manual, so to speak. Because, you know, you didn't have these kind of Reddit-style mods that were coming in and shutting down good conversation every now and then. So that's kind of interesting. So it seems like he might be pushing towards a sort of ethical reasoning where she's like, no, let's keep this firmly in a sort of amoral perspective, I guess, to look at this.
Where it's going to go, women are going to keep getting promiscuous.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So your predictive model, I agree. I'm not going to get into like morals or ethics with you. That's not what I mean by good or bad, like moral or immoral.
Right.
Right. But like, is it bad for women generally to be promiscuous?
Maybe he means like, is it deleterious for society in the sense of, is it is it bad in that it is bad for civilization from a health standpoint or a survival standpoint? I mean, he didn't say that, but if it's not moral, then that's my guess.
Like, does it lower their value structure?
You could say that, yeah, but I don't really always see promiscuous women have bad outcomes in real life, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, the thing is like, because if it is the case that you think that men are going to check out of society, they're going to check out and become promiscuous because marriage is a raw deal, right? Then you're actually assigning.
Some men don't care enough to even like some men are just going to check out. They're not even going to try to get sex.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. So, but wouldn't you be assigning these promiscuous women value then? Wouldn't they actually be a valuable asset to society if it is the case that if men can't get married and can just play the field and have sex with tons of women, wouldn't they actually be very valuable to men then?
Why would they be valuable to men?
Well, because obviously men want to fuck them, right? And if they're loose and willing to,
men need.
I guess it depends on what you would consider value is. I mean, I don't know if it's the woman. I guess because they can get sex from the woman, there's something that they're looking for there. But depending on what happens after, or if they're going after multiple women, that probably does something to their value also. I guess I kind of hear that and I think, well, is there still a gynocentric aspect to it? Because like when I think about like red pill PUA guys, they're not blue pilled in the sense of like a tradcon blue pillar, but there is this, John from It's Complicated has a good question. Like, who's more delusional? Women who expect a high value man or men who think that they will become high value. But there's this conversation in the background about, okay, if women's expectations are quote unquote delusional, then are you overpaying essentially to kind of make this happen, so to speak, or bed them or whatever the hell it is? So there is this kind of gynocentric thing there because you're still kind of playing into their hands and paying the price that they're asking for, I guess you could say.
Sex, right?
Yeah,
that is a need
then,
for a guy.
So then these women would be valuable, right?
Well, I think if they were valuable...
I wonder how that plays into promiscuity also, because if there's a difference in value between women that are promiscuous or not promiscuous, but if a guy's out there just trying to get laid, I mean, is he really looking too hard at whatever her body count is? I mean, is he going to investigate that too much, or is he just on a mission that night? You know what I'm saying? And then there's the other question. I think Pearl kind of has tweets about this, but about... are they being honest about their body count? Can you really know anyways? I mean, I think some other red pill purists might be like, no, you can definitely tell. It's in the eyes. You know what I'm saying? There's this, there's that. They're different. The pair bonding.
They'd marry them, wouldn't they?
Well, so yeah.
Like that. I think if they were valuable, they'd marry them, wouldn't they?
Well, so yeah.
Like
see, that's the difference there. And I guess on the other end is women on the other end do want, sex with men. They will chase that guy, whoever it is, for the same reasons that even women will chase men. I guess you could say it's different. Maybe I'm being naive in that, but there is this small percentage of men out there that they are chasing and who will take advantage of a good situation, so to speak.
Question though, if you're not going to marry,
that's the whole point.
If you're not going to marry them and you're just going to have sex with them, then the value's in the sex itself.
Yeah. I mean, men do want to have sex, yeah.
Yeah, so then that would be...
Okay, so sex is a need. Hey, you know what's funny? Raymond and I did an episode talking about It's Complicated episode. I think it was called Exploiting a Need. But that was a fun episode. I don't know if you're still in here, Raymond, but I enjoyed doing that with you. We had a fun discussion about if sex is a need or not.
What would make women valuable is that they were essentially... That they were hoes, essentially, would make them valuable.
I mean, they bring more value than the wives that are married and they don't sleep with their husbands.
You think hoes bring more value than wives?
Than ones that don't.
Well, if we're going to judge value based off how much money they can procure from the economy, then maybe some of these promiscuous women do know how to do that. I don't know. But then they might end up broke again when they spend it all on bullshit. So, sorry to
sleep with their husbands, which is really common.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
man, I'm tempted to look at the chats. I was just trying to get some of it. Looks like you guys are having a pretty good discussion here. The question is, who is going to vote no? Yeah, oh crap, let me end the poll. Hey, looks like some people did vote no. Looks like we're between, what we got there? Okay, out of 18 votes, 88% said yes, it's generally bad, and 11% said no. That's kind of interesting. So we got folks on different parts there. I wonder what the reasons would be. And the question is tough, too, because I guess he's not asking it from a moral standpoint. See it for what it is. Pearl gave up, and she wants you to give up too. I guess you're kind of saying she's a black pillar. If I remember correctly, I think PUA started to take over seduction before it was taken down. That's what I think was happening, and then I don't know what, and then it kind of trailed over into red pill after that. The post-nut clarity. I think Andrew and Pearl should have delineated short-term versus long-term value. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I mean, I think you're right, because it probably depends what they value in the person at the time. Do they value family creation, or are they valuing using them for sex or whatever, right? So it depends what they're looking at them at and what they're, I guess, trying to gain from the other. And at any given time, it could be one or the other. And one of them might involve more of leveraging yourself, especially for long-term, right? So the issue I think we kind of have nowadays is we live in this gray area world where people can have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, or it's kind of like a revolving door where one day you're a trad wife and then you can break up your family and leave and then, run the podcast circuit or something like that. Let's see. Oh, Smokey of Stormwind. Oh yeah, you're right. Smokey is from Raymond's channel. Hey, shout out to you, Smokey, man. Thanks for being here. Wives that don't sleep with their husbands equals no value. I got to give you another one of these. Very true. Very true. Hey, man. Yeah. Now that's not. At that point, I think at that point, if you're a tradcon, you're kind of trapped because you don't want to break up your marriage. And even if you're not, I think most people don't want to break up something that you're invested in. There's a kind of sunk cost fallacy, I guess. I think that's what it's called, that you have in there. But at a certain point, man, I have this metaphor of looking for warmth in the forest, and it's like if you're with someone and you keep each other warm and, all of a sudden one person goes over here and you're just like, oh, where's this person at? And then you wait there and you're starting to shiver a little bit. After a long enough time period, man, you got to go look for some warmth somewhere. So that's just how it's going to go. Oops, forgot to vote. Say yes. What is it with this give up rhetoric? When you say give up, I kind of just think of like black pill stuff. That's a good question too. I feel like that can almost be a fun discussion. Like, is it giving up or is it walking away from a raw deal? Like at a certain point, which one is better for a person's life or even mental health? You know what I mean? I guess but then the question is like, do you want kids or not? But then the thing is too, is there's more than one way to have kids, but then it's like, is it right to do that? Having a kid out of wedlock with someone that maybe you don't even live with? This is all stuff that we're kind of dealing with. Pearl says she doesn't tell men what to do. Then she sells courses to men. Klaus says, Andrew has a point. A guy like me who's not looking for anything serious should see the value in easy recreational activity. Okay, let's just go and get back to this.
I went through and pulled a bunch of the stats, right?
Mm-hmm.
So especially when it comes to sexless marriages, that usually happens years into the marriage, over a decade, in fact, before that starts.
After the youngest kid goes to preschool.
Yeah.
That sounds at about the 10-year mark.
That's often the case. And often those are only for limited amounts of time, right? Though not always, right? Mm-hmm. But it's actually a more isolated case. When I look at this is from Petrelli Privatira LLC. They made a study on.
Natalia Miller, hey, shout out to you. I don't know if this is my first time seeing you here, but shout out to you. Natalia Miller says, I know plenty of women who have a crazy past that are married and have kids. I think it's cope to think that these women end up alone with cats every single time. To be completely honest, I agree with you. And I think Pearl even agrees to you in some sense, because you do see that. There's a question of like, is manosphere content actually convincing enough people to reach this critical mass that it collapses the simp economy, or not really? And, there's the question about, okay, whether or not she's open about her past, or if she doesn't tell, you know, it's like, how's the guy going to know about her past anyways? And then if he does, some guys might still take the deal anyways. I mean, if we're being honest about it, depending on what her other qualities are. Like, I don't know. I mean, he might have looked at it like this. You know what I'm saying?
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
He's just like, okay, so you were out here with you were out here doing all this stuff, but you got a $1.5 million house that you're going to put my name on also?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
So, yeah, I mean, but I don't think you're wrong there. And I don't even think Pearl would disagree with you. Let me just hit Smokey. Man, you kind of make me want a cigar with that username. 10-year mark, I feel personally attacked. Raymond says the only guys celebrating 304s are the ones using them. Yeah, that would make sense. They're just like, hey, bring on the feminism. We're about it. Because they're like, man, they've probably slept with more women than maybe they would have ever had in a traditional world. Unless we're wrong about the traditional world. And people, it was just going down back then. There is no losing a game you don't play. That logic about losing if you don't play is flawed. That's an interesting way to look at it. It's an interesting way. Tired of the BS peacocking. The peacocking is off the freaking Richter scale over here. That is true. Klaus says, I disagree. Not always better. One of my former bosses got raped so hard by family court, he deleted himself. That wasn't good for the kids either. Yeah, you know, there is this discussion about, I think Pearl brought it up, but I brought it up in an older standalone video of mine. And I was reacting to Ben Shapiro, who was saying that guys who aren't married have a higher use of drug use, basically. But I thought it was weird because if you look at the actual deletion statistics, guys who don't get married have barely above a statistic for deletion than guys who are happily married. But guys who have been married and divorced have a way higher deletion statistic. So staying single actually is better if you're looking at it from a kind of, you know, deletion point of view like that. So that's an interesting part of the discussion there that's not often brought up.
We're talking about Christian marriage because you're asking, what's the incentive for men to get married? Well, from a secular standpoint, I think I agree with you that secularist men probably shouldn't. It looks like it doesn't.
Well, we're in a secular.
Okay, so I think he's making a distinction between secular marriage and Christian marriage. So, I mean, maybe we can use religious marriage as a stand-in, but he's specifically talking about Christian marriage. I'm going to just call it religious marriage. And it seems to be he's saying that there's a better chance with two people of the same religion, maybe, or it's worth taking the deal on that. That does sound kind of tradcon. You know what I mean? I'm looking at it from this point of view.
Your dowry, it's my right.
So, you know, I think secular or not, if you look at it from this point of view.
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
It might make more sense, but let's go ahead and keep going.
Secular society, Andrew.
Probably shouldn't. It looks like it doesn't.
Well, we're in a secular society, Andrew.
That's a good point. I do wonder what he'll say back to that. Because the fact is we are governed by, secular, I don't know if you'd call it secular ethics or secular values. And frankly, we as a country are known for exporting secular values to other place. You know, basically liberalism, secularism, all these things kind of go hand in hand with American culture. You know, when 4th of July comes around, we're out here celebrating freedom. I mean, from what I can recall, unless I've been to a bunch of weird 4th of July celebrations, but that is what Americans hold dear, and that's how we sold ourselves to not just here but the rest of the world. And I wonder how much of that also is reactionary to Cold War stuff. So it's like, look how free we are out here, people got rights and all this kind of stuff. But that also includes the right to leave a marriage that you're not happy with. And if you're basing a marriage off of essentially being in love with somebody, what Red Pillars figured out is that the love, I mean, it's not just Red Pillars, but they really gave us a lot of notes about how the love part, if you base a marriage off love, you know, that tends to dissipate. And when it does, there's really nothing holding the marriage together. And that plus no fault divorce equals a disaster, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Not yet. We're getting there, but we're not there yet.
You don't think it's pretty secular?
Thank you, Raymond, for the $2. I really appreciate that. Do Californians celebrate 4th of July? They do, but we do it in like the most like, how do I say this? Probably in like the most disordered way possible. I swear to God, like when 4th of July comes up, because, you know, I'm becoming an old man rapidly, I want to get to sleep at 10. But I swear to God, like, all of my neighbors somehow have a connection to getting illegal fireworks somehow. I don't know how they do it. And some of these people are spending probably hundreds or even $1,000 on fireworks, and they're just going all night. And it'll even start days before 4th of July, where they're just boom, boom, boom. And I'm just like, oh my God, what the hell is going on? So I don't know if they're actually celebrating freedom or if they're just celebrating blowing things up, which I guess seems to be related to freedom somehow. I know I missed a lot of chats, guys. I'll probably have to go back in. Real quick, shout out to Sufian. Big shout out to Sufian. Follow Sufian on Twitter. Sufian says relationships are the superior situation. The problem is getting... oh, gosh, I lost it. The problem is getting people to understand that and work together. Okay. Oh, look at that. We got Rachel Wilson in the chat, which is actually the wife of Andrew Wilson, who's presently on the screen. Thank you so much for the donation. That's very generous of you. The algorithm suggested this stream, and I needed something to listen to while cleaning my kitchen. Pretty balanced and cool-headed takes over here. I like it. Hey, Rachel, thank you so much for that. I have a question for you. I haven't, you know, I've listened to some of Andrew's and your streams and your stuff on like Pearl's show. And I know that you're kind of big into history because you've written that book on feminism. Have you looked at the dowry system? And if you haven't, can you please watch my stream before this one where I go over the newspaper clippings where we're discussing the debate of love matches versus marriages of reason, which always involved the dowry. And that very much is European history. So I would love to hear your and Andrew's take on the dowry, basically. But again, thank you so much for that. And I hope you enjoy cleaning the kitchen and enjoy dinner wherever you guys are at there. Big shout out.
Now?
Not yet.
Like what percent of people even attend church weekly?
Well, that's true, but 70% of the populace does consider themselves to be, at least self-identifies as Christian.
But like, don't you need actions to match that?
Yeah, you do. But interestingly enough, there must be, because it's only 20-25% of Christian marriages which end in divorce at all.
I mean, that's, again, what you guys say, right?
I mean, that's what the stats show.
Okay.
Yeah, 20 to 25%.
But Gen Z, you don't know what Gen Z is going to be. And that's the whole point.
Wouldn't they follow the same trends, roughly?
I would guess it would be worse.
Why?
Because Gen Z women are the first women that are on social media. Plus, divorce keeps going up over time.
Well, divorce is lower now than it.
That I could be wrong about this stat, but I also think that a marriage in general is a lot lower too. So it might even look like divorce is coming down, but I think it's also because marriage is going down.
It has been ever.
Right, because people aren't getting married. Because
you're
kind of trying to divert.
The divorce isn't going up.
Because the thing is, you're trying to divert from the question. If you want marriage to increase, you have to give a good answer to the question.
Because it's the only way that you can have. It's the only way you can have children without single motherhood.
What do children get out of marriage?
What do children get out of marriage? Well, ideally, that would be two parents together that provide a stable household for them to be successful. And ideally with some kind of plan, right? Like that situation is supposed to be a result of family planning, which we have kind of thrown out the window, especially with love match marriages. But children are supposed to get this kind of stability. And then when they reach this important point of trying to figure out work and their own marriages, their family is still there to kind of help them in that process. And, you know, there's a lot of statistics that show outcomes for kids in two-parent homes are a lot better.
Well, if mommy and daddy aren't married, right, then the children have very, very bad outcomes.
Now, I do wonder if she meant like paper marriage, like if they're still cohabitating together, because it's possible they're not married, but they do live together and everything's fine. But I think she means like marriage as in two parents living together in the house. That's what I'm going with.
Single mother homes have terrible outcomes, and single father homes aren't tenable, generally speaking, because they're the working parent, right? So the only way for men to have families is through marriage.
So what do women get out of marriage?
They generally get resources. They generally get resources, and they get access to status, social status, security, things like this.
And
see, this is where I do wonder, like Andrew's point of view, and I don't know if he's looked at this stuff, but I would be particularly interested, because when it comes to what they get out of marriage, they do get all those things, but typically, and for a long time in history, all the way even through the 1800s, there was a buy-in. There was a buy-in for that domestic lifestyle for the woman, and that was in the form of a dowry. And it would be like a shame if a father or her kin did not give her in marriage with the marriage portion or the dowry. And that dowry was fundamental in setting up the new household. It was what real family planning was. It was them tangibly and very materially saying, here is our investment into it. We're very serious about this commitment. And that would really set the family up on the right foot, so to speak. Gosh, I want to just bring up this. I mean, I know I already went through the freaking thing on 2 streams ago, but I'll just do it later. What I want to say is, when she asked, what do men get out of marriage? It's supposed to be that they pair with somebody that's also bringing, something tangible materially. And a lot of times in the dowry system, if a guy was studying to, let's say he was honing a skill to be like a blacksmith or some kind of trade, her dowry might go in to help him set up shop to start practicing his trade, so that then she can be at home with the kids and he could start having a firm income, and it would just be a strong foundation there. But we'll get into that later.
What do men get out of marriage?
Okay, what do men get out of marriage? Real quick, I just want to pause that because I know there's some super chats in here. Sufian says, protect Rachel Wilson at all costs. LL, we're all level-headed men and women over here. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think we are. Suvia says, children definitely benefit the most from two parents working together for the common good. Absolutely. And I'd agree with that too. Listen, I worked at a child support agency for over 5 years. And just in my own life, I can see what those kids are dealing with, versus people I see in my life that are actually managing to stay together, which is rarer these days, and provide that for their kids, or just friends that I know. Like around the corner from me, I saw a lot of divorces in my neighborhood. There's one house that I think of, though, which did not get divorced, and it was 3 boys. And I'm telling you, like, their parents staying together really helped to set them up for their lives going forward. Same age as me. All 3 of them own a house. 2 of them are married with children. One of them isn't, but he's in a very good situation. And a lot of that was the parents staying together and helping them get through college and providing a very good nest for them. Raymond, big shout out to you. Church gave up on men a long time ago. I've heard that from a lot of folks. I was talking to Post Millman, and he was talking about, something similar. So I've also done things with Christianity Unplugged. He's a good guy. And Plutarch and the folks over at Resurgence. So, I mean, yeah, I don't think you're wrong there. Rachel says, Andrew is very clear that he does not think there's any point to secular people marrying. He sees it as a sacrament of the church only. I have heard that from him before. I'll do one more chat before we get back. Natalia Miller says, a dowry is a pretty good idea, honestly. Also, arranged marriages have better outcomes, last time I read. That's what we see. That's what we see in the literature. Absolutely. You want to come at it like this. Just remember this.
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
And if they're not getting it, hit them with this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
And if you really got to let them know.
Your dowry, it's my right.
All right, let's get back
at it. They get children
out
of marriage.
Okay. And what do they get out of marriage that they couldn't get from just a live-in girlfriend?
Mothers. So here's, an intact family, in other words.
Intact family, there you go.
Here's the thing.
If you have if the woman lives with him,
cohabitation.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
The thing is
okay. So she's saying if they're not paper married, but they still live together. I mean, listen. I think mostly it's the cohabitation and the teamwork that the mom and dad are using there. I mean, you can probably get a religious marriage and maybe not be tied together through the state. And I think it would have similar outcomes for the kids there. You know what I mean? I think cohabitation is the big deal there.
When we look at
And
the
the
social...
other
hang on.
question-
Well, let me respond to it.
Okay, go ahead,
If
go
we
ahead.
look at the social data for what you're talking about, this happens all the time. That's called a single mom, right? You live with the chick, you impregnate the chick, you're not married to the chick. Those end up in the most...
Crowder's in the same position. So are a lot of like
He doesn't have children with some... No, he doesn't. He doesn't have children with some live-in girlfriend, right?
Right, but he's not with the mother of his kids now. He had a really public divorce.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be something to watch, right? Because, I mean, the Crowder divorce, I think, was just a year or so ago. Maybe I'm wrong, but I guess we'll be able to kind of see what happens there. Now, their position's different because they do come from, you know, a lot of wealth. But at the same time, it's not just about wealth. I mean, there could be, you know, like there could be other psychological effects that just come from this kind of nastiness between the parents. And the thing about them, too, is like there is this kind of, it's kind of documented on Twitter because the mom has a Twitter, too, and she often kind of riles some things up. So it'll kind of be very public there with the history.
But this is a different...
So, like, I know, but my point is you can say data all you want, but when we're, like, people are witnessing conservative people that pushed a lot of this stuff getting divorced, like, men are going to naturally do a cost-benefit analysis and realize there's no difference.
So here's the cost-benefit... Here's a cost-benefit analysis, Em.
And so, my other
okay.
question, too, would be, who do the kids belong to? Do they belong to him or do they belong to her?
Yeah, so I believe in patrilineal society. I think that children belong to their fathers.
Right.
I think she might mean more from like, what are the courts going to do? And if you're in this kind of, let's say, a TradCon setup where dad's at work a lot of time and mom's at home with the kids, it's probably more than likely once the split happens, unless there's really something wild going on, like mom started doing drugs and was partying with a bunch of guys in I don't know, some place that's not the house. I don't know, whatever it was. Most of the time, mom's probably going to get the kids because the lifestyle that they're used to is mom staying at home, and they might say that's better for the kids while dad continues to work and be outside the house. So for the most part, if she's talking about custody and who probably gets custody more often in that situation, then it would be the mom who has more power there, combined with the, you know, nuclear weapon that is no-fault divorce, and it's a perfect storm.
And always have thought so. And that would be a form of reform inside of the court. And by the way, traditionally, this was always the way it happened.
But in society today, where women get custody 90% of the time, who do the kids belong to?
That's not the case anymore. They don't get it 90% of the time now.
Do they belong to her or do they belong to him?
Well, they belong to the court system. They're the ones who make the allocation.
And where are the majority of the time who gets custody?
Yeah, that's generally speaking women. I agree.
Okay, so what do men get out of marriage? If the majority of the time the kids belong to her and not him.
Okay, but here's the thing. You got to let me actually answer.
Okay.
So I'll try to answer this question, but it's comprehensive. So the step one, you have to reform the system, the court system.
Real quick, speaking of reforming the court system, Klaus says, no-fault divorce made marriage a throwaway thing, and family court likes to take the kids away from the guys. Yeah, so I just, Paul Elam should be posting this episode soon, but we were kind of just talking about this a little bit on the recent episode. And Klaus, I actually mentioned your name, Klaus, in that discussion, and you were the one who kind of mentioned that as we moved away from the dowry system into love matches, the court system sort of changed to accommodate romantic love marriages, you can say. And you kind of see at-fault divorce and things like that happen. Now, at-fault divorce at least had some protections for the guys, because at least it would require an injured party. And if the guy was the injured party, then most of the assets and things, to my understanding, would be divvied up in a way that makes sense for that. But with no-fault divorce, it's just the whole bottom's fallen out of that. So that's just the unfortunate truth there. So yes, family court reform is kind of vital to this whole thing. And all this discussion about dowry, to be honest, is mostly about a hedge against if the divorce happens. It's saying we want you from your side to be materially invested into this kind of joint enterprise we got going on, which is buying a $500,000 house and then raising these two kids, maybe more. So at least, it's still going to suck. There's a lot of bad things out there, false domestic abuse claims and things. But at least when the property gets split up, it'll be a little less of a kick in the nuts is all I'm trying to say. Rachel Wilson says, Andrew and I both heavily advocate for massive family court reform, and even for churches to govern marriage and divorce rather than the state. We know that gets tricky regarding kids, but Andrew didn't. Well, shout out to you guys for that. I do appreciate that. Because that's what we need. Unfortunately, a lot of how court works is intertwined with our welfare system in a weird way, too, especially with the monstrosity that is child support. And, I would say the tough part about churches governing it, which, how it was in more recent history, is the fact that there are these real issues of children and, how we look at property and very real tangible assets. I think the answer is going to come in from the tangible side of this equation, which is why I focus a lot on looking at the dowry and how that operated. Get to go over that here. We are friends with Pearl IRL, and we agree with her on 90% of this stuff. That's pretty freaking cool. The good news is that the courts are starting to move in a more fair direction, and 4 times more men have sole custody than they did in 1980s. Of course, it's not enough yet. That is really interesting. I'll say, I was talking to one of my old coworkers from child support, and his opinion on custody was that, at least for California, it's a little bit better now than it used to be. I don't know exactly, and I don't want to sell that. I still think if you're in a kind of TradCon setup, it's going to be tougher for you. But I do think there is such a thing as the courts starting to recognize at least the sort of detrimental effects on not having fathers in children's lives. So they do recognize that for custody. But, I think there's still more to be seen on that.
Have to move towards the reformation of the court system. Is that challenging? Yes, but prenuptial agreements, as cited, I went and looked at the data again. They are mostly enforced. That is the case.
Right, but when they're contested,
hang on,
Pearl,
let me finish, Pearl.
When they're contested, because when they're contested,
because I'm not allowed to make a point. Only you're allowed to make points.
You're still gonna get dragged to court. That's the problem. So a lot of guys, if the prenup is contested,
you're not going to get dragged to court. This is the issue, right? This is a performative contradiction. Here's how.
Okay.
Because you say that women are reliant upon these men for resources. That's what women are getting out of it. So why is it if you had a prenup, they're not going to get resources? Why would they drag them to court? Why?
Because they're spiteful. Why did Crowder's wife?
But they would be.
Why did Crowder's wife?
She got a bunch of fucking money.
I know, but why did Crowder's wife leak footage to the press? She didn't have to do that. She'd probably
because she thought it would help her case for resources.
Right, but the problem is in the court of public opinion. Women are spiteful. It's not always about money. Ashley St. Clair was offered a ton of money just to shut up, right? She didn't shut up.
I'm still waiting to see what happens with that whole Elon Musk, Ashley St. Clair. What we do know is that in New York law, a judge can deviate from the guideline. So the guideline has a cap in the calculation, but there just needs to be written reasons if a judge is going to deviate from it. So if the court does say the calculation is not appropriate in this case, here are the reasons that the court took into consideration, then it could be any amount of child support. And Elon Musk is literally the most high profile, probably after Trump in terms of high profile, but he is the richest guy in the world. So this is an outlier case to the max. And she's got some good representation. So, what happens after that is kind of anybody's guess. My guess, though, is that they probably will just figure it out of court, maybe if he just offers her enough money. Rachel says, my next book talks about the feminists who ended marriage as an institution of the church in Russia under the Bolsheviks and how this became the precedent for the West and now the rest of the world. Marriage through the state is nothing but a cheap roommate agreement that's easier to break than your gym contract. It's a joke. Well, yeah, that's no fault. That's no fault for you right there. Luke says, courts are still way over the top gynocentric. I know 3 other men personally getting forked over by churches and courts. Well, that's interesting. So it's a double whammy. Even with even laws or equal laws, the judges hate men. Well, you better hope that your court proceeding comes up after lunch and not before. And you better hope nobody messed up on that judge's sandwich before he makes that decision. Luke says church is simp hard for women, even the Orthodox Church. I've witnessed it. Natalia says Crowder for sure took a hit after the leak. His reputation will never recover fully. Yeah, he's going to need like a Johnny Depp level of a live streamed court deposition where all of it comes out or something like that to to fix that, I'll say. But I don't even think he can really talk about it. He's probably under like some kind of gag order. Yo, Caesar Quintana. Shout out to Caesar. Remember, guys, Caesar is the guy that let us know the origin of the Christmas stocking. Without Caesar, we would not know what Christmas stockings, dowries, and the local brothel all have to do with each other. Thank you so much for that donation, Caesar. That's very, very generous of you. I appreciate that. I'll try not to spend that all on, items that are not good.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Ashley St. Clair is going to get the money either way. Right? She has the kid in the arrangement. That was not a marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Inside of a marriage, if Crowder had signed a prenup, I bet you things would have been completely different across the board. Same thing with most men who are wealthy, who sign prenuptial agreements. They end up, women want the resources. That's the whole game, right? I want the resources. If they can't get the resources, it's an incentive for the behavior. Not only that, but here's the other thing. If you promote against marriage.
You know what's interesting? Caesar was the one that brought it up to me too. Was Michael Knowles saying that prenups are something, well, at least Catholics shouldn't do, which I thought was kind of interesting because it's like, damn, like not even a prenup in a world of no fault divorce. I do wonder what Michael Knowles thinks about this though.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Against the idea of marriage. And I'm not saying that you like this idea that I'm Michael Knowles or something. I'm telling men, just take the plunge and take the risks. No, we're both doing risk mitigation. Pearl's doing risk mitigation. I'm doing risk mitigation.
Hey, let me tell you what risk mitigation looks like. It looks like this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
This is Goldpill risk mitigation.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks
So,
here.
Think about that, guys, please. Rachel says, thank you so much for another $10. That's I do appreciate that. That's hard-earned American money right there. I'm interested in your background on this and the dowry stuff, and just a general talk on the state of marriage and divorce. Where can I send you a DM about maybe doing a dual stream or something? Yeah, that would be pretty fun. Let's see here. I would say oh gosh, come on 1 second. Let me just pull up. I was just going to show you my email, which I could probably just easily type in instead of having to go through all of this trouble. But it's right here. Oh, is it not? Where the hell is my email? There it is. Nope, I lost it. All right, screw it. Let me just type it in the chat. The chat's going too fast. This is Shah Official. Actually, you can find me on Twitter too. At gmail.com. You can just email me right there, or you can oh, here it is. It's in my description on my YouTube channel. This is shahofficial@gmail.com. So yeah, if you want, you could just send a message there. I check that. Or if you want to message me on Twitter, that works just as well. So yeah, I'd love to get something set up. I think we can have a fun conversation on dowry. Definitely. It's been something that for the last year or so I've been, picking into. And let me just recommend something to you, because this will give you an idea kind of where I'm at on it if you have time. I know Andrew knows Paul Elam, but I did a couple videos with Paul, and I actually did another one that he's going to be posting here real soon. But there's 2 videos on Paul's channel. No pressure to watch them, but if you want, there's one called Bride, Wealth, and Dowry. So that's me kind of sharing the stuff I've read about this stuff with Paul. That was 3 months ago. And then we got another one called What She Brings to the Table. And what she brings to the table is we're looking at a paper from the 1970s that's looking at Cyprus. And even back in the 70s, they still practiced the dowry in Cyprus. And it was actually formally outlawed there in the 90s. So we kind of just talk about what brides used to bring to the table in that sense. So yeah, I mean, if you have time, you can check that out. And then it'll give you some idea of where I'm at. And I think we can have a fun discussion that way. So that'd be really cool. Oh gosh, another one from Caesar Quintana. Spend it on items that aren't good. Well, thank you, sir. I know exactly what DJI drone items I'm going to be spending this on. I probably should be putting it back into the channel, but tell you what, man, maybe we'll use the drones to get some cool shots for future videos. Raymond says, remember me when you're famous, Shah. Oh man, you're the guy who's famous right now, getting reacted to by Legion of Men and that one other guy I like whose name I can't remember right now, but I showed it to you. I want you to remember me, Raymond. You know, I would be sad if you forgot about me.
What I'm saying with Pearl saying with risk mitigation is for no man is it ever worth it, so just play the field.
I did not say that. I did not. Well, I don't tell men what to do.
Okay.
I don't think it's my place.
I think it ultimately reduces to that though.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is that my position is just this: risk mitigation. If you want to have children in a family, the best outcome for the kids it's going to be marriage. Like no matter what, it's going to be marriage.
I will say, you know, I do agree with that. What I don't like is obviously the family court system. So I'm a guy who's open to other strategies, so to speak. But you know, the real issue is when it comes, I would say, with guys dealing with women, there's a difference between what I call short-term engagements and long-term engagements. You know, like short-term could be a casual dating with somebody that that could last 5 years. But that's still not long-term. Long-term is buying a house together, having kids together. That is a leveraged situation. And that's the tough part that folks are trying to figure out about how do you negotiate that in the best possible way. Is it avoiding the state contract? Is it doing a prenup? Is it, you know, doing one of these?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
So, you know, that is kind of the $1 million question. And I think looking at the past of the dowry history gives us some clues on maybe how we can start doing things in the future. So Rachel says, got it. Awesome. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that email or that message, and we'll get something set up. So I do appreciate that.
But you have to do risk mitigation.
That's what's in it for the kids.
And for the man.
Not for the man, because when you get married, you're just adding on another layer.
Of what?
I think she means signing the state contract. That's my guess.
Of now she can go for alimony.
Yes, that's true. I mean, unless you live in one of those very few states that have a common law marriage if you're cohabitating. That's not most of the states, you know. I think I can't remember how many that is. I think it might be less than 7. Don't quote me on that. But California, for instance, that's not the case.
A lot of times it's not about the money, Andrew. I mean, yeah, like sometimes it is the money, but it's like men want to stop dealing with crazy women. Like the amount of money men will pay to get a wife to stop nagging him. And now she can, if she chooses, contest the prenup and drag him to court. He could agree with the terms that she like asks for or whatever just to get it over with. But it's like
I mean, a lot of guys do that. A lot of guys will sign away the farm just to, I don't know, I guess. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff too. I've seen guys sign some ridiculous deals just while I was at child support because they thought if they did that, it would convince her to come back. A lot of the guys were like very much, I think, still kind of in love over this, and which is understandable. Most people love their wives, but they were in the heartbroken phase. And like when you're in that position and you're dealing with all this lawyer stuff, a lot of those guys would, I mean, at least some of them that I've seen made some very bad decisions. That was actually the case with that guy. I think his name was Ben Hart. Pearl interviewed him. That was the guy that had that crazy child support case. And it was his daughter went viral. And then like Matt Walsh reacted to the daughter. And she was the guy who was just like, oh my God, I'm a liberal and a progressive. But when the conservative guy or something paid for my meal, it just got me going. And then that went viral. But then she had another one where she was talking about her dad, like not really being in her life. And then her dad came out and was like, well, here was the judgment when, you know, we got divorced and I had to pay like $1 million up front. And he was paying something crazy, like $13,000 a month. It was like the nuttiest thing. And this was back in like the early 2000s when like the dollar really, you know, made some stuff there. So it was pretty crazy. Oh, interesting. We'll watch. Yeah, please check that out. I'd appreciate that. No pressure. You know, I know you guys are busy, but you know, you guys might like it. You might like it.
Rightfulness of women. It's not necessarily always the money. And so again, you're going back to, well, it's best for the kids, right? But
yeah, Raymond, you know exactly who I'm talking about. His daughter is a massive Brooklyn. Yeah, she was like a real LA girl. But the thing that's crazy is like she definitely comes from money. Oh my God, that reminds me. Yeah, the latest update I saw about that was that Ben Hart like wrote her out of the will. Like he got so over, like he just couldn't stand it anymore. Basically, like with his daughter just trashing him online, he's just like, I'm signing her out of the will, which is like, damn, that's actually. I mean, you know, a parent's got to be fed up when they do that.
You don't answer the question, what's best for him?
Having a family is what's best for him.
Right.
By every single conceivable metric, having a family is what's best for men. It lowers the rates of STDs. It earns the earning income goes up. Their general welfare and happiness in a happy marriage goes way up. We can tell because we can look at the suicidality of men who have gone through terrific divorces or who stay single, right? And their depression rates are sky high. All of these things are sky high.
Why do you think they make more money in marriage?
Well, that would be the incentive for their kids.
Well, right. To keep up with kids are cheap. It's women's spending habits that are expenve. Right? The Botox, the clothes.
Yeah.
I mean, we had your wife on. We had your wife on, and she was going through the costs of kids. It's not as expensive, seemingly, as what people say. According to
so I just real quick though, 90% is up to 90%. The vast overwhelming majority of prenuptial agreements are not successfully contested in court. It seems like a massive incentive for women.
That's an interesting stat there. I've never heard that one. I mean, if that's true, that says something for prenups. Natalia Miller says, oh my God, that's one way to make your daughter come to heel. I mean, that's kind of what the dowry system was, right? Like, a dowry is the pre-mortem inheritance of the daughter. So the son on the back end gets the family farm. On the front end at the time of marriage, you know, that guy's sister, the daughter of the house, is going to get some type of wealth to go into her new marriage with, basically. So once that happens, then the inheritance question's done for her. Now, if she runs away with Romeo or something, you say goodbye to your dowry that you were going to get upon the time of marriage, basically. So that would be the parents', I guess you could say, leverage over their daughter in that sense. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, that it's interesting. It's just the difference with dowry and kind of inheritance now is when that's given. And the dowry system, I think, is smarter because it threads wealth through generations in a more reasonable way. It's saying, okay, this generation has more money saved up for over time. We want to get the younger generation started off on the right foot. This young guy still needs to come into his own if he shows potential. And we can also see he's probably going to inherit some of his family estate. And let's send a proposal to him for our daughter. This is the dowry amount. It'll get him set up to be earning. Then when he's a father and you guys have kids, he'll pay it forward with his own daughters in that way. And that it's not just like a one family thing. Like, it really glues society together in a good way to work together to keep the whole, thing going. MS says, so many younger women have sugar daddies or are on OnlyFans. I pity the younger men in the West. Their women aren't wifey material. Well, yeah, I mean, there are definitely a lot of the Coach Greg Adams talks a lot about the sugar baby stuff and how that stuff goes on. So it's very true. It's what he calls the dark side. Raymond says, you can raise a family on $4K a month in Ohio. I believe it. Father or husband, if she's living alone. Let's see real quick. I'll just read another one. Insurance policy. Sufian says, I'm planning to do a space on X to discuss the dowry situation soon. That'll be a fun one. If I see that or cast that, I'll try to jump in there. Sufian says, only about 5 to 10% of marriages have prenups. So why doesn't Andrew push men to demand prenups? Demanding prenups would be, one thing that's probably good. And then maybe trying to figure out how to do that in a way to where it won't get thrown out is also important. That's an interesting statistics if 97% of them or whatever usually hold up. I will say probably a lot of prenups, my guess is that prenups typically have probably some sort of payout for the woman in the event of divorce. So if a divorce happens, it's like, okay, this is what you're going to get. So maybe if that payout is big enough or something that they're willing to just take and not make a big deal out of, then maybe it's just better to keep the prenup terms in place And it's like, okay, here's your payout. Like, that's my guess to how somebody like Donald Trump or somebody would have done it in his past marriages, is what I think, you know. So maybe the ones that really get contested don't have that payout, so to speak. Just a guess. Andrew does push for men to get prenups and to get married through their church. Anything for the woman to have more skin in the game is a good idea. Oh yeah, that's why I love the dowry so much. Raymond says the prenups don't hold up in court. Okay, I mean, we're gonna have to look at that. Andrew's saying it's 95% of them do. Other people are saying it isn't. I know James Sexton's that attorney guy, and he seems to recommend prenups. I think one thing that's interesting too is probably like maybe when two people get married, they're around the same area. Like, let's say it's two normal people with jobs and they make around the same money. And then maybe throughout the life of the marriage, one or the other career probably takes off. But that's just how the game goes. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, you know, like maybe a lot of people just aren't thinking about prenups at that time. Sufian says the dowry says I have some skin in the game. Absolutely. Luke says prenups have articles that stand and articles that get modified. Okay, that's interesting if it's based off of family codes, which can change. Rachel says, I did some digging on the prenup stuff, and the only reason it usually gets thrown out is if it violates state law or the woman can prove she didn't have access to legal counsel or was coerced. Coerced is the one that I hear about the most. So they would say they were under duress or something when they signed it and they were pressured to sign it. Or they didn't know what they were signing because, you know, they didn't have the legal counsel to explain it to them. And if it violates state law, that probably means that the person hired a really crappy attorney. And I've seen my share of crappy attorneys. Let me tell you, working at child support, I used to have attorneys that would not want to get off the phone with me, even though I know they've done this song and dance 1,000 times and they know the answer. And I couldn't just be rude and be like, I have to go, because then they'd like complain about me. But I knew why they were doing it. They were doing it because they wanted to add more billable hours to their clients, you know, freaking invoice there or whatever. And I was like, oh, you scumbag attorney.
If they want to hold the resources, even from a secular side, to do this. But if you combine this with the Christian side, the Christian ethics side of very religious women, the divorce rate goes down to damn near nil.
Okay. Well, are most women religious in this society?
I think the Daily Wire said something similar to that. You know, because he's saying if they're religious. I'm guessing there's caveats there. Now, someone like Better Bachelor or Joker would say, I think he did an episode where it seemed like some of the stats say with people who identify as religious, it seems to be about the same, the divorce rate. But I remember, I think it was Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh or Michael Knowles, one of those guys, and they were talking about, well, you know, if they actually, I don't know, go to church services or they actually do these markers that say they are religious, then it's less, or just because a statistic is bad doesn't mean it's your statistic. There was interesting stuff there.
Okay.
But neither are most men.
Okay. Right. But so now you're going into like selling your religion, right?
Well,
now,
only if you want to have a family. Well, if you want to have the most successful family, yeah.
Right, but I mean, Orthodox is 1% of the population. I'm not a religious show.
I do think there is a lot of that. There is a lot of selling of I mean, you're just kind of pushing for religion. There's definitely a whole thing there of a specific time, whatever the heck, whatever it happens to be. Natalia Miller says, I wonder how you could do a dowry legally in the States. I don't think dowry was ever formally outlawed in the States, actually. So I don't think it came to the point in America, like they were doing it, especially during colonial times and in the earlier times. But England and America were the first places to kind of pull away from it. And I think that might have to do with modernization and who was modernizing at what time is why it kind of went away. That's one of the reasons, you know, amongst others. But it was never formally outlawed. But in other places, dowry is formally outlawed. Like in Cyprus, it was outlawed. It was prohibited in the 90s. I think Greece was in the 80s. They had it going all the way to like about the 80s or so. I'm talking about like 1980. And then in other places, it's formally outlawed too. So that's an interesting thing there. And the reason tends to be, you know, violence against women or something like that. That's what they'll say. I think a lot of that's feminist propaganda. I'm sure it did happen, and there are cases of it happening. But Paul Elam had this Indian MRA guy. And he was saying that a lot of the sort of dowry debts that they use are actually based on a kind of false statistics. So if a woman dies within the first 7 years of marriage over there, they will chalk it up to a dowry death. That's what he claimed. I don't know how true that is. I don't know how to verify that. My guess is if that's true, they're doing it because they would get more overseas funding. So if you say the problem's really bad and you have this international globalist feminist organization that's going to give you money to fix the problem, there might be an industry created of saying, we got a really bad problem over here, give us more money. I don't know exactly. That's really stuff I gotta try to figure out. So yeah, I mean, just to put that out there. So I cast questioning on that whole thing. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's the dowry that causes violence against women. I think it's violent people that cause violence against women. So, you know, I don't. That's stuff we got to look at in a way.
Not just for Orthodox.
What I'm talking about is.
Sufian says Rachel would probably find it interesting that feminists push to outlaw dowry in Greece. That certainly does not surprise me, Sufian.
And again, you're not really answering the question. You're saying you might get your kids.
No, what I'm saying is that by every single conceivable metric which is available for men, what is considered the loneliness epidemic, or the number one reported mental health issue for men, is that they're lonely. They feel lonely. Right. If that is the case and loneliness goes away when they get married, then it seems like what would be really good for men would be to get married in a good, stable relationship. Your counter is, but there's not that many marriageable women.
Correct.
But there's never always.
I know, but you agree with that.
See, the thing about there not being marriageable women, and it's like, I understand, you know, from the markers or let's say promiscuity or these kinds of things. I look at it from a very pragmatic angle of this is the situation and this is who I have to deal with or parlay with, so to speak, and negotiate with. And it's like, okay, if this is the case, then it's like, what is the best possible deal you can get that at least makes sense? Now, I know a lot of guys are probably going to be like, well, I wouldn't want to marry somebody that was out there doing whatever from 18 to 29. But, you know, there is a practical side of me that kind of, but to be honest, it does come from a place of, well, the divorce probably will happen down the line, and I accept that. But what is the deal that I might take, at least in the meantime, to get some sort of family creation? Which probably sounds pretty pessimistic. But, I mean, at a certain point, you got to kind of swim in the pond that you're in and deal with it. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the issue. Karen Takar, our legendary viewer from India who can maybe educate us, says the dowry debts in India are inflated for sure because the universities or researchers that do these studies are funded by NGOs, and you know when I say NGOs where this is going. Yeah, I'm glad to hear kind of you put it. NGOs is really the right word to use there, and that's what it is. I don't know enough about that and how that works, but that's my suspicion. So it's like if your whole freaking department wing at your university is depending on this money coming in, oh, you're gonna find some statistics to give them. Now, you know, I say that and I probably sound like a crazy person, like, oh, the statistics are wrong, but I'm suspicious. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm suspicious. You know, Elena Barre Fitness. Hey, shout out to Elena. Hi, Shah and everyone. Great to see you here, Elena. We appreciate you being here. All right, let's move in on this.
Right. So most men aren't getting a marriageable woman.
Most men never got one.
Right. So most men, it's not, marriage isn't for them.
Yeah, but you can't create the conditionals.
Most men, like if out of 2 men or 10 men, over 6 aren't going to get a good deal, right?
But they never did. They never got a good deal.
So are you telling them to take a bad deal?
No, what I'm telling them specifically is very simple. That the historic fact of the matter is that most men never got to reproduce at all.
Right.
Your chances of reproduction now are way higher than ever. And the reason the sex drive is so high for men is because it's a biological imperative for reproduction. Otherwise, you wouldn't get a boner and want to go have sex, right? Especially not with good-looking, younger-looking women. That's the whole point of it. If you want stability in society, which is good for men, you want stability against degeneracy, which is also very good for men, then you want stable marriages.
So he's talking, you know, he's talking about like stable societies as far as monogamous societies go. I mean, I don't know if that's what he's referring to, but where my mind goes is one thing, you know, that we've talked about, especially in regards to the dowry is very much associated with monogamy. You see bride wealth, formerly known as bride price, until anthropologists decided to call it by something different. is associated with polygynous societies. So I think a facet of creating a society that has strong monogamous marriages, the dowry is a fundamental part of that. If you pull out the dowry card, the monogamy thing definitely falls down on its face.
For men.
What does society give men in return?
What used to be this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
And, you know, some of this.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
For producing a stable society. What do they give men in return?
Well, society never gave men anything for the production of stable societies.
Fine, but I'm asking today, what do they give them in return?
Yeah, I mean,
I think a lot of it is incentive based. Like, there needs to be an incentive. It's like, what would make somebody like Andrew Tate monogamous? Like, let's say you're Andrew Tate and you got a bunch of webcam hoes on the line. What would make Andrew Tate monogamous? Why would he ever be monogamous? But then what if somebody came to him and was just like, listen, I want you to marry my daughter. I like what you got going on here. I'm going to give you half of Romania, and we're going to throw in these shipping lanes, which are very profitable to go. But you got to be monogamous. I don't know if he would take the deal, but he would think about it for a bit. He'd say, damn, half of Romania. That's not a bad idea. You know, the webcam hoes or half of Romania and some shipping lanes. That's how monogamy is very much incentivized in a way, especially going through, you know, from the top down. Like, if you look at a lot of dowries of, you know, we bring up King Henry a lot. You know, his dowry was very significant. Eleanor of Aquitaine had a very significant dowry. In fact, I mean, her namesake Aquitaine was the dowry and the incomes that came from there. That incentivizes, you know, a real kind of strong monogamy there. And it's just, I think there needs to be an incentive structure built in. So it's like, what do men get out of it? Well, it's about creating an incentive structure that makes people want to buy into this system.
Do they give them? Do they treat them well?
What men get in exchange for having a stable society is they.
Mr. Pitt says, is the gold pill also pro bride price? Asking for a friend. Shout out to you, man. You know, it's probably early in the game to say what it is pro or anti, but what we are definitely pro is negotiation and, you know, trying to look for a deal that might make sense using some of this older wisdom from, you know, a past time. Ultimately, what's going to determine bride wealth versus dowry has to do with the type of economy you live in, you know, and you would see a lot of polygyny in sub-Saharan Africa because their agricultural techniques were very different. Women's labor was very important in the field. And then dowry comes up when you see the plow. See, so ultimately, it depends on the economy. Now, we live in a very different time, and a lot of these things have shifted, and the way people make money have shifted. So what that means for what a proper marriage transaction looks like now, I think we're still trying to figure out. At the very least, we're just trying to say, okay, what's going to not get us shafted on the other end of family court the hardest, you know? But good question. Good question. Elena says, Andrew's not wrong here, and most men don't reproduce. I watched that debate. I think Andrew was saying that red flags and vetting a woman is important. I agree with you, Shah, on dowry. Hey, just quick on these guys that didn't reproduce. I hope people don't think that those guys were just some losers. Like, what if those guys were the most masculine, manly dudes? Those were the guys that took up the weapons and went on the field, you know, when society was being attacked at 18 and then passed away. Those guys had more balls than the people who did reproduce. So shout out to these, what was that, 60% of guys out there throughout history so that the other folks could reproduce. Shout out to those guys. Klaus says the incentive might also be not being punished by family court for marrying and creating a family with kids. That would be a great incentive. Suvia says, I think something like dowry would incentivize parents to raise better children too, since they had a significant stake in the success of the marriage. Absolutely. I mean, it works in a lot of ways. You know, the dowry comes from there. It sets them up. The parents also, I mean, the kids also have more respect for their parents as they get into old age to take care of your parents because, I mean, you should have that anyways, but even marriage contracts from back then would sometimes have stipulations in there about the parents, basically. And it's like, okay, this property is going to be moving over to you. But, you know, they get to live on this and you're responsible for doing this, this, and this for them at least once a year. I've seen that. So it very much will. It is a system of incentives. I mean, it's like a lot of things. It's like, do you marry within your own culture? Do you marry outside of your own culture? Well, if your own culture is offering a dowry amount that seems to set you up fairly well, or at least decently compared to marrying in the out group looks like, depending on your station and status, you might be more incentivized to endogamously marry within the in group. You know what I mean? So it is this very interesting system of incentives that it creates, basically. Lena says, I 100% agree. Okay, we'll go and get back to that.
They get a stable society. That's the exchange. That's always been the exchange. Like historically, men have always been fodder. They've always been war fodder. They've always been basically treated poorly. But the idea here that
I think that goes into a little bit about men being disposable. Now, I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, that just comes off as a little off. I don't agree with that all the way. I can understand, I guess, what he's saying, but it's just, I don't know. Like, for me, that doesn't jive with me. Sufian with another $2. Appreciate you, Sufian, for that, man. That's 2 whole American dollars right there. Protect Elena, women who love dowries at all costs. Yeah, the dowry ladies are, we got to protect them.
We have to make perfect conditionals for marriage absent any risk, or mitigating risk is silly. That's impossible no matter what.
If men keep getting married, what is the incentive for the laws to change?
That's a good question. I mean, yeah, if they keep taking a bad deal. You know, it's funny. I've always said MGTOW was the one thing in the manosphere that gets anybody's attention. Like, as far as like mainstream stuff. Now, it's one thing if you're like a boisterous PUA guy. But when men start walking away, or they stop working, or they don't want to get married anymore, that's when you get guys like, you know, mainstream people asking questions. Or it's usually framed. Now, it's usually framed in the sense of, oh no, there's not enough eligible bachelors for women. What are the women going to do? But it does start getting their attention. You know what I mean? Then they start thinking, okay, what's going on? You know, but you know, sometimes it doesn't seem to go further than that.
Well, they're not. Well, hang on.
Natalia asks, how much was the dowry normally? Let me go ahead and see what I can bring up. Like a typical dowry in Cyprus, if you were like middle class, was a house. Just as crazy as that sounds. Let me see if I could just do this midstream. Gosh. Where are my clippings? Economic. Let's see. Come on, where's the table? All right, Here's the table from the Economics of Dowry and Bride Price, paper by Siwan Anderson. This is going through time. So marriage transfers from the bride side, average payments, 100. So this is Athens, Europe, 6th century BC, long way. The ancient Athenians practiced dowry, which is actually if you see an ancient society and they're practicing dowry, it's a big clue that it was a very sophisticated society. Because very highly sophisticated societies ended up kind of towards this way, being monogamous and practicing dowry. And you had a lot of class stratification. It pretty much is a clue that they had like sophisticated agriculture. That's interesting. So Athens, 10% of the bride's father's wealth. That could be a lot. That's a lot right there. Mediterranean Jews, 969, 1250. 150 to 1,500 dinars. 800 dinars could maintain a family for 30 years. I mean, that's a very special community right there. I don't know if a dowry should be something that maintains a family for 30 years, but my God, that's where the money's at. Tuscany, 1415 to 1436, 125 florins. 20% of the bride's household wealth. That's a lot of money. That's a big portion of the bride's original household fund right there. Urban Tuscany, 1420 to 1436, 1,507 lira. 6 times the annual wage of a skilled worker. So could you imagine, like, what's a skilled worker's wage nowadays? Let's say it's 70 grand. Let's say somebody offered you 6 times your 70 grand income, which I think is a fairly normal income. You know, what is that? 420,000? Like, that's okay. I mean, yeah, monogamy's looking pretty good. Florence. 1,430 florins. This is from 1475, 1499. 3 times the average fiscal wealth per household. That's still pretty significant. Colonial Latin America, Mexico, 1640 to 1790, 1,000 to 5,000 pesos, equal to the cost of 3 to 16 slaves. Not sure exactly what that is. I'll have to look into that from the historic time. There's another paper here. Let me see if I can find it. Gosh. Doing it midstream is always a little challenging. Here we go. Here's one here from the paper. This is the one I went in with on the second episode I did with Paul. Among the Greeks, who make up about 80% of the island's population. So these folks got a long history with the dowry. I mean, we're going back to ancient Athens, but this is talking about the 70s right here, 1970s. The family of the bride is expected to give a dowry to the prospective husband. Traditionally, no girl could expect to marry unless her family was able to provide her with the dowry. In holding to a neo-local residential pattern, the most common form of a dowry was a house. Including the home furnishings. So that's like your middle class to upper class. If parents were very poor, the very least that could be expected were the furnishings for the home, which usually included cooking utensils and hand-decorated lace tablecloths, towels, and bedspreads, right? So, I mean, the dowry system ain't looking too bad right now. Instead, what we got Officer Tatum on whatever podcast saying you need to work 2 jobs and she shouldn't have to think about money at all when it comes to marriage. So, man, how far have we fallen? So, Natalia, yeah, it's just a little bit right there for what you're looking at. Now, I know a house, that can be a lot or something like that, but I would think at least, let's say we were going to bring this to 2025. Maybe it's not that. But if people are getting married at 29, 30, 31, and she went to college and she's been working from 23 to 29, it's like you don't have 60 grand sitting on the side that you saved up. Like, what did you spend your money on? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting on this. You're not sitting on anything to put to the down payment of this house. Like, show you mean business somehow, if nothing. Or if, her parents want her to get married at 18 instead of sending her to college, maybe the kid down the street, he's a nice electrical engineer. He just got his bachelor's degree and started his first job, and he's making $86,000 a year. That's pretty cool for a 23-year-old guy. And then maybe they're like, man, that guy, he really shows promise. Instead of spending this money on our daughter's college and sending her out there for that, we're going to put $180,000 into the house that both of your names get put on. And how about, maybe you guys should think about marriage. That's what an actual proposal looks like. When people hear proposal, this is what they think about with proposal. That's not a proposal. A proposal is like making some sense and talking some numbers. You know what I mean?
They can still get married absent the state, and that would still create conditionals for the laws to change.
If men keep having children.
Yeah, and I will say, not getting married with the state, that's great for avoiding alimony and for losing assets, especially things that you might have or have bought and that was in your name. Now, of course, things like custody and child support, stuff like that operates outside of the marriage framework in our laws. But still, listen, when I was working at child support, there was 2 kinds of cases I saw. There was cases where the guy was paying child support, and then there was the cases where the guy was paying child support and alimony. And seeing enough of those judgments cross my desk, it looked a lot better to just be paying child support than also paying alimony. Sophia, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate that. Clinking glasses to bringing back the dowry system. Well, shout out to you for that. Sufian says, dude, I'm so happy women here are on board with dowries. Yeah, hit the buzzer on Officer Tatum. Exactly. You know what was funny about that clip when he was on whatever podcast? I remember that. Okay, this is why I remember it. He was talking to, it was one of those weird glitches in the Matrix where the guest that was the TradCon would start grilling Brian about not getting married. And Officer Tatum started doing that to him. This was probably over a year ago. It was a long time ago. But there was a point in there, he was talking about, the woman shouldn't have to work or something like that. The man should work. And they can make it work, whatever. You don't need the 2 incomes. But then 2 sentences later, he was like, you got to do what you got to do. If you got to take 2 jobs to keep her home. And then I was like, well, that's 2 incomes. We're back to 2 incomes again. What the hell happened?
Children, what is the incentive for society to give them fairer laws?
Well,
if they keep taking a bad deal. Real quick, let me just answer Karen's question. How does a man collect any dowry based on the economic situation in 2025? How is the father going to convince his daughter to not attend college and save the money for dowry? These are all very, very tough questions. And, I would say for the first part of it, it would have to do with the shared assets type thing. So if you guys are buying a house for your new household here and both of your names are on it and, dad, somehow just squatted out $180,000 to put in there and get you guys started off right. Well, both of your names are on that house. So if it ends up in a divorce, it's going to be an equitable split based off how they split property, at least in California. So that's one way to do it. Now, how they're going to convince their daughter to do that is another question. On the one hand, it's almost like a meme. On the one hand, it's like, okay, take the dowry deal, get into a marriage with someone else who shows promise here, or go to college, you know, go the OF route, whatever it is. I think ultimately all the father can do is offer the deal and say, I have $200,000 sitting here, whatever it is. We can use this for your marriage. And if the daughter says, no, I want to go to college, the dad can ask, what are you going to be studying? And if she says, I don't know, you know, like gender women's studies in space or something, the dad could say, okay, you're going to just go and take loans out for that. I'm not going to give you the money for that. I don't agree with that choice of yours. Now, if you want to take the deal, the money will be sitting here in this pot, and you can get that. So ultimately, I mean, obviously, you know, what else can you do except give them some incentive to take the deal? Oh man, my cat's just jumping on me. I think that's all you can do is offer a deal that might be worth taking, you know. Now, to do that as a father, you should have a mindset as soon as your daughter is born and think, I'm going to put something away from her as much as I can. And that's what fathers did. That's what traditional fathers did. The minute you had a daughter, you were thinking about that. You're like, her marriage will be here. It'll be faster than I know. She'll be grown up. And am I going to sit here? Am I going to waste money on BS? Or is this family going to work together and save some money so we can get our kids started off on the right foot? Especially before like the welfare system was there, you know. I think we just went through such good economic times, and those really good economic times are kind of ending. And, you know, welfare might go bust someday. And if it ever does, like, we might end up in a situation where people go running back to the dowry. Because other than that, it's going to be like the certain poorhouse. It's going to be the brothel, you know, right behind the tavern. And you're going to be waiting for rich merchants to come through and stay at the tavern. And she's going to be sitting there trying to holler at them just to make a buck, you know. Or it's just going to be Poorville. The poor people are going to be right out in front of you on the streets trying to sell you some cheap plastic sunglasses for $12 because there's no welfare system to keep them out of your face. And people are going to be like, okay, well, we got to start doing some family planning like we used to. Sufian says, by the way, dowries also incentivize men to stay married. Now they have to be certain before married. Yeah, it is a interesting history.
What do you mean? If they have children and there's prenuptial agreements in place, women now have incentive to not destroy their own financial security for the future.
But again, so you're saying, well, she won't completely ruin your life, right? You're not saying a reward.
Yeah, but
like
let's start with the fact that
like you get enthusiastic sex with a hot wife.
But there's a lot of you missed the point though that there's a lot of marriages that work.
Statistically,
what about
that's
the fact
true.
that there's so many marriages that work?
Statistically, that's just not true.
Well, okay, let's look at the statistics since you want to bring them up.
Go ahead.
You're looking at an estimate of 40%. 40% of the marriages are failing. Okay, the vast majority of them are still not. And as less people get married, those marriages are actually working out longer.
What is the obesity rate in America?
Oh, it's overwhelming for men and women.
Okay. Are most men ecstatic to take on this enormous risk and responsibility for a fat wife?
No.
Okay. So again, you have to answer the question: what
for a fat wife?
What's in it for
I'm
guys?
answering the question. So what's in it for men is the only thing that's ever been in it for men.
Yeah.
Family.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be a good enough answer. If you're right, then men are going to sign up to get married. You don't have to convince me.
Yeah, but what about like the qualifiers of men have to live in this world?
Right.
We have to live in this world. We live in a world full of degeneracy and basically horrifying things because of the instability of society. And you almost disempower them in a way because you're saying they don't have the power to change the nature of law.
I just want them to make an informed decision.
Yeah,
that's it.
But I mean, the informed decision towards what? Their happiness?
Whatever they want to do. It's not my place to tell
men.
Well,
do you think they want to be happy?
It's not my place to tell men how to live.
I think from a kind of on the ground scenario, and I don't got numbers, but it seems like regardless of men wanting these things, there are a lot of people who are just saying the juice is not worth the squeeze and are saying, well, okay, I'm not going to do this. It's just such BS. So, I mean, I think to Pearl's point, is just that it's so bad right now. Enough people are like, I'm just going to kind of wash my hands of this. Now, whether or not that's good or bad is another thing, but I think it's something we're observing. Karen says the fathers today think that they can get a high value man for their daughter, or the daughter is able to bag a high value man and they don't have to provide as much to the man. This is insane. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes me think like that's kind of where we got the Barbie culture from, so to speak, because that's what they are relying on. And listen, I almost don't blame the women in the sense of like, if the parents weren't saving a marriage portion for you, then you're at the whims of this new market of trying to catch a suitor based off of your beauty or whatever, feminine charms and enchanting spirit that you can have. So you have to play into that as much as possible. And, that kind of thing leads to society valuing a different thing. It maybe changes how we see femininity also. So if, again, you have feminists that are saying, well, we should be given education, we should be allowed to have jobs just as the men. And part of that is also because the parents aren't saving money for them to get married. So all this stuff seems to kind of be intertwined and work in on each other as we see these changes happen. Do you think Andrew is interested in changing institutions? I think so. Like, you mean like changing laws? Yeah, probably. I would say so. Sufian says he should be. He is. Isn't he also trying to bring back a biblical patriarchy? That I'm not sure about. I think so. And that would have a difficult, I guess you can say, confrontation with the secular values and ideals that I think Americans, I would even say, pride themselves on.
Well, do you think they want to be happy, though?
Well, I think that happiness is a feeling that comes and goes. So I don't really...
So you don't want them to be happy?
I think
you just want to do what they want?
No, I didn't say that. I said it's a feeling that comes and goes.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I don't think
I would think ultimately you would want men happy, right?
I want them to do what they want to do.
I mean, I think somebody can get nitpicky and say, well, how do you measure happiness? How do you judge that? I don't know. Andrew might say, well, being married with kids might be an accurate predictor for that.
Okay, well, do you think that most men want to be happy?
I'm not a preacher channel, right? I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm not saying that you're a preacher.
I'm not preaching. Right now, I'm just talking about the facts. Mm-hmm. The facts of the matter are, don't you think men want to be happy?
Well, if marriage makes them happy, then I'm sure they'll sign up. I'm sure the marriage rates will go up.
Yeah, that's not an answer to the question I asked. Sure. But the question I asked specifically is, do you think men want to be happy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if you think that men want to be happy, and if we look at all of the data that we can possibly find on male promiscuity and happiness, it doesn't look very good for them. Okay. So even if it were the case that you advocate against marriage, which is fair, especially secular marriage,
I don't advocate against marriage. I see it. I see it disappearing from the middle class completely. I see it just.
I will say I have heard Pearl say before that she doesn't tell men what to do, and I mean, because I saw that like with her Michael Knowles one. So I she's being accurate there. That matches with her. I guess what she's been saying consistently, because Michael Knowles tried to get her on that. Basically, it's like, you're telling men not to get married. That was like their whole angle. And Pearl's response was, I'm just telling them, I'm giving them this information. It's the choice is up to them. I'm not telling them what choice to make. That's an interesting discussion. I feel like the red pill as a whole has, like, you'll hear like Rolo say it's just a praxeology. But I don't know, like, what about this? Like, you can say the red pill is a loaded gun. Okay. And you can say two people are in a situation and then you go and you put a loaded gun on the table. Are you telling them what to do or not? I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe somewhere in there is a kind of implied piece of advice. Maybe not. That would be, I mean, because I see like, red pill tries very hard to say we're not telling people what to do, except some of them. Some of them are red pill in its purest form doesn't do that. But I don't know. I think that's an interesting discussion too, because it's like just having that knowledge there or presenting it or doing your best to get it in front of people's faces does have an impact and an influence. I think Andrew wants, Andrew's pro-monogamy. Monogamous society is the most stable form of society. I mean, I think that's what you see in the anthropological literature. Luke Nielsen says, Andrew wants what is best. and he has some good suggestions, but his reasoning isn't as sound as he wants you to believe. I'm sure he thinks it is. Going back to the monogamy thing, you know, a lot of what I think creates monogamy in a given place is also the environment and the economy and how the economy works. You know, there's polygyny in one place because of certain things, and then there's monogamy in another place because of another thing. And, you know, so the question is what does our new world look like, technologically speaking, economically speaking, and what system does that really lend itself to best? I mean, you could keep trying to do monogamy, but if we really live in an economic system that doesn't lend itself to it or help encourage it, is it really possible, or will it keep leading to ruin? Now, I don't know if that's the case or not, but that's where my mind goes when I think about it.
Becoming something that the rich do. And I see the birth rates continuing to decline, and I see
That's
marriage
true.
going away because people like you can't give men good answers on why they get married.
I will say, I mean, marriage, as far as like legal marriage, is that is a stay neutered. I mean, I don't know if you can call it a contract, and with all sincerity, it's just like a joke at this point. This is where I just think the dowry system's so interesting, because I really appreciate the set of incentives that exist in that system. And I would love to see something, maybe not the same thing. I mean, I accept we live in a different world, but I think we have to be thinking about it from that angle, especially if it seems like laws aren't going to be changed anytime soon.
Okay.
Or, you know, birth control still going to be a thing, or dating apps still going to be a thing. You know what I mean? OF is still an option for people. People are going to college and sleeping around. I mean, we live in a very, very different world. We got airplanes, you know, cameras on our phones, Bitcoins out there.
Should accumulate that risk.
What
You're
did
saying,
men
you're
ever
saying, you're
get?
saying,
What-
you're
yeah,
saying
go ahead.
risk 40% of your income for 18 years. If you have 2+ children, the woman can take you to court and take 40% of your income. It's not that every woman will. It's that every woman can. As soon as you enter into a
Okay.
marriage contract, she has the
Now
leverage.
answer my question. What did men ever get out of marriage? What did men ever
I
get
don't,
out of marriage?
I don't really care about what they got in the
Answer
past.
my
I don't-
question.
I
What did
don't-
they ever
but
get
I
out
don't
of
care
marriage?
because I'm talking.
Well, you know, it probably depends what kind of marriage you're looking at. I think paternity was a big factor there, especially for monogamous marriage. Especially as society became more civilized and developed, and you had class stratification, meaning there were some men who were rich, some who were middle, some who were on the bottom. Ultimately, everybody had some form of property. And when we go from being nomads, you know, just out there chasing herds around to get our food and not really caring who was the father of who, because, I mean, why would we? It's not like we're worried about, you know, passing on some sort of land when we move from place to place. But then we get into polygynous societies, and then there was some property transmission, but for the most part, not in the same way. And then you get into a dowry system, which has a ton of class stratification. You have people with large holdings of land, people with a good amount, people with less, and they all encounter this problem of passing on the torch to the next generation, and then also property transmission. So monogamy helps to at least ensure paternity to some sense, which is probably going to make you feel better about passing on property and worried about, you know, getting screwed over some way. I mean, marriage is supposed to be good for that, but there's a lot of things that surround monogamy that need to be there, I think, to make it work. But that's kind of how I see it. So that's something that they do get. On the other end of that too, I mean, there is just the dowry in itself to help you kind of function in this society, and to help maintain family status. A lot of who's marrying who, part of that consideration is how do we stay where we're at and not let this whole thing that we got going on dissolve. So to where some of us are, you know, in that building behind the tavern that starts with the B. This person lost a house over here. Man, one of the toughest things, like just working at child support and seeing all the divorces, I used to think this to myself, is that it seems so hard to have intergenerational wealth in this society. Because it's like if people can't stay married, every time you get divorced, it just dissolves all the assets. A lot of the money goes to the attorneys. Instead of being in one house with one light bill and one internet bill or whatever, you got two houses now with two internet bills. The nest egg for the kids get juiced. And then it's just this, okay, well, good luck, kid. You got to try to make something happen as best as you can. The other way that they used to do it really helps with property transmission and keeping people rooted into a land and, having at least some wealth there to be able to live properly, some family planning. And instead, it's just like, it just constantly gets juiced over and over again from the family court or the lawyers or people who just can't figure it out. And then it all just goes to crap. Trevor with the $5 donation. Thank you so much for those beautiful Australian dollars there. I'm sure that was hard earned as well. I found I am at my most happy when I am least uncertain and most content on my current and future path in life. Marriage could destabilize that peace. It's crazy, man. I had a job interview on Wednesday. We'll see if I get the second interview or not, but that took a lot out of me. It's probably also why you guys didn't hear from me. But one of my buddies is the one who recommended I apply for this place. And I was talking to him, and he was just telling me, like, he's not married, he's a couple years younger than me. And he was just like, he's on track to have like a pension, basically, if he works there for 20 years, and he'll be chilling, and then he's thinking he'll probably move overseas. And he was telling me his whole plan and his investments, and I was like, man, that sounds really good. It was a really good plan. And if he keeps doing it, everything's going to be fantastic. And then I thought about it, and I told him, I was just like, man, there's only one thing that can screw up this perfect plan of yours. And that's having kids or getting married to somebody and then it falling apart, basically. Like, Coach Greg Adams talks a lot about gray divorce and how there's like especially getting a divorce in your late 40s or early 50s is very tough because then it really puts retirement back for a lot of guys and you have to stay working. It could really be horrible. I remember talking to guys when I was at child support who lost half their retirement and they were so pissed off about that, amongst other things. But yeah, that was like the one thing. That was like the one problem right there. That was just like, man, however you do this, you need to do that in a way that hopefully doesn't screw up your plan here. But yeah, family and kids will change things. But his plan was pretty dang good. I'll give him that. The plan was good. Did I miss a comment from Peter Wright? Marcus Gray says, what's up, Shah? I'll watch the replay later. Shout out to you for being here, man. We appreciate you. It's thanks for coming in, man. I think you might enjoy the replay. We also looked at a little bit of my stream with Coach Greg Adams and us smoking cigars. It was pretty epic. Luke Nielsen says Andrew's argument that men got a stable family is a red herring. How many stable families you seeing now? Well, here in California, I'll say not many. Not many.
Well, I don't care if you don't care. Answer the question. What did men ever get out of marriage?
I don't care.
Well,
it's about like because we have to operate. We have to operate
for marriage.
Like what does a guy care about what happened 100 years ago? He cares about the decisions he has to make today.
Yeah, I know.
So Pearl is very practical in grounding it to what's going on today.
Oh, but
and he has to use
you're
the
like
facts
a question
today.
avoiding machine.
No,
so
you want me to do what you do, which is prescribe. I don't prescribe.
I'm not even asking for prescriptions.
Okay.
I'm asking right now for a description. What did men ever get out of marriage? What?
Yeah, well, I can think it's a stupid question.
Tell you what they got.
Your dowry. It's my right.
So like, I don't think it matters.
What did they ever get out of it? Ever?
I don't know. Tell me.
You don't know.
No, go ahead. No, tell me.
They got the same thing.
Oh, 1 second. My cat's attacking me. Oh, now she's running away. Woo. I gotta speak dog to my cat. That's the only way she gets it.
I'm prescribing, which is a family. That's the what else would the incentive ever be?
And again, if that's so great, then men will sign up. If that's
that is an interesting standstill there. I mean, I think we're still waiting probably for Andrew to say what the benefits of, or at least what reason it would be better to pursue it today instead of giving up on it altogether. Maybe he touched on it a little bit, family creation and this. I think Pearl is saying from a pragmatic viewpoint, for a lot of people who try that, it just seems to end up in complete disaster and ruin. So a lot of people just aren't taking the deal anymore. And Andrew's kind of maybe burden here is to prove that the deal is still worth taking.
Okay, so
like if a product's good, there's a big demand, right?
Mm-hmm. There is a big demand. Men want to get married.
Sure. Then
yeah, but
if
what
they
we
wanted to, they would, right?
Where we talk past each other is like.
I guess the question is, are the sales happening? You know, there's a demand, but are the sales being made? Karen says, Shah, I think before we bring back dowry, we have to completely dismantle the economic model behind the family courts and law. How do you propose we do that? I'd love to know your thoughts. I mean, a lot of how our family courts work, I think, are also tied into our welfare system. And there's just too much of this option of being able to run away and either take advantage of that or take advantage of the robust child support system that we have, which is an outcropping of the welfare system. I mean, that's why the federal public child support system was created, because they wanted to recoup welfare tax dollars and all that kind of stuff. And there was a lot of federal money spent to incentivize state to kind of change their family codes to match what federal, goals and guidelines were. I think if we were able, like if you had an administration, it's probably not going to be the Trump administration, I'm sorry, that was focused on kind of dismantling funding for welfare grants, that would then put the onus back onto the states to manage how they deal with broken families, since they're not getting a lot of the same amount of welfare money to keep these people out of everybody's face. Once you're dealing with that, then you have to think about, okay, how do we do marriage and make marriage work? Because marriage ultimately is the thing that keeps people from being on the streets when welfare isn't there to save you all the time. So I would kind of think we'd have to start there and kind of go after the money a bit to provide incentive to the states to start changing their family code and things like that. But beyond that, I would say more importantly is like there's a cultural battle there, and people need to be on board with that, in order to want to do this. But I think in order to change the culture, economically, there does need to be issues where people are like, you know what, like, well, this safety net's not here in the same way. Then the culture might change just from feeling that kind of pain. But that could be a pipe dream too, MS says both Pearl and Andrew are ignorant of what men got in the past via marriage. This is what happens when you ignore history because you think it ain't relevant anymore. Mr. Pitt says, I think Andrew is probably the only person that can go toe-to-toe with CGA. I'd paid for tickets to see that debate. I'd say Andrew's probably the top debater on YouTube. And I say that not because of his other debates. I've seen some of them, but I've seen his old debates with Destiny. And I used to consider Destiny the top debater. So that, I haven't seen much of Destiny stuff lately. But I mean, in fairness, I'm not following him either. But I would see those two go toe-to-toe, and they, he would do very well against him. So, I mean, he's a tough debater. That's the fact. Now, does that, just because somebody wins a debate, does that mean what they're saying is true? Not necessarily. But, debate is a, it's a tool to convince and to persuade people. Klaus says, well, my father at least got a stable marriage and family, but my father married at a time when no-fault divorce was not a thing. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of folks, probably grandparents or parents, it was the same thing, and it just wouldn't make sense to them to do it any other way. Like, it would seem crazy. I mean, if some of them, if they've passed away and they woke up now, they'd be like, what the hell is going on? So, and then a lot of the changes are very recent. I mean, in the U.S., no fault came in California, in Sacramento, literally where I'm at right now, in, I think, 1969. That's not that long ago, comparatively speaking, I guess. And then it, funneled out to the other states. And then, that was still even before child support kind of became the monster that it is. And it became the monster that it is in the mid-90s. So that really changed some things. I mean, it was a different time. It was a different time. Elena says, Sufian, I'm pro-family too. The problem is that we live in an amoral society where people don't share common morals or principles. I'd say that's the challenge of living in a secular democratic society where you have a bunch of different folks from a bunch of different places. The Resurgence. Hey, shout out to the Resurgence. Big shout out to you guys. At the end of the day, Andrew's argument can only be because they should want to have a family. Yeah, I mean, listen, if that's what it is, I mean, it's not, unfortunately, that's not going to be enough because there's too many people on the other side of that deal that have gotten it really bad. So it's not helping sell the idea of marriage. Ultimately, I think there needs to be an incentive for folks to take the deal, and if you're not really much incentivized, especially, listen, you can do a lot of things outside of marriage. It was very hard to be legally the father of a child unless you were married to the wife who issued forth the child, right? And then it was only because so many kids started getting born out of wedlock that the state created the acknowledgement of paternity form that you now see at the hospital. And when you sign that it's the same thing as if a judge said you were the father. That didn't used to be the case. We didn't even have genetic testing back then. So you'd have to go in there and probably have this huge paternity lawsuit, and you'd have to have witnesses, and you'd have to prove that you were cohabiting. Paternity lawsuits used to be the hardest cases for child support agencies until genetic testing was made. But now it's you don't have to be state married to be the father of this kid. You just got to sign a form at the hospital, not the birth certificate, but the acknowledgement of paternity. And then, great, now you're the father, and you're also not, you didn't sign the state marriage license or whatever, right? So that's one thing. Custody has nothing to do with marriage. They don't care if you're married or not. It has everything to do with cohabitation and your relationship with the child. So you can be not paper married, have a child with someone, you guys are living together. If you do split up, you would have a case there for custody. The custody laws operate. They're not going to look at it and say, well, you were married, therefore that's different. But if you're married and you didn't live together versus you're not married and you live together, the cohabitation is a bigger deal there. So, I think guys ultimately just need to come up with new strategies on how to deal with this. The other end of that is women that, they want to do what they want to do also, which is a tough thing. And unfortunately, you have to kind of have a what if we get divorced scenario playing in your head to think, okay, if I get divorced, this is probably what I'm going to be facing. Can I deal with that? Coach has a great sound effect that says, do you have the stomach? But that's really what it is. Okay, if we get divorced, this is what it's going to look like. Do I think I can handle that if that happens to me? Elena says, white knighting for single mothers who initiate most of the divorces. Saving them will not help having a stable society. Sophia says, I just read Sufian's article the other day on the Goldpill and relationships. Great stuff. Shout out to Sufian, formerly Ahmed on the channel. Karen says, bingo, follow the money. The culture shifted because of big money influence. Rachel discussed this in her book, but this is also an ideological battle that has been going on for at least a century. Yeah, I think culture is very important for that. The Resurgence says, Shah, they did come up with the strategy. They started walking away from relationships. Crude but effective. It's the only one that gets people at least asking the question why and at least saying they want to do something about it. So we got to give the MGTOW guys credit where credit is due. And them bowing out is what makes people, it puts the fear in them of, oh crap, why are the men doing this? What do we do about it? Now, if they'd offer an olive branch of some kind of legal platform, that would be nice. But we'll see.
If you describe all the issues, that's fair, right? But the description of the issue is supposed to be for the purpose of what men do best, which is solving the issue. I don't mind you giving all the descriptors. I think that's great. Okay. But the idea of Andrew, what do men get right now? That's not a good enough reason. But what did men ever get out of it? It's the same reason. It must be the best reason.
Then run for office. Run.
I would much rather fund NGOs so that I could get people in key positions to change law. But the same principle.
Go do it.
But what I'm saying to you is from a descriptive standpoint,
that's
I am doing it. I have been doing it.
Okay.
It was always interesting to me why big religious organizations weren't doing it. If you have, I don't know, whatever it is, a lot of churches or something, and they pool their money to fund this stuff. But I can't remember who it was. It might have been the guys from Resurgence or somebody that was telling me. I saw somewhere that a lot of the donations that churches get are from women also. So maybe that wouldn't go over well. I know it's not just about the money, but ultimately they would need money to fund these lobbying groups. But yeah, it just seems strangely not happening there. So that's a strange thing. I'm a MGTOW monk now. Oh, he's gone monk mode out here. Shout out to the monk guys. 26 years of my life wasted. Were you married before and enslaved for the rest of my life? You sound like a guy who's definitely been through the family court system.
Okay, that I'm sure.
Hey man, I believe in, redemption somewhere out there, and I hope it gets better if that was the case for you.
There'll be great change in the next 10 years.
Well, we're gonna try,
and
right?
I'll be completely wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, the trends can continue to nosedive. But let's assume for a second that like it all nosedives. What does the future look like then?
Well, I don't think there'll be change until my prediction is we'll only see change when society crumbles enough for women to face the consequences of their decisions.
And what happens then?
This is when Coach says the barbarian is at the gate. I don't think Pearl is alone in that opinion. I think there's a lot of folks that have that opinion that something like that needs to happen in order to get people woken up about that. MS says Pearl and Andrew are ignorant about the fact that men got a dowry to help set them up. A wife that wasn't ran through usually, kids, etc. A good deal. Yeah, and then some protections on the other side with the marriage contract that actually meant something with courts that would actually take that seriously instead of what we got now.
Then there might be change. That's what I would predict. I would predict that things go down until things are falling apart enough, and then maybe there'll be a policy change. Maybe.
Meaning that
probably
can fix,
not. Probably not.
Meaning we can fix the problems, right?
Not anytime soon.
No, but when we reach this like plateau.
Sure.
So then wouldn't it logically follow then that we should accelerate the decline as quickly as possible to reach that plateau to fix these things?
Sure. If that's sure.
So then that's an accelerationist mindset, right?
I'm not saying
I'll be honest. I always thought the accelerationist had some leverage in trying to get change. And, one of the things about the red pill that they would always say was enjoy the decline. You know what I mean? And I feel like guys accelerating the decline is something that can put like the fear in them to say, okay, we'll change something. Like if politicians knew they weren't going to get the men's vote, they would probably come out with the platform to incentivize men to vote, but I mean, if there could be that much collective, I guess, organization and trying to do something to change it, till that would happen, then, they'll probably just take the votes for granted. But I always imagine, I mean, you kind of see this now too with like Democrats. Like Democrats are trying to figure out like who is the Democrat Joe Rogan. Gavin Newsom's over here trying to do podcasts now. So I think they do realize that men represent the significant, I guess, voting block that maybe they took for granted and they're not really getting the votes anymore. But, the votes are still there. It's just going to the other side, which also helps hold up the status quo. But I don't know. I mean, if Democrats offered some kind of platform that maybe gave men some incentive, I can see them winning a lot of votes. But on the other end, they're trying to balance the women's vote too. So that's a tough political game. Sufian says, I think that's exactly it. Shah, women are pulling the strings in most churches today, and they aren't going to bite the hand that feeds them. Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part too. I mean, I think our society, a lot of it's governed by money, and a lot of our political machinery also is. Now, whether that's right or wrong, I can't say. I mean, we live in probably the most developed mega super civilization to ever grace the face of the planet. That's just how we do things here. But if they can get organized enough to figure out how to play that game, then it might help. But that's a tough ask too. Luke says, stay true to your morals, ethics, and values. Control your biology. You become unmovable by the manipulations of women. The Resurgence says, so you have to fix all the things that broke the women. So courts, education, culture, laws, ending women in the workforce. Okay, you guys got high goals there, high goals. But, I don't know. I guess the argument against it would be if you managed to change these things and the women weren't on board, would it actually work? Like, okay, if you have these things and you're married to a woman who doesn't want to be there, wouldn't that maybe still be a disaster in a way? I've heard someone make that argument before, and I think it has some merit. We'll do one more chat. MS says, in most churches, women are significant donors in terms of tithes and offerings. Divorced women, too. Pastors are cowards who don't speak out against divorce to criticize women. So yeah, I don't know. I think I saw stats about that, but I don't know for sure. But that's what I heard is the case.
One way or the other, I'm saying I don't see them changing anytime soon. That's it. I don't. Yeah. I don't think in my lifetime there'll be major.
But
policy
ultimately,
changes.
do you want to see them change?
It would be nice.
Yeah. So then if that's the case, I'll just assume the position for a moment, your position, just descriptors, here's where we're going.
Mm-hmm.
It would still be really wise to have men's rights advocacy groups and things like this in place for this inevitable decline so that those types of policies can then be pushed so that we're like ready for them, right?
Sure. But the first one was in 1910. So I don't, if we're where we are today and the first one was over 100 years ago.
The first what? Policy?
No, the first men's rights.
Peter Wright does a lot of research on this. Shout out to Peter Wright with gynocentrism.com. He has the history on different men's rights movements over the years. And there have been some significant ones, unfortunately, to little effect and kind of stopping the train, so to speak. But, that's a tough question, too. It's like, if men are so good at, organizing and doing this kind of stuff, why haven't we been able to figure it out and coalesce together in order to do this? And, it makes me question how good we really are at being able to collectively come together and fight for our rights. I think a lot of it is gaslighting, cultural gaslighting of what masculinity is, maybe, and saying, you're not a man if you don't do these things. So maybe it's harder for men to ask for their rights like this one.
Your dowry, it's my right.
So there's a lot of, I guess, forgetting maybe of what it really was like, which is why I'm so fascinated with the dowry system, because it at least gives a historical point of view to say, well, wait a minute. We do have some expectations here, and maybe if we do ask, what do you bring to the table, it doesn't make us less of men or something like that.
Advocacy. I think it was around 1910. I don't know the exact.
Yeah, but they were advocating for completely different things, right?
I mean, I saw ones about divorce law early in the 1900s. Off the top of my head, I don't know, but
yeah.
I mean,
I think back then it was actually even worse, like before like the Equal Rights Amendment or whatever, because your wife could potentially have income and even make more, but it was like pretty much only men paying alimony. And then I think it was just men that paid alimony, but then that changed with the Equal Rights Amendment to where women could then pay alimony too. So weirdly, it's actually less worse, I guess, than it was. Real quick, Klaus says, in Germany, Christian churches are funded by a church tax everybody has to pay who belongs to a Christian church. Feminists are running the church anyway. It's not only the money just contributing. Oh, okay, that's a fair point right there.
In divorce, it used to be we had coverture laws. So, I mean, coverture laws basically, in that case, you had to have show cause in order to get divorced, and coverture laws, things like that. It was most of the early 1900s, I believe. So the thing that's interesting, though, is like,
my point is, I just don't see it being effective because the last 100 years, it's gotten worse, not better. So why would I think? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. But I mean, so the thing is like things have gotten better. Abortion laws have been rolled back, right?
But Plan B's gone up.
True. Only in some states, though. I went and checked the stats on that as well.
Sex work has gone up, too.
But you know what else is going down is female promiscuity and male promiscuity over time. Right. And what's interesting...
But STD rates are up. So how do you explain
Because
that?
sex work is up.
Okay. Well, if that's not what the guys dating are saying. But
I honestly don't know. I don't know if there's studies on it or not. Like if it's formal sex work, if the STD rate goes up, or if it's just people hooking up on dating apps, that's more risky. It does seem like that's more risky, especially if they're not using condoms and stuff like that. But then there's a question. There's also the statistic of like, I think guys like 18 to 30 who are still virgins or never had sex. So it's just maybe a certain groups of people who are having sex with each other.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're dating women who have only, I mean, you're talking about like 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 now. It can have an OnlyFans. The sex work epidemic has exploded STDs. I mean, we can look at this objectively.
When's the last time you dated? Like, when's the last time you actually dated?
Oh, it's been fucking, I don't know, like what, 17 years
So
or
how
something?
how do you think you know better than the guys dating? Like what's out there?
I mean, when's the last time you dated?
Like a year ago, year and a half
Okay,
ago.
so from your sample size, you think that in 17 years the marketplace for dating has changed so much that I'm not allowed to have any input in it?
Oh no, I just don't think you really know.
I think you can have input in it, but I do think it's changed radically. I mean, 17 years ago, I just think, dating apps and social media have definitely affected that. So I would say it's different. I mean, obviously there's fundamental stuff that would probably still apply, but it's got to be different. I mean, I have people that look at me and they're like, "Oh my God, I'm so glad I got married before any of this stuff." I don't know how you guys do it today. Trevor, thank you so much for this $20 super chat. I appreciate you. Let me just go ahead and read that out. The dowry system could provide career-oriented women in their 30s with renewed opportunities to marry high-status men, reducing the pressure associated with the biological clock or other age-related societal expectations. I mean, yeah, listen, one thing you hear about is women that are trying to get these high-value men, and the high-value men don't want to commit. This was always a problem. How do you get a guy with options to take the monogamy deal? A lot of times, a dowry was fundamental in that. So if you're a woman and you're trying to swing up at this guy and he doesn't take you, all that is really being revealed here is that you're being hypergamous. You're not on this guy's level. He saw you as a bad deal. Now, if your family behind you, endowed you with a marriage portion or a dowry that puts you on this guy's level, it's not hypergamy anymore. It's now endogamy. And then he'll look at that and say, okay, yeah, that's not a bad deal. That's not a bad deal right there. And he might take the deal. But a lot of these women that are complaining that the men are just using them or don't want to do that, they don't actually have anything to offer to the guy that isn't just their, enchantress charms or whatever, love match promise that they're going off of with nothing else. And so, yeah, I mean, you're right. It could give them something like that. It's not just for men. It's also for women to think about too. How do I make myself more, if you're a woman and you ask yourself, how do you make yourself more marketable? It's one thing to have a career, but if you have a mindset of, well, it's not my job, it's still the guy's job to pay for all this stuff and do everything, and you haven't saved anything. Listen, even historically, women who were poor had to work to save up a dowry, and then once they had a dowry saved and they got married, then they would be at home. But they still were using that money to contribute to a dowry fund so that it can enable them to get married so they wouldn't be a dowerless woman, and that they can then be competitive, I guess you could say, on the marriage market and be taken seriously on the marriage market. So we don't got none of that except, a dream and a fantasy of what marriage is supposed to look like. Luke Nielsen says social media has borked society. It's definitely a double-edged sword. Sevilla says female reform needs to start with the educational system, in my opinion. That's where we get a lot of our distorted ideas of male and female dynamics. Hey, if it was up to me, we would have men and women separated in schools. And everybody would have to wear uniforms with nice little hats, too. It would be real strict over here. The Resurgence says, the account I'm chatting under is podcast account for 3 men, but all 3 of us check most of the boxes, and there are 4 divorces between us. We enjoy doing the same to people. Shout out to the Resurgence. Please check those guys out. MS says these career-oriented women in their 30s would mostly be ran through and not wifey material because they would struggle to remain loyal to one man after sleeping around so much prior to marriage. I hear that. I think ultimately we're kind of stuck in the pond we're stuck in. And at least if they brought something, they could still make it seem like a deal worth taking. And if the divorce happens, at least there would be a little bit more of an equitable split if they're invested into it from the beginning in a way that makes sense. Mr. Pitt says, Andrew doesn't realize just how much social media has impacted dating. The entire dating scene changed after 2014. Yeah, this is where Coach Greg Adams' work really appeals to me because he puts a lot of that on blast, especially with the JUCO and the dark side and the monetized dating marketplace, as he calls it, where a lot of women that you probably wouldn't even guess have participated in that stuff have actually participated in that kind of stuff. Daniel Bori. Hey, welcome in, Daniel Bori. Mate, you're very interesting, well-spoken. Keep it up from New Zealand. Hey, shout out to the folks in New Zealand over there. And thank you so much for being in here. It's a blessing to have a new person in. Klaus says, what kind of dating they are talking about? Casual hookups are a lot easier. Long-term relationship is a nightmare now and not even comparable. That's the thing. I mean, and you hear people talking about, you know, this kind of dating development hell and dating fatigue. That's because there's just not this extra push to get them to take the leap and take that deal, so to speak. Like, oh, so the guys kind of figure this out, that it's kind of a crap deal. So what they'll do is kind of put on airs and they'll seduce a woman and, you know, they'll go out with her for 5 or 6 years. And then she's just like, what the hell? Why is he not proposing to me? And then she gets pissed off. Oh, he used me for 4 to 5 years. It's just like, you just need something there to just get him over this hump. You know what I mean? Like a dowry or something that'll make them want to just be like, you know what? I might be able to do this. Let's see. We'll just read one more. Resurgence says, oh, I know. The only other way is to give men some sort of legal recourse over female social media use. All right, let's go ahead and move in.
What's on the ground if you haven't done it in 17 years? Because it's the advent of social media has changed the dating marketplace a lot. Like a lot.
Okay, yeah, so she brought up social media.
Yeah, why do you think, wait a second, back up. I don't understand why you think that you couldn't have input and research the stat. I'm using the same stats you're using. Mm-hmm. Like it's not, and I have the same conversations with thousands of people you have, men and women both. The same exact, like the same amount of anecdotal evidence and statistics, right?
Sorry, what I could say, maybe a better way to say it is, I think it's like an oversimplification of the problem when you're saying, oh, it's just like bad women that these guys are dating. Like I don't really think it's that simple.
That's not what I said at all.
Or it's
what
just,
I said is that the conditionals.
It's just sex worker women that these guys are dating, right?
No, that would account for one thing, STDs.
Okay.
The STD rates go sky high.
Yeah, okay.
Just a second, guys. I'm just going to put her outside. She's kind of being a lot. All right.
Yeah. So what I said gave you was the answer that you're always looking for. The men get out of marriage, same thing they always got out of it, a family. And why is it that men are always gravitating towards family? Well, it seems to be biologically hardwired in them because they've always done that.
Sure, it is.
So if that's the case, their happiness level's intrinsically tied to that. It seems that if you wanted to advocate for men, then you would be advocating the most for the idea of keeping marriage sacrosanct and also making sure that these things got reformed as quick as possible.
Okay, if someone took your prescription, can you give me like step by step your prescription for how men, if to get married, stay married, what's your prescription?
First of all, I wouldn't say, you keep on framing this as though I'm saying take a plunge when I'm not saying take a plunge.
Totally fine. Tell me what's beginning to end.
First,
so where should they source?
I would look at these stats.
No, not the stats. Where should they source the women from? Like what state should they go to? What church? I'm guessing you're going to say Orthodox.
Okay, so I'll answer your question, right? You're not going to find huge variances state by state. Okay. You're just not going to. Okay. But you can definitely upgrade the chances of you finding a woman who's not going to have these behaviors, which you and I would both consider non-optimal. Okay. So it wouldn't just be
that does sound a little similar to the Daily Wire sort of pushback on the red pill. It was kind of, I guess you can say, stats-based or risk mitigation. Well, if you find somebody that exhibits these qualities, it doesn't mean it's going to be a 50% chance of the marriage ending. There was pushback on that. I mean, I don't know if there's studies out there, but I think there's some stuff that shows people who at least identify of certain religions, or at least say, that they do kind of end up with similar divorce rates. I'd have to look at that. I think I remember seeing something like that on a Better Bachelor video, but that was like a year ago.
Orthodox Church, Roman Catholic Church, and even Protestants, as long as the worship is more than one time per week, right? Their marriage rates significantly go down. If you get married as a virgin, you almost never get a divorce because your sample size is super low.
So are you saying
there's
they should find a virgin, or do you think that's realistic nowadays to find a virgin woman?
Yeah. No. I'm giving you a step-by-step prescription of all the things you can do to mitigate risk.
Right. No, but I'm not saying mitigate risk. I'm saying, do they download a dating app? Are they going to go on Instagram? How are they going to do it?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
go to
if you
church.
look,
Okay, so this is going to be the strategy, I guess. So this is what we do.
Yeah. So I'll walk through it, right?
Okay.
But what we're talking about is risk mitigation. So let's start with risk mitigation. Your
But
chances.
I want the dating process from beginning to end.
Oh, okay. We'll give.
Go ahead.
What? You want me to give a dating process from beginning to end for every individual man on planet Earth?
Well, okay, if a guy wants to go in your prescription.
No, the dating process is going to be
How is he going to
varied
source women?
on region. It's going to be varied on man. It's going to be varied on what options are available. But what you can look at is all the signs of the universals which mitigate risk. What you're asking is for an absurdity. It's like me asking, tell me step by...
Guys, this reminds me of something. So when I used to work at child support, one of the trainers there, she was a really nice lady, but she'd been there for a while, and she used to say, if you're going to get married, make sure you see their credit report. And if you do nothing else, and if you're going to take this deal and you're going to sign this deal, make sure to look at their credit report and see everything, see how much they owe, and see what you're linking yourself financially to. It was just funny because she always just made like the biggest deal of the credit report. I think that's good advice.
Well, tell me step by step, how do I become a successful podcaster?
Oh,
every woman on Earth, how do you become a successful podcaster?
I could do that pretty easily.
Do it.
No, but I asked you first, and you don't have an answer because.
Real quick, MS says also Islam in general and Orthodox Judaism are relatively based and not gynocentric to a great degree. Like obviously like we got folks from different faiths here, and I would say the difference between those two and Christianity is that there's actually a pathway for divorce if you were going to get one. So things like, Christianity is different, where if somebody gets divorced, it's like really bad. It's not supposed to happen. So that lends itself to something different. But yeah, it is interesting in that way, at least to see how they go about it. Now, that being said, there's still dowries, even in Islamic nations. You wouldn't think so, but a lot of them do practice it. And, 99% of people I have to relook that up, but most people aren't doing polygyny. Most people are married to one person. Now, divorce still happens and stuff like that. But with that, you also do see some dowry sometimes. I don't know how much it is practiced today, but it is for a while in a lot of places. I mean, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey, Egypt, a lot of those places do have a kind of dowry. But in a lot of, even if you look at the Old Testament, there's really no mention of dowry. I don't think there's any prescription for dowry even in the New Testament. And in the Quran, there isn't either. It just speaks about a dower given to women and then them entitled to half of an inheritance share as a son. A lot of this stuff is built up outside of religion. You know what I mean? Which doesn't exactly comment on it or say that it's not allowed. So, and I don't think it would be necessarily disallowed because so many people have done it for so long in a lot of, like, whether it's Jews, Christians, or Muslims. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, that's something I think about too, how each of them go about marriage and divorce. Now, here in America, it seems to be kind of a crapshoot no matter who you are. I mean, at child support, I saw people from a lot of different backgrounds walking into the office or ending up there. So, I mean, I wish I can say I found a demographic that I never saw there. It seemed pretty much proportional to the population breakdown in my city is who would come in. Karen Takar brings up Hinduism, which is also important. Yeah, Hindu text has mentioned the dowry. That's true. And that goes back to like the laws of Manu, I think. The Manu Smriti, I think is what they call it. There's actually a big clue that India was very sophisticated for a long time going back because they're monogamous. Hindus, I think, are not supposed to get divorced at all. Like, that's a really bad thing. nowadays with modernization and newer family laws, you know, dowry is prohibited in India now. And I think people can and do get divorced in more urbanized places. I'm not exactly sure if the rate's high or not. But historically speaking, that was not supposed to happen. And there was a dowry from the woman's side there. So it's interesting kind of looking at all this stuff. Luke Nielsen says, and the problem is that they will say there is always a risk, yet they'll discount when you put the numbers up against any other activity like skydiving, business contracts. Well, yeah, I mean, Daily Wire folks have said that, right? Like, well, it's a risk. I mean, life's a risk. And that's true. It's a risk when you walk out of your house every day. For some of you folks, going into the bathroom and the shower is a risk. But at a certain point, what is a risk and what is just being foolish? You know, I think there is a very definite, or maybe not definite, but I mean, there is a point where it's like, okay, this is a foolhardy thing to do. Like the risk is so bad, maybe don't do it. You know, maybe don't bet the entire farm on this one. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a risk to some extent, but the question is to what degree?
Because it's an impossible question.
No, it's actually pragmatic because if you have a real,
it's not even pragmatic.
If you have a real plan for men, you have to have a step by step. Like, what's step one?
Yeah, so step one would be looking at the mitigation for risk. That would be step one.
But you have to get a girl on a date first before you even get there.
No, you don't have to get a girl on a date to mitigate risk, bro.
Okay, well, I guess there's no risk if you never get on the date.
Yeah, that's right. So the thing is, if you're talking about
so walk away.
If we're talking about mitigation
where is he sourcing the women from? Instagram?
You're asking for stuff. Stop cutting me off.
I need you.
If you're asking a question, you gotta let me answer the fucking question.
But you're not answering the question.
What's the question? But then you have to not talk while I answer it.
Okay, I'll try. I'm a woman, so it's kind of tough.
Okay, go ahead.
Step-by-step process. How does he get a girl on a date? Where should he meet them?
Get a girl on a date? You would go online. You'd have conversation.
I was gonna like, for me, if I had to answer the question, frankly, I'd say dating apps and anywhere else. They exist and people are gonna use them. That's just me personally. So, hey, listen, if you happen to be somewhere and you meet someone that's great, I know it doesn't happen IRL so much. I have met women in real life before and gone on dates, but not as often as like dating apps, to be honest. So, I mean, they're all tools and you all got to use them to what they're good for.
With women everywhere that you went, the various things that we've always done to get women on dates.
Okay, so you go on the dating apps and get women on dates.
No, I didn't say that. What did I say?
Sorry, I just started thinking about what if I like changed my whole dating profile, and then like I added a whole nother paragraph that says we'll consider marriage if you come with the dowry, or something like that. Feel free to give me your dowry offer. We'll consider monogamous marriage. They'd probably be like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? But it would be funny.
You said go online. I assumed you were dating apps and talk to women. And talk to women. Totally.
Real quick, shout out to Don DeMarco. Oh, snap, I caught y'all after all. Hey, man, thanks for coming in here. I do appreciate it. You might enjoy going back later and watching it. But I'm happy to have you now.
Totally
and
fine.
Yes,
and
are you ever going to get a woman? Are you ever going to get a woman on a date, Pearl, if you don't talk to any of them?
Okay, so you talk to women and
are you ever going to get a woman on a date if you don't talk to them?
So I want to keep going through the process.
No.
I want to keep going.
Okay, so meet woman, start talking to them. MS says the various Eastern Orthodox, Oriental Orthodox, and Eastern Catholic churches in the Near East are also not too gynocentric and don't tolerate disrespect from their wives, daughters, unlike in the West. Okay.
Through the process. So you meet them on a dating app, okay? Mm-hmm. Or you meet them
I didn't say meet them on a dating app.
Okay, then can you tell me where?
Yeah, I would. All you have to do to begin the initial process of dating women is use whatever connections, resources you have to start connecting with various women. You can use dating apps, sure. That seems to be one of the most common ways that you do it.
Okay.
But you can also use friends of friends. You can use your family members. You can use all sorts of different ways to connect with women the same way that men and women have been connecting forever.
Sure.
Except now you have also the online component.
Sure, totally fine. So then what's next? Do you take her on a date? Is that
you can't?
That would sound about right. You know, it's usually, like if I'm talking to someone, I'm like, okay, yeah, I think she's cool, whatever. Then I usually move quick enough to ask them on a date, or at least tell them I'm interested in doing that, just so they know. Otherwise, I feel like there's a window of time you got to do that, and if you don't do that fast enough, the conversation will just drop off, and that'll be that. And then there's all this competition anxiety, right? Because it's like you meet someone on a dating app, even not on a dating app, to be honest. Like if you meet them in IRL, like they probably still on dating apps. So it's like there's a certain window of time where like you have someone's interest, and you have to change that over into a date. And if you don't do that, I mean, she's probably gonna go on a date with somebody else. Like it's gonna happen. So yes, ask them out on a date.
You can take her on a date, but usually the second step would be to be in the talking phase. And inside the talking phase, you're
Luke Nielsen says, as Joker says so often, it's not that every woman will, it's that any woman could. I know this isn't his original quote. Yeah, I've seen better bachelors say something like that.
Able to actually.
Then what's next? Do you take her on a date? Is that
you can take her on a date, but usually the second step would be to be in the talking phase. And inside the talking phase, you're able to actually identify many of these risk mitigating factors, which become immediately apparent in 90% of the conversations. They become very apparent, the red flags or the risk mitigation. I wouldn't take a woman on a date. I would be in the talking phase with multiple women for an elongated period of time before I ever took one out on a date.
Okay, fine. So how long should they talk before they get to the date?
Well, it's going to vary from person to person.
Okay, but what would you suggest?
I would suggest that you talk to them until you feel like you've gathered enough information and intel on the mitigation of these red flags, and then I would take them. Sure, you could take them on a date then.
Okay, and what information are you trying to get from them?
That's an interesting line of questioning going on here. Real quick, though, I got to recognize this super chat from the one and only Caesar Quintana. Caesar Quintana says, Russia is ranked top 5 in the world for divorce rates. Comparable abortion rates to U.S. and even lower birth rates. The Orthodox Church is prominent there, and most people claim to be adherents. That's some interesting stats right there. I'm not super educated on the Russian stuff, but top 5 in the world for divorce. I do know that their fertility is low. They've been having an issue with that. That's an interesting point there. I know MS was mentioning some other stuff there. It's interesting, especially with a lot of these places where they seem to try to get rid of religion for a bit, which I guess you can never fully do. But yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I think a lot of this is just kind of outside religion, and it has to do with modernization and a lot of these other factors. I was traveling around, I went to Egypt and I went to Turkey, and I had the dating apps on. So I was swiping through stuff. And just for the hell of it while I was out there, and I wasn't out there so long, but I remember being surprised seeing pretty much like the same, like I was in Cairo, I was in Istanbul, and I saw dating profiles that looked like would be typical profiles I'd see in California. And a lot of them were like that. Like it was weird, even down to like some of the stuff in the descriptions. Like I was like, wow, it's the same mindset, even over here. And I came to the conclusion that anywhere with hot running water, you're probably just going to run into the same set of problems. So yeah, I mean, if you get to go to the grocery store and buy your food and stuff like that, and you're not using a bucket of water and you got to soap yourself, you know what I'm saying? And then you get this bucket and you pour water over yourself while you're squatting to try to shower yourself. If that's not where you're at, then you're going to have to expect the same exact situation with women wherever. So that was kind of interesting to me. And I'd imagine Russia is probably not dissimilar from that, So I think it's just kind of outside of religion at this point. I think religion's good. I think people need that, especially psychologically. I really believe that you do. You need something. But we're dealing with some real X factor type stuff here when it comes to technological advancement. Modernization has really led to these issues, and we have to figure things out, and it may not even be from a religious perspective. Don DeMarco says, in Russia, women divorce you. Oh, in America, same thing. That was a good one. My best Russian friend tries to tell me to get a Russian woman for a wife all the time, but I shut him down by asking him how long before the divorce will happen. He knows. MS says, assertive matchmaking for marriage is better option than a rich man marrying a poorer woman. Yes. The dowry does help in setting up marriage between social equals who share similar values and interests. Yes, the dowry system is a check on hypergamy. You guys may find each other and really like each other, but then when it gets to brass tacks, and if it's just like, hey, you know, I really like you, but okay, you don't have a dowry, there's going to be a lot of community pressure around you to say, this is a bad marriage. Do not take this marriage. This is irrational. Like you are making a horrible mistake. And then so that will probably lead to the end of that connection. And, you know, you won't get married till it makes more sense in that way. So, yeah, I mean, that is very true. Karen says women in developing countries always imitate those from the West. That is why the similarities on dating apps. Yeah, it was like uncanny, though. I just didn't expect it. And I was like, oh, okay. Anyone with access to social media will have the mind viruses infect them over time. Exactly. That's exactly what I noticed. It was crazy, too. Like, everybody's plugged in. I remember walking around Istanbul, and I remember just seeing people on their breaks, and they're sitting there on their phone, and they're listening to TikTok, and they're just scrolling through it. And it was just like, I couldn't even understand the words that were coming out of this Turkish TikTok short, but I knew it was probably the equal level of brain rot as the stuff that we see on TikTok here. I was just like, oh yeah, we're dealing with something that's just, I don't even know how to explain it. It's something that's, it's just a new level of like, I don't know, mind hijacking. I mean, the hive mind, I guess you can say, mind virus, like you use there, is probably a good term. It's a new level of problem, you know? So, yeah. And Sufian says, and women in developing countries are still imitating ladies of the court from 900 plus years ago. Shout out to Chivalry and Peter Wright there.
Well, that's great. Glad that you asked that question.
Okay, here we go. Red flags.
Sure. I'd be looking for things like, were you raised by a single mom? Right? What are your goals? What are the structure in life that you're after? Whether or not it is the case that you have a present father in your life. How many tattoos do you have? That would be another good one. Your promiscuity level. I do a little intel maybe around their Facebook, things like this. See how many male friends they have. There's tons and tons.
Okay.
The same things, you know, that women do.
Yeah, totally fine. So now you get her on the date. Are you trying to sleep with her? Are you waiting till you're suggesting they wait till marriage? Is that what you're?
Well, yeah, only if they want the best outcomes. Yeah, okay. And they don't want to create single moms that they have to take care of their children. Yeah, it seems like a good idea.
If she's not a virgin, are you telling them they should still wait till marriage?
Yeah, I still would. Yeah.
Okay. So
if you're interested in a woman who's not a virgin, right?
Well,
my assumption.
Let me put a poll out here for the folks. Start a poll. If she is not a virgin, should you still wait for marriage? Okay, I'll be a simple yes or no. I got to do more polls. We got the folks in here tonight.
The man's not going to be a virgin
95%, right?
Yeah, and most of the men aren't going to be virgins or taking those women out either.
Okay.
Don DeMarcus says, that's funny. You'd think President Erdogan would shut that down in Turkey. You know, I guess to be fair, like I was only in Istanbul and Cairo, so these are probably very modernized They had a very sophisticated train system in Istanbul, by the way. I was very impressed. I was kind of jealous. I was like, I wish we had a train system like that where I live. I mean, I was able to get to any part of the city very easily, very cheaply, may I add. Now, you know, Turkey's a big place. I don't know what the dating app looked like in Ankara or, you know, some of these other cities. So, you know, I guess you can say maybe it's not the best sample size. And same thing with Egypt. Like, I was only in Cairo, you know. The brainwashing is real. MK Ultra on a different scale. Yeah. There isn't a clear-cut answer. I'd tend to say yes, but that isn't realistic anymore. Tattoos, weird colored hair, and bull rings on women are gross and yucky. I would say having their father in their life is probably a good one. Definitely.
Okay.
That's the case, yes. Factually. Okay, so that is the dating market.
So you want men to pay a higher price for what other men got for free.
Oh, so, okay. Well, let's just
see, like, the only way that works, like, I feel like the only way that works is if she's also bringing something too. It's like, all right, you're not a virgin. Like, listen, I'm a realistic man here. And I myself can't, you know, pretend like I'm some, you know, clean whatever. I don't like in the sense of like, I can't sit here and say I haven't been around the block, but that's one thing. But the difference between, okay, some guy got this and whatever your deal is with her is what she's going to be bringing to that marriage. So it's like, yeah, all right, we're both, you know, 28 to 32 or whatever now. I don't know, you know, maybe the deal you take with marriage for her is different if she has something else to offer beyond that. So, and I also, you know, there is probably this weird like resentment thing. I think if you're a guy that doesn't have much experience, I think getting with someone that has a lot of experience can probably lead to issues, especially if you're a guy that has no experience, you know. Now, this gets into Myron's sleep with 50 women thing. And again, from a ex-child support officer's perspective, every one of those women is a giant landmine that you could potentially activate and create a huge problem in your life that may involve a child support agency near you. So, I mean, ultimately, how you deal with women, it's like you really have to risk mitigate. And any one of those can blow up in your face. That's the honest to God truth. So it's always a huge risk that you're taking playing this game. I guess it's just if you're going to be dealing with women that are already well past beyond this point of having a low partner count or whatever, I would like to think that guys who have more experience in that sense have a better sense of how to deal with them. So that's the tough part there. MS says Istanbul is much more westernized and liberal as compared to other cities and towns in Turkey. It was once upon a time known as Constantinople. Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with you. It definitely is. By the way, you know, I don't want to ruin the spot here and make it, you know, but Istanbul has some beautiful women, like very much so. I'm just putting that out there. Now, you know, passport bros don't all bum rush the place. And I mean, we don't want to see what happened to it, what Colombia happened to Istanbul. I think the Colombians are getting real pissed off at the passport bros nowadays. But yeah, I mean, it might be worth a visit for some of you folks out there.
Let's say they don't, right? You want men to sleep with a woman on the first date?
Can you answer my question? I'll answer yours.
Okay, so the answer's in the answer.
Awesome show today, Shah. Thank you. Yeah, Elena, if you're taking off, thanks for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate you. And the folks from the Resurgence crew.
I'll explain it.
No.
So
do you want men to pay a high? You don't like the answer to the question.
You don't have to sleep with this woman to get to know her if you think.
You know, someone else mentioned at the beginning of this that they should have delineated between short-term and long-term. And I think that's the difference here, because Pearl's talking about guys or women that have slept with guys on a short-term, and then we're trying to think, is it worth taking a long-term deal or not?
Think that she's worth the risk, and you think that she's worth it to, you know, stick around to sleep with later or to, you know, date long term. Sure. The problem that you have here is that we operate. No, my turn. If we operate off of your logic, right? If a woman has ever slept with a man ever, should no man ever wait to sleep with that woman?
I think that's a tough sell.
Shout out to Elena. Thank you. I'm going to listen to that question again because it sounded interesting.
If a woman has ever slept with a man ever, should no man ever wait to sleep with that woman?
I think.
Okay, that's an interesting question. Again, I think it depends on the deal, and I think it depends what you guys got on the line, and probably goes into the conversation. I also think that every interaction you have with the woman is kind of unique. Like, that's whatever is between you two. And whatever it is, her interactions with other people or your interactions with other people are just different. You know what I mean? Like, there is a kind of unique thing between both of you. And whatever the deal is going to be between both of you is going to be what it is. Then you have to ask yourself, is this a deal that's worth taking? Mr. Pitt says, dropped a new song for you in the Discord. I made sure to include a few interesting lyrics. Please remind me to play that before we call stream today. I'll probably go on for another hour. We're at 3 hours, 18 minutes. I'll probably push this to about 4.5 hours. We probably won't get through their entire conversation because, I mean, as much as I talk, you know, I don't know if we could fit it in the standard 5 hours that I usually do. But, you know, I think another hour or so will kind of get us the gist of this. So we can always go back if we have to. But yeah, please let me know. And we'll definitely play that.
Or should it be
that's
immediate?
a tough sell.
What's that?
You can sell that. It's a tough sell.
So then you think that the woman, if you've ever had sex as a woman, you should just give it up?
It devolves from here.
Okay, so you want guys to marry,
answer the question. Answer the question.
I will answer that question.
No, you're not answering the question.
I will answer that question.
If a woman's ever had sex, every man she dates, should she fuck him?
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay.
I don't
so then
think
you're saying that
she
should make him wait.
I think there's certain men you can treat special though, and I think most men want to be treated special and not like other men. So
is every man you've ever gone on a date with, have you slept with him immediately?
Oh my God. Do we have time for the Reddit post? Damn. Yeah, I do want to do the Reddit post. That's a good point. Let's just kind of follow this along for a bit. If I can find like maybe a natural dip in the conversation, then maybe we can run and check out the Reddit post and then come back.
No, how about you? How about you?
No, I don't sleep with any men.
No,
I don't think anybody sleeps with everybody they've dated on the first night. That would be some high risk behavior right there. That's living life in the fast lane, like crazy. I'm not even just talking child support. I mean, there's all kinds of other things that can go wrong in that situation. Kara says, good night, everyone. It's 1:18 a.m. here in New Jersey. Shout out to the folks in New Jersey. Or should I say New Jersey, as Coach likes to say. I'll talk to you guys over Discord. Great streaming tonight, Shah. Heck yeah. Well, thanks for being here, Karen. We appreciate you. And I appreciate all the comments you left in the chat and everything.
What was your dating experience like? Did you wait? I mean, if you want to go person,
Of course. I like to get to know people, things like this, of course. Sure. But the thing is like, that's my point. I don't
want to go personal, but if you're good, you know what I mean?
No, I'm not trying to be.
If we rule out all experienced women at the state, birth rate will go to almost zero. Listen, I think at the end of the day, you got to be realistic. I mean, you can't, that's me personally. Like, I'm not sitting here looking for a virgin or whatever. That's not my concern. You know what I mean? I think we'll kind of find out how we get along in the process of dating. But when it comes to marriage and this discussion of marriage, that's where we need to have a very real discussion about what that looks like and what the expectations are. And what it looks like as far as financing the creation of this household. You know what I mean? Like, we have to sit there and be able to talk about that, which is going to be different from, Now, I will tell you, there are people out there who go out there looking for certain things, and then they get completely lied to. And then later on, somehow they were looking at the iPad and they saw the text messages and they realized that they had this FWB in college or whatever, and that they used to do this or that. And then they're incredibly heartbroken. So there's some real disasters out there, but I mean, if you could be honest about it and then decide, do I want to take this deal? I'm just more realistic and pragmatic. Like I would rather be dating women or talking to women or having them in my life than just saying, well, I don't want to have any women in my life because they don't meet these criteria. I think it would be a lot tougher for me if I was like that, so that's just me personally. Trevor says a larger body count requires a larger dowry to compensate. Well, see, there you go. Now you're thinking outside the box there. Ex OnlyFans model, $1.5 million house with both of your names on it. I might be able to think about that. I'm open to negotiation. I'm open to the negotiation. Luke says, I'd agree, but getting one to admit the true number, that's another problem. Like, how are you really gonna know? You know what I mean? Like the honest to God number. I don't know. Me personally, it's not something I even bother to ask. I don't know. Like, in a lot of times, to be honest, women that I date kind of just end up, I just feel like, they'll just end up telling you things anyways. I don't know. You know what I mean? So ultimately you learn stuff about people and you think, do I want to take this deal or not? Savia says it's a very interesting question. There are women who haven't been with many men but are divorced, so they're not virgins but not promiscuous either. Yeah, I made a video called "Single Moms Come on a Spectrum," and just as a guy who worked for child support, I mean, like, listen. If you don't have any kids yourself, you probably don't want someone with kids. That's understandable. But maybe you do have kids, and it's not a bad idea to marry somebody who might have kids also. Like, this would be a red flag with somebody who has kids. If she has kids and the father isn't in those children's life, or there's no child support, there's no custody order between them, or she's just like, oh, he's just, I don't even want him in my life. That's a huge red flag. Like, that's not good. If there's at least, because what that means is like paternity might be up in the air for these kids, and then you might be assuming paternity for them. Okay, if you want to take that deal, whatever, then that's the deal you want to take. It doesn't mean it's always bad. But then there's people on the other hand who might have a more, at least ordered situation when it comes to their past that you might be able to work with, especially if you have kids of your own or something. I mean, I've seen families come together and at least create some sort of a household for these children to live in. You know what I mean? So I think it just depends on your situation and being honest with yourself. And yeah, I mean, people end up in situations. Yeah, they might have been married to one person and then they got divorced. And that's all who it was. Or they might have had a kid out of wedlock and we don't even know who the dad was because they slept with the person at a Halloween party and that guy was wearing a gorilla mask and we have no idea. So this kid just doesn't have a dad. Like there is a little bit of a difference. So whatever deal you want to take is the one you want to take, you know? MS says, virgin or very low body count women are still all right for marriage. However, if the body count is even moderately high, she would struggle to stay loyal and would compare you to the other ones that she had. I'm sure there's an aspect to that. I mean, you know, again, I think it just depends on what your deal is. Unfortunately, you know, this might be kind of pessimistic, but I seem to have a mindset where it's just like, okay, well, what does it look like if we get divorced? Will I be able to put up with that? You know, so I kind of am looking at it from that, you know, and okay, yeah, it's a high chance it might end. You know, what does the wreckage look like once it all goes down? Klaus says, also, the love of my life was a virgin. No tats or nose ring. I proposed. She still tried to get a better deal. I mean, that's a good point too, right? I mean, yeah, if they are a virgin, it doesn't mean that. Now, you know, apparently it's supposed to be less of a chance. I mean, I think in the Crowder situation, I think his wife, I mean, I think they were each other's first or whatever. I'm not sure. I think I could be wrong about that, but you know, it kind of ended bad. Luke says, happens all the time, brother. That's why the arguments the con men make are so flat. You're making me want to read that Reddit thread.
Personal. I'm trying to demonstrate a point. Of course, you don't sleep with every man immediately. That would be absurd.
Right.
That's not a personal attack.
Right.
It's just an
But women
fact.
do sleep with men faster that they like.
Generally speaking, I think the same thing with men. They generally will try to sleep with women faster if they like them.
How would a guy know the difference between a girl that's using him for resources, or like just trying to use him for the lifelong provisioning, or that actually likes him?
Well, every woman is going to be utilizing men to some degree for resources, and historically always has.
Okay.
The idea, though, that you can't mitigate these risks.
See, what's interesting about that, and I mean, he's speaking the kind of common sense of the culture. But interestingly enough, it's like men have done the same. Men have done the same in seeking women with high dowries in order to marry. And so it's both people were in a way acting on a kind of hypergamous impulse that then cancels each other out to become one of endogamy, so to speak. God, I was hoping to find. So, I mean, both sides are kind of looking at this resource angle, you know? Let's see. How do I freaking rotate this? Here's something right here. And I don't know why it doesn't say men or women, but men's on this side, women's on this side. And it's showing, it says role of the net financial assets of men and women in relation to first marriage. So we're talking about first marriage. You know, we also got second marriage in here. But it's showing how people are pairing up. And these outliers, this is a man with a lot of money who married a woman who had comparatively less. But most of them cluster around here. Most of them are getting married to around the same amount. And it almost even looks like the cluster kind of is thicker on the bottom side, which means women typically brought more assets than the man to the marriage. This is 19th century German. I'm sorry, 750 to 1806. So it's actually kind of late 18th century. So he's saying historically, you know, women have always gotten resources from men. I mean, maybe through the life of the marriage, but at the beginning of the marriage, men were getting resources from women in the form of the dowry, at least, to create a new household. So like this dot right here, this person brought this woman brought considerably more assets than the man here, right? So you can kind of see We're at like 1,100 florins, and this guy came in with, 100 and something florins. But maybe his career, but whatever it was, this person up here, 10,000 florins they came in with, and this guy, his assets at the time were below 5,000. So the resource thing is on both sides of the game here. Let's see. Oh, come on, man. Let me rotate. There we go. No, I don't want to sign up. This is showing different industries for first marriage, right? So, private services industry, it's just kind of showing the same thing. Like there's your split down the middle here, and this is showing more of a pull to the woman bringing more financial assets at the time of the marriage. So it's like, we're lucky to have this data, first of all. But I think people hear something like that and they think, well, the men have always brought the resources kind of point blank. Well, no. The buy-in for the men providing resources throughout the marriage is this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
By taking a look at the entirety of their social media, doing a little social stalking, which is you're just looking around at their connections and things like this in order to see what the general trend is. You can basically determine this fairly quickly. In fact, men have become so savvy to this in the dating market, they're beginning the high rates of rejection now, where they're like, nope. So there's no
women that at all could mitigate any of this. I mean, the biggest hoes that I knew in school had pretty much no digital footprint, no social media, none.
Real quick, let me just end the poll. I forgot about that. We're at 71% no. We'll see when it finally wants to show up. But 71% said no, and this is to if you should wait for marriage if she's not a virgin.
Well, I mean, that's
because it's like a strategy actually, because they want to get they want to get around. And
it's really difficult now. Well, then, even if that was the case,
like a small private,
I would just put that as another red flag. Oh, you have no social media presence? Nah, maybe that's another red flag.
But wouldn't you say that women are developing new strategies every year to get around some of totally. But don't you think that some of the men that you're suggesting this to are going to get got? Just balance of probabilities.
Yeah, but no matter what condition,
some of them are going to get got.
We make in society, some men are going to get got. There's nothing you can do about that ever. Doesn't matter if you had the perfect utopia, some men are going to get got.
Okay, so what percent, going through all these strategies, what percent of men do you think will get got?
I think that you can lower the risk. I think you can lower the risk mitigation down to somewhere around 15 to 20%, which is what we see in these types of elongated Christian marriages.
So you think about 20% of men will get got?
I think that 20% of men have always gotten got, and there ain't a damn thing you can do about it.
But why would a man take that deal?
Because they want to have a family, like they've always wanted to.
Right, but and do you think that if people stay married, that's automatically a successful marriage if they just don't divorce?
No, that wouldn't always meet the criteria for a successful marriage.
So,
right? But hang on, by the same logic, you would have to agree then that not every time women want to get divorced, it's unjustified.
True. I agree.
So if that's the case, then you have an equal wash there. So the idea here is, what do we want for a stabilized society, which makes sense, right? For men to have maximum happiness. It seems to be marriage.
Right, but you're switching it back to what's in it for society, and I keep trying to stick to what's in it for the individual.
Men are society.
Right.
Men run society.
Do you really think that a 20% failure rate, where a woman could potentially really ruin his life for 18 years? I mean, I've talked to a good percentage.
Well, what failure rate's acceptable? 1%?
I think one is too many. When you have a quarter when you have a quarter of men raising kids that aren't theirs,
that's just utopian.
I think one time that happens is too many.
That's utopian. That's literally utopian thinking. So if there's ever a case that a man can get got, then you would just recommend it. It's so silly. That's
I mean, I know a lot of that goes down to the stats. And if a lot of men are getting got, then eventually men are like, well, I don't want to get got either. Klaus says, I've learned women usually have two sorts of accounts. The one for the hookups and the one for getting their long-term simp. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, and I think on the other side of that too, I think you're right, but I also think the guy who ends up kind of on the long-term simp side of this equation doesn't understand how to play the game on the other end of the equation. And if you don't know how to do that, it is tough because you can end up getting got, so to speak, because you can't kind of see this coming down. I also think people who get their heart broken early, like in a low leverage situation, are kind of lucky. Like if you get your heart broken or you get completely like betrayed and, you know, you don't have a house together, you don't have kids together, it just emotionally sucks. I think those guys down the line can spot stuff like a mile away. But if that hasn't happened to you yet, there's a high chance that like, yeah, you can get got, especially if feelings take over. Real quick, I think we should just move over to that Reddit post that Trevor reminded us about. Just for the heck of it, huh? Why not? This is from the Red Pill subreddit from 7 years ago. So this is, man, I'd say like top Red Pill subreddit was, like 2014, 2015. I'd say this is kind of still within some of the good times of the Red Pill subreddit. But we're gonna read this, and then we'll go ahead and go back to the video for a little longer. The Great TradCon and How Not to Get Conned from Whisper. By this time, the only men who don't realize that marriage has mutated into something ugly are the truly stupid or the delusionally hopeful. Since we are not Captain Save-A-Bro either, we're not interested in preaching on street corners, trying to save the idiots from themselves. Now, see, this is what the Red Pill used to be. And then Red Pill YouTube took over, and it was all about doing this. But there is a segment of the more clueful who are still making a serious mistake. They agree that marriage 2.0 is a trap, but they want marriage 1.0 back. I don't know if it's too many Jordan Peterson videos or just a yearning for unicorns that they know they won't find, but still believe once existed, but these guys want the 1950s back, despite having not been alive then and only having ever read about that era through its own propaganda or that of its fat, purple-haired detractors. You know, that's another thing, too. And, I mean, I think Daily Wire guys are pretty guilty of... I mean, honestly, a lot of people are guilty of this. Like, people, they talk about traditional marriage, and it's always the 1950s trope, but nobody wants to go further back than that, which is like, why not go further back? Because that's what was happening for a lot longer of time while civilization was being built. You know, so that's interesting. So that's a good point that that's in there. Gosh, you know, I'll go back and look at the chats. Let me just go and get through this. There's a temptation to think that if only we could defeat the evil feminism that ruined everything, we could roll the clock back to an era where everything was easy. You could pluck a unicorn off the unicorn tree and find happiness, at least sexual happiness, without having to think, struggle, build value, or reinvent yourself. Well, no. Oh, here Whisper goes again, having a go at the TradCons yet again. What did they ever do to him? What the hell is his problem with the whole business anyway? It's time we answered that question once and for all. There's two simple reasons. Number one, you can't bring marriage 1.0 back. Neither you nor the secular TradCons nor the Jesus freaks nor all of you together can resurrect this dead institution. Oh, you could defeat feminism. Feminism isn't scary. Hell, all you have to do for that is wait and watch feminism defeat itself. But feminism didn't kill marriage 1.0 in the first place. The information economy did. Okay, that's interesting. Marriage 1.0 sucked for men anyway. That's number two. Now we can talk about how and why it sucked, and we will in a minute, but we don't need to know how it sucked to know that it sucked. All we need to know is that men agreed to destroy it for the mostly false promise of a little hairy free love snatch. Men saw it. It was available to them. They were intimately aware of what it offered. They watched their parents do it, and they chose column B. They didn't want it. Now, by the way, I'm guessing the person who wrote this is ignorant of how marriage was done in a dowry system. But that's okay. He's talking he's talking romantic love match marriage, you know, which romantic chivalry gave us. That's fine. That's fine. But just to point that out. End of debate. But we can talk about why they made this choice and why, for the same reasons, what modern TradCons are offering you is a shit sandwich on really good bread. TradCon women are not submissive to you. They are submissive to the rule. So that's number one. Now, during the era of marriage 0.1, this wasn't really a significant difference because the rule was do what your husband tells you. And if one of your wives was disobedient, you just went and cut yourself a willow switch and fixed the problem. And there was much rejoicing. But marriage 1.0 wasn't like that. The rules didn't say obey your husband anymore. They said husband must do A, B, and C. Wife must do X, Y, and Z, and must obey husband unless he neglects her or his order isn't godly and righteous. And who exactly decides if he has been neglectful or his instructions are bad? Why, she does, of course. That's the gynocentrism. See, so marriage 1.0 for him is already gynocentric. And then before that, he's going to like a lot, but whatever. Okay. The trad like barbaric times, but whatever. I don't even know if that's true though, but I get what he's saying. Okay, fine. And who exactly decides if he has been neglectful or his instructions are bad? Why, she does, of course. The tradcon girl ain't going to obey you. Mr. Alpha male badass person, even if you do put a ring on it, she's going to obey some guy in a big I talk to Jesus hat who doesn't really care what your priorities are because his idea of a relationship is 5 minutes alone with that hot altar boy. She's only going to obey you if and when she feels like it. And obedience when you feel like it isn't obedience at all. It's BDSM flavor doing whatever the F you want. And what consequences can you impose if she does crap you don't like? Funny, you should ask. I'll get to the chats in a bit. Jason, I see your comment there. I don't want to forget about it. Number 2, a captain who cannot fire a bad first mate without losing his crew and half his ship is no captain at all. Now, no-fault divorce didn't exist yet in Marriage 1.0, so she can actually be punished for breaking Hat Guy's rules. She cheated on you, she got nothing, because Hat Guy told her not to cheat. But what about stuff you want? Well, that's marriage. Well, that marriage 0.1 Willow switches right out because Hat Guy told you not to. So's Dread Game, because that's infidelity, which Hat Guy doesn't like. And if you decide you need to fire your first mate because she won't obey the captain, then she gets all the crew and at least half the ship. Get the picture? You ain't the captain, bro. The Hat Guy's the captain. The first mate is you. Number 3, you are expected to surrender a large part of your sexual imperative for what exactly? Well, I mean, it used to be this.
No dowry. It's my right.
You're genetically programmed to seek out variety. Can't do that anymore because it's against Hat Guy's rules. Supposedly, what you get in exchange is love, support, reliable sex, etc. So yeah, the writer here definitely isn't aware of the dowry, but that's fine. Except Hat Guy doesn't mandate those. Perhaps there's some lip service to a wife's duties, but how are they enforced? What if she'll only have sex with you once every 2 weeks, every month? No, you haven't escaped the necessity for running game. You're still in the sexual marketplace, except now she has a monopoly. And that's after marriage. Before it, well, don't you dare expect to test drive a car before you buy it. Hat Guy doesn't like that, and he's the captain. 4, gotta pay to play and pay and pay and pay. Do you really need this explained? Picture the first girl you had sex with. Remember what she was like? Remember what the sex was like? Want to bankroll her for life so you can have that when she feels like it? Now you get the picture. Marriage 1.0 is better than marriage 2.0 in the same way that a kick in the crotch is better than being stabbed. Marriage, anything O is for losers who can't get laid without it, and men so enslaved by their own oxytocin and protective instincts that they would take huge risks with no reward other than seeing her smile. This is interesting too here because, you know, they're talking about getting laid, but they're also not talking about this kind of long-term problem of family creation. But okay, that's interesting. Don't do it. Learn game. And if you want to let her have an LTR, make her earn it and make sure you kick her to the curb with zero cost the moment she stops making it worth your while. Because you're not allowed to give your wife a thrashing anymore. The only power is to power walk away. Excuse me. Your only power is the power to walk away. Never surrender it to anyone. Okay, fine. So, I mean, listen, that was old TRP right here. You know, he's definitely missing some things. I think it's interesting. I mean, you know, he's saying it's a crap deal. I think me reading this years ago, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Me reading this from a dowry perspective is different now because I do look at marriage from a long time ago with more respect than what he was saying was still a kick in the crotch for monogamy. But he's talking about a love match marriage at that point. So that's an interesting, fun thread. Real quick, Jason, let me see what you got to say. What's up, Shah? Fellow brown dude here. I thought hijabi girls were modest. She slept with me one night, then went back on the app in a hijab saying Mecca changed her. Now I don't know what to believe. Listen, man, I mean, you're not the only guy with that who's run into that. I know exactly what you mean. And that's all part and parcel of living here. And then when it comes time to find that guy to pay for everything, Muslim women can be just as, just kind of like any other woman here, to be honest. It's kind of the same thing, kind of matches with hitting the wall there. And that is kind of a very red pilling moment for Muslim guys. I mean, they see that. I've seen that happen. I've got buddies who've gone on Muslim dating apps and done the same thing that you just described. And yeah, I mean, that's part of the game. At the end of the day, and then what's going to happen is later on, what they will say is, okay, well, I want my dower, I want the meher, basically, and it's your job to provide, and I can work if I want to, and that's my money. Which is kind of like, okay, well, you know what I mean? You deal with a lot of feminist Muslim women, you can basically say, in the same way. They're out there, and there's more than you'd expect that there are. That's true, man. The argument is made in every single church still to this day. He isn't leading in Christ. MS says during the Industrial Revolution in the early 1800s, men began their leave home to go to work in mills and factories. That was the start of men working away from home in the early 1800s. That's a good point, too. That's a really good point. MS says MGTOW is safe. It's not ideal, but safe, because dowries were made illegal across all Western nations. Britain, it was outlawed in 1888, I believe. They had like some Marriage Property Act. I can't remember the name of it, but it pretty much undid coverture for them. And coverture with the dowry system worked because the dowry is the woman's endowment, but the guy did have management over the dowry. So that worked and incentivized them to look for women with bigger dowries and to kind of trade off different, aspects there. But once they did that, yeah, it pretty much got rid of it in England around that time. They were already culturally moving away a lot. And then, feminism hit them pretty hard. Anonymous says dowry doesn't solve dead bedroom. I mean, that's an interesting question too. I do wonder, I guess we don't know, you're probably right. At the end of the day, I mean, if the divorce happens, then maybe it'll be more equitable. That article we read from that Chinese guy who was talking about marriage in China versus England, and he's talking about how in arranged marriages, respect and love develops after, instead of you guys being in love first and then getting married and then the love dissipating. So, I'm not sure what the sex life looks like, to be honest, but if there's a mutual respect, it's probably better than if one person is pedestalized and one person doesn't respect the other person, and then they fall out of love with each other. But that's an interesting, perspective and question for that, That's actually true for many religious women. Yeah, that is the absolute truth. It is. It really is. Feminism has convinced women to hate their fathers. Unfortunately, it's criminal. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely true. And, custody court and stuff doesn't help with that, especially if fathers aren't getting the chance to have relationships with their kids, but there's definitely the gaslighting on that side. Jason says, definitely mind effed and red pilled me hard, dude. Yeah, man, I hear you, man. I get it, bro. Shout out to you, man, honestly. That is a lot of guys. That's a lot of guys. Dowry doesn't solve a dead bedroom, but it does protect your assets and save you from living on the streets. Yeah, especially if it gets bad. So we'll move away from that. We're at 3 hours, 47 minutes. I say we watch this just for a little bit more, and then, we'll call it after that. The traditional West was prior to the 1800s, before the Industrial Revolution. That was a large factor. I think folks who kind of look at the rise of romantic chivalry will also say, romantic chivalry does go back a longer way and did play a role in kind of moving us towards these things, but Industrial Revolution and stuff, I think, really put things into overdrive. So traditional West was not in the 1950s. Yeah, I mean, and they used to call it the new modern American family. It was something that was new back then.
Utopianism. That's impossible. It's like saying no man should ever drive cars because they might get in a wreck. It's like, it's going to happen.
I wouldn't say that's the same, because I would say a car wreck, it is not likely that you're going to be enslaved to that car for 18 years. And I think maybe I just have a different point of view, because I've seen men on the brink of suicide, Andrew, and I've seen men I've told you this story before. One of the worst divorce stories I ever saw was a guy that took pretty much your advice. Okay.
Which was what? What's my advice?
what you say, he waited till marriage. He met a girl in a Latin Catholic mass church.
Yep.
He had the temperament. He thought she was the right person. And it was actually really difficult. She took his kid. She was actually Eastern European. So she was Eastern Europe. So she was actually raised to be a wife, and she came to the US. He met her in California. Yeah. And she stole the kid and took him back. She won custody. She took him back. And he spent $300.
And who Pearl is referring to is one of our very own in the chat. Shout out to him.
$100,000 trying to get her back. He went into a war zone trying to get his kid.
Yeah.
Now the kid is like 6. He hasn't seen him in years. The kid doesn't recognize him, and he speaks Russian. How is he happy?
But I know, and
it's easy. I think it's easy maybe for you to like wave it away and just say, "Well,
I'm not waving it away. That's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Men, it doesn't matter. Like, don't even think about that risk." But what I've seen,
think about that risk.
Right, but you're saying, but do it anyway, and I'm saying I can't tell you what to do because that is an astronomical risk that I understand if you as a man don't want to take that. I completely understand.
Yeah.
Another issue.
So here's the alternative.
Can you let me finish? So another issue too is like the waiting till marriage. I mean, you go on monologues too a lot too.
Not long because you cut in every 5 seconds.
The other thing is 1 out of 3 women have STDs.
Damn, is that true? 1 out of 3 women? I actually didn't know that. That's crazy. I'll have to look at that. Cesar Quintana. Thank you again, sir, for the generous donation. This guy sounds like a cool dude. I think he is a cool dude. A very cool dude. Probably even one of the coolest dudes out there. Thank you again, sir. I appreciate that. I'll probably I'll probably just run it to 4 hours here, another 10 minutes of this, and then we'll just have a discussion and listen to that new AI song that Mr. Pitt made for us. That's pretty true, but you have to take into account the romance and chivalry. Oh, he got it while I was writing it. Good job, Shah. Shout out to you, man. Thank you. I've been there. On the edge is a dangerous place. Only thing that brought me back from the edge was my kids. Shout out to you, man. And thank God, you had the inspiration in those children. I think that's probably what keeps a lot of guys going, because you obviously, it's like, what are they going to do? You have to be here for them. Klaus says, I can get insurance for the car wreck. Can't do that for divorce. No, you cannot. If you listen to Andrew's advice, there's a very good chance you would get wrecked. That's my problem with this take. I respect him greatly, though. We had the super chat from Cesar Quintana. The coolest, absolutely. Trevor says, Ped Chen, not sure who that is. Love burns bright and breaks quickly. Rationality binds across generations. You Westerners chose beauty over structure. Passion over planning. Now live with it. Yeah, that was kind of from the article that we read a couple weeks ago. The Chinese guy, and I mean, I think he makes a very good point.
Oh. I'll
be honest, like when it comes to this conversation, like even before a lot of this stuff, like manosphere stuff, even when I was working at child support, like I would see so many divorce orders and I'd see so many people's situation. I kind of told myself, I'm like, God, I called it walking through the fire. It's like at a certain point, if you want to do this, if you want to do family, you have to walk through the fire on this, and it's like, you might make it out of the other side. I would at least hope that men, at least nowadays, wouldn't like shame themselves or feel like, oh, I'm not a man because I ended up divorced, especially with all these problems, especially if you weren't the one who pulled the trigger on the divorce. But if it's like, all right, I'm walking through the file, that you're walking through the fire, it's kind of a dangerous game. I don't know. I think at a certain point, especially with young guys that don't have a family, it's like, damn it. Okay, am I going to do this? Like, I think about my buddy I told you about that told me about that job that I got the interview for. And it's like, he has the perfect plan. You know what I'm saying? But it's like the walking through the fire for that guy is if he gets married. Now, if he doesn't get married, he's got a beautiful state pension waiting for him. He's got some other retirement investments. He's going to be chilling in Southeast Asia, from age 52 for the rest of his life, which is still a considerable amount of time. If this guy gets married and it goes bad, it could be, you know, he doesn't retire and he has to just keep working and whatever his kid situation looks like. You know what I mean? So the question is what deal do you take to make walking through that fire maybe the least risky possible? But I do think a lot of guys will probably still choose to do it if they see an opportunity that makes a little bit of sense. Like, okay, I mean, this person's here. They have something going for them. They're not in drowning school debt or something. They don't have a bunch of tattoos and do drugs or something. I mean, I might be able to make this work. That might end in 10 years, you know? Okay, what's that going to look like if it ends? I mean, that's walking through the fire. You know what I mean? Let me just read a couple more chats. We'll get back to that. Sorry, my vision's kind of going a little bit here. I think I'm hitting fatigue. Shah, this is about my Bengali best friend. He's got a kid with his wife and thought being from the same culture would protect him, but it didn't. Nah. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, I'm not surprised. You actually remind me about a guy I know that married a woman of the same flavor there. Dude, I saw this guy's whole marriage happen. I was there. I was there when he first met her, and they got married quick. And I was like, dude, you might want to think about this. You know what I'm saying? But I support you, though. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm your friend. And if you want to get married, I support you. I'm with that. But I watched them have the kid. I watched them get divorced. They live on opposite sides of the country now. And yeah, they were from the same culture, and it didn't work out. But, you know, they had, I think, other factors too probably going on. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Listen, I think if you move to the US, like part of moving to the US from a specific culture is just understanding that you need to kind of lay that culture to rest, whether you like it or not. Like, I mean, there's still things you can do on a superficial level to say, yes, this is my culture. But ultimately, you live here in this society, and there's certain laws that govern the society that you have to live by. And things that are your culture kind of just take a back seat. And ultimately, you're going to have to mourn the death of the culture you came from in order to properly function here and to make sense here. And, you know, he probably thought, okay, I'll marry this woman and whatever, but it's just a different game out here. And that's it. You know what I mean? It just ended for them. And that was that. And now he's dealing with it, you know, unfortunately. Now he's going through a divorce and she's trying to come after his pension. Yep, there it is. The pension. You know, it's always that. That's the thing that hurts guys a lot. Can she really do that even though he's still working? Well, yeah. I mean, if they were married and, you know, it's essentially his retirement. Like, you have a retirement account with money in it. And if she was the stay-at-home mom and he was the only one working, that's retirement for both of you. It's not just your retirement, you know, especially once you're married. So she will be able to go after that and get half of what's in there at least. And then you'd have to kind of start rebuilding from there. So yeah, that's a thing, man. That's a thing. Sounds like they just started with their separation here. So they're still, if I have it right, it feels like that they haven't actually got their dissolution judgment. So they're still in the fighting each other phase here in court. Sounds like alimony's probably coming in from, I don't know if they got kids. He's got a kid with his wife. Okay, yeah, they do. Okay, yeah, well. He's going to get sent down the line, frankly. Sounds like he took the sort of TradCon deal with her. And, you know, that's kind of what's going to happen. And hopefully he bounced back, man. Just be there for the guy, you know. It's going to suck. He may not want to talk to anybody, but, you know, I think all you could kind of do is be there for the guy, man. Shout out to you. iTrevor says, yep, it was from that article. Nice catch. Your fairy tale marriages, 1932, if anyone is interested. Yeah, it's from the stream 2 weeks ago. That was a good one. Andrew stepped into a mess. He gets loyalty for that, but is there a second comment? Luke Nielsen says, if he's in the U.S., yes. Yeah, I think he's in the U.S. is my guess. MS says, communist theory as developed by Karl Marx wanted people to have promiscuous sex and have the kids born from all the promiscuity to be raised by the government. Well, I mean, listen, if nobody has private property, then at that point it's like, what does paternity even matter? And I mean, that's kind of why they did no fault divorce over there, is my guess, because it's like, what alimony? Like, the government's going to just give you your stipend or whatever the heck it is. Like, what house? Like, what house to fight over? Property and the way they view property is so radically different that it's just everything's kind of held in kind, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, paternity kind of just becomes less important because people are starting to, there's probably less income stratification. Now, I mean, in Soviet Union, it didn't exactly work like that. They still had their nomenclatura and people with connections and influence, and there was a buttload of corruption going on. So on paper, you might look closer to somebody else income status-wise, but in the background, you know, they might got a bunch of stuff in their backyard that they're holding on to sell on the black market or something like that. Could that be the end goal for the elites for the West? Well, listen, I mean, so long as we got a robust welfare state, then, you know, the state's going to kind of be there in your life. I want you to imagine you're married and you're sitting on your living room couch, okay? And you got your family. The way it works over here is it's not just you and your family. There's also government big brother, this big guy with a bunch of muscle. He looks like a club bouncer. He's actually sitting there on the other couch in your living room, and he's always there. It's not just you and your wife and kids, unfortunately. It's also Big Brother. He's hanging out with you, and he's got power. Savia says, I'm jumping off. I enjoyed the live stream a ton. Thanks for all that you're doing. Awesome. Well, you're probably gone now, but I appreciate the message, and take it easy. We'll probably call the stream soon here in about 10, 20 minutes. Or for other countries in the world to destroy marriage and other family institutions. I think destroying family institutions provides a big short-term benefit monetarily to a very small group of people. You know, it increases probably consumerism. It just does something that gives people a short-term benefit for now, and probably nobody really cares about the long-term damages, unfortunately. Sufian says, good advice, leave culture behind. However, Muslim parents don't get off their children's back. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even see them that different from like a typical Asian parent of wanting their kids to get married and stuff like that. At the end of the day, I think if you got parents like that, it's best to have a conversation about like, hey, I'm willing to take the deal, but I want you to ask them about the dowry since we're going to be doing things traditional here. And if your parents don't got an answer for that, then they need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they're going to do. You know what I mean? So while they're having conversations with other families about stuff, just tell them, be sure to ask about that. You know, like, what is their amazing daughter coming with? Jason says, it's frustrating to see how much time and money gets wasted on legal battles when that energy could be better spent securing a stable future for your kid. It's ironic how fights over I think it kind of ends there. But yeah, we mentioned that earlier in the stream. I used to see that. I mean, the nest egg that you have that's meant for your kids that would otherwise become their marriage portion when they get married gets juiced by the family court. And then you're just at the whims of it. And even if it doesn't, it's like all the money that you have to spend. Like, let's say the parents divorce and don't really even get married again, or they get married and divorced again. But the fact is like mom needs her own place, dad needs her own place. You're paying double the rent or mortgage, double all the bills. It's all that money could be saved for the kid's college or the daughter's dowry. Shout out.
Your dowry. It's my right.
But that's not happening. But, you know, the winners here are, you know, the state gets 2 light bills paid or whatever, you know, 2 gas bills paid, 2 internet bills paid for your local internet service provider. I mean, the housing market looks better, I guess, maybe. There's more people consuming there. So it feeds into a kind of consumerist thing. That's at least how I see it anyways. Shah, I'm up here in Canada, dude. Oh, okay. Shout out to the Canadians. I got a lot of Canadian buddies that I play video games with. I want to go up to Canada one day. I have a dream of going up to Canada and hanging out with my buddy, Nasuji. Shout out to him. And the other guys. I've been playing video games with them for years, and one day I'm going to fly out there and we're going to play video games in person and probably eat pizza. The culture of being brown doesn't protect against anything up here. Well, it's the same in the U.S. I mean, that doesn't matter. Broken family. I mean, at best, what culture is going to get you? Some interesting food and maybe some interesting dress on a special occasion. And yeah, you know, you might have some music to go along with that. But it's culture over here is very superficial. I mean, like, listen, forget about a foreign culture. Like, take trad wife culture, right? Like, culture becomes just this thing that you wear, like a Louis Vuitton satchel, or if it's a woman, a Louis Vuitton purse. It just becomes a kind of ornament. It's like an ornamental thing. It's why every time you see a trad wife video, they're making dessert. It's like they're cosplaying the thing. You know, it's like, oh, here's some cinnamon rolls that I made. You know, it's just like a look. It's just a dress. And the substance behind it, you know, like the dowry system, it's not even there. It's just like a small callback to a very bygone age or era. And it's just a kind of dressing up. Like it just may as well be cosplay. I mean, I really do always see it like that. Luke Nielsen says broken families empower government. That's why governments love it. Yeah, it gives the state more of an ability to get all up in your life. Sufian says, I told my dad about dowries. He laughed and said, "Meher, not dowries." Yeah, they don't understand that. Well, and a lot of Muslim people don't understand that either, because they're looking just at that part. But in a lot of countries, even Islamic countries, they are practicing dowry. So, but what they'll say is, oh, you know, just live a simple life. Don't worry about that. Why are you looking at it like that? Because they want to see you get married quick, which is, you know, kind of the way I get it. He doesn't understand my new world view. Maybe if you talk to your dad, just talk to him about like Jahez. Ask him if he knows what that is. It is a thing in the Muslim world. So, you know, he probably will know. He'd be like, well, why are you bringing that up? You know, I see you met my dysfunctional family, Jason. Anonymous says, to clarify, Andrew married a single mom, then had a child with disabilities, all God's plan. Well, you know, I don't know, man. You know, whatever the deal was what the deal was. Cesar Quintana says, you coined cosplay TradCon. I wonder if I really did. We have been talking about it for a while. You know what I mean? We have been saying cosplay over here for a long time. So I will say that. That would be crazy if we actually did coin it. I will tell you, I didn't hear it anywhere else when I thought of the word cosplay. It finally just hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm just like, this isn't real. You know, like whatever I'm watching here is not real. This is a lie. You know, they're lying to me right now. I say we kind of call it here. I mean, we can always do a part 2 on this. I probably won't. So much happens in a week till the next stream. And then, you know, all of a sudden it's just like another story. 4 hours and 6 minutes. I do want to play the song that I was going to call Mr. Pitt Mr. Pill for a second. My bad. You can see I'm fatigued. All right, here we go. Dowry Revival. All right, let's see what we got going on here. We can enjoy this music. Let's get down to brass tacks real quick. It's the sound effect.
I'm all ears, stacking up fortunes for a couple more years. Which one of these pods has the richest father? Time to make moves, don't bother with the fodder. Bring it back in style like a royal parade.
This is good.
The game and we're getting it paid. Tradition's the mission, I'm setting it straight. Gold coins in the chest, let's negotiate. What's the dowry situation? Let's make a deal. Bond so strong, it's a family seal. This ain't no love song, it's a transaction. All about the numbers, a solid attraction. Let's get down to brass tacks.
I'm loving this right now. This is good.
The mix got expensive taste.
This is damn good. MS, you taking off, bro? It was good seeing you, brother. We'll see you next time, man. This is good. Mr. Pitt, shout out to you.
The game and we're getting it paid. Diamonds and gold, yeah, we talking estates. Legacy bound, it's a high stakes date. What's the dowry situation?
I can't scroll through the lyrics because it wants me to sign up. This is damn good. We might even play this at the intro. I really like the jazz one, but this one is, man, AI is crazy. AI is crazy. So strong, it's a family seal. I like that. we're talking estates, man. That's big baller right there.
Future's looking bright like the gleam in my eye.
AI is getting out of control. This is crazy. I'm gonna have this song stuck in my head. It's that good. Klaus says this is really good to Mr. Pitt. Yep, absolutely. This is going up in the classics right here, Mr. Pitt. This is legendary. This is hot fire. The beat goes hard too. I like the style of music that you chose here. I don't even know what it's called, but I like it.
Let's get down to brass tacks real quick. Old school vibes with a brand new kick. What's the Dory situation? I'm all ears. Stacking up fortunes for a couple more years.
Man, you know, I love that, like, old school vibes. I don't know why. Like, sometimes I can feel like the fire within me. I can feel like the spirit of men back then that really looked at the dowry and understood what it meant. And I feel honored to be able to represent them in 2025. Like, that great spirit, I feel like, is just the force of a real dragon out here. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, old school vibes, you know, brought back in. I like that last lyric right there. I'm gonna play it again.
Let's get down to brass tacks real quick. Old school vibes with a brand new kick. What's the Dory situation? I'm all ears. Stacking up fortunes for a couple more years.
The historical part about this is the best part, you know. Let me tell you how I felt when I first started reading about this stuff and found it. Hold on one second. I'm gonna tell you right now, this is how I felt, and I think about this. Right here. Let me play it for y'all. Work faster. Right here. This is from that 2002 Count of Monte Cristo, and when he finally finds the treasure of Spada. Like, this was me. I swear to God, bro. I was underwater trying to excavate what the heck was going on. I really, like, this scene is a good metaphor. These are all dowry chests right here, by the way. Oh, beautiful. That's exactly how I felt. I was like, when it first hit me, I swear it was like that. I saw it all. I couldn't believe it. Like, it was like, I found it. I didn't even know, like, exactly, but it hit me like that, man. It really did. Real quick, let me just read this chat. Jason says, Shah, the brown girl I'm seeing is nice, has a bit of a past, and is from my culture. I said I'd only marry with the prenup. She countered with the postnup. Red flag. If she's going to sign a postnup, why doesn't she sign a prenup? That is kind of a red flag. Do a prenup. How about this? Do a prenup and a postnup. And then everybody's happy. And a postnup is just going to be a reiteration of the prenup. Man, I haven't used that view in a while. Yeah, that's interesting. That is very, very interesting. Wants to do a postnup, but not a prenup. I don't trust that at all. That's a bit suspicious. If they're willing to do a postnup, do a prenup also. That's weird. Murder of Crows. We've been waiting for you, man. Late to the party. Shout out to Shah and y'all. We'll watch VOD. I think you'll appreciate this one. We had a good time in here. We had a lot of folks in here bless us with their presence, which I appreciate. More folks than usual. Shout out to everybody who's in here who's not usually in here. I hope you're enjoying the show. I do gotta, I'll call it soon, and I gotta go check my messages. I'll reach back out to Rachel Wilson and have the discussion with her about this dowry stuff. I mean, listen, I'm out here just trying to give this away for free. I really mean that. Like, I'm trying to just tell people about this, and the more folks I can share it with, I'm interested to see how folks process it and what they think about it, So, like, if anything, at least we can put this on the table. That's all I want, like, that would just be cool to see that. Trevor says, you still thinking about doing the Wednesday streams? I am, man. I am. I mean, the last couple weeks were pretty intense for me. Now that's all excuse making, but it is true. I mean, you know, I was in Los Angeles, then I was in Las Vegas, then I was in San Francisco, then I had that job interview on Wednesday, and that same evening I did a recording with Paul. Then the next day I did the recording with Post Millman. So it's just like, you know, but I do want to do a Wednesday stream. I am kind of torn between doing a Wednesday gaming stream, but the hard part about doing a gaming stream is I always feel like I should be doing something else, even though I do like games. Don't get me wrong. But if I do the Wednesday streams, like, you know, the Saturday is like the main fixture here, but the Wednesday, I do want to pull off a Wednesday stream that is the same stuff that we talk about now on this channel. You know what I mean? Trevor says copyright can be damned. AI is coming after the music labels. Yes, they are. Song is fire. It really is fire. That was a fire song. Klaus says, any chance to get this in the Discord? Yeah, I mean, if Mr. Pitt, if only Mr. Pitt can download it and then put the file in the Discord. So I can't do that, but, you know, no pressure, Mr. Pitt. But yeah, I mean, you'd all, listen, Mr. Pitt, if you put that in the Discord, we're all going to be blasting it from our stereos in our cars while we're driving down the highway. Like, I will come to a red light with that song blasting. You know what I mean? And I will be a happy man for it. This song is definitely alternative rock. Okay, that's what it's called, alternative rock. AI threatens many, many creative professions, let alone doctors, lawyers, coders. Joker did a video on AI today. I'll have to go and watch that. It's freaking insane how good AI is getting and everything. Mr. Pitt says, I'm glad you liked it. I dropped the MP3 file in the Discord for you to download and keep. Awesome, man. There it is, downloading it right now. That's going straight to my big, giant dowry folder that I also have, where my other music clippings are. Let me see. Notes. And the dowry music is here. We'll go ahead and put that in there. Man, dude, my top 3 favorite songs that you guys have made is the jazz song, and then the country song goes hard. Let's just be honest. I love the country song. And then this one. This one is so good. It's right up there with the other two. There's no disputing it. That one is dang good. Murder of Crow says, Shah, are those amped speakers Callies? Your sound is great. Mic and all, by the way. Amped speakers. Are you talking about my headphones? Or I do have monitor speakers. I got UBL monitor speakers, which are off right now because we're doing the stream. And then these are Audio-Technica headphones. And this is a SM7B microphone. But I do appreciate that, man. I take audio very seriously. Trevor says, IRL footage of Shah taking the gold pill. That's exactly what that Count of Monte Cristo clip is. That is me finding it. Yeah, you could say taking it. You Are Here, W song. We'll play 2 more songs before this. We're gonna play the country song, and then we're gonna play Mr. Pitt's song one more time, and then that'll be that. Jason says, Shah, the brown girl I'm seeing is nice. Oh, that's the same question. Okay, you just put it in there again. Go watch the new Mission Impossible in IMAX. Amazing, I'm sure it is. Murder of Crow says, Jason, make sure you get some post-nut clarity too. Instead of a post-nut, it may help making the proper decision. Man. Is she going to be stay at home? Like, does she work? Like, is she coming with money? Like, what's her deal? Mr. Pitt says, thanks for the compliments, gentlemen. Cesar Quintana says, let me get down here, put that on the big screen. Oh, okay, are you going to be in Pearl's divorce documentary? That I don't know. I mean, I know she's interviewed me. I mean, for all I know, she can put a clip of that in there, but, you know, only if she wants. No pressure on her for that. So that'd be kind of cool to get a little spot in there. Oh, look, the 1975 version of Count of Monte Cristo is for free on YouTube right now. I'm going to add that to my list. I will watch any Count of Monte Cristo. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. All right, my bad. Just adding that to my list. I will watch any rendition of Count of Monte Cristo. I mean, it's a great story. Luke Nielsen says, I'm anxiously awaiting that documentary. Should be good. Yeah. I mean, I saw the trailer. Actually, the trailer for her documentary was on this very video, I think. I think it actually was. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Here, look, we'll watch it, guys.
This clip going viral online of a dozen women being asked the following question: do we need men? Most answered very quickly, no. Because men are useless. I mean,
this headline from The Hill, it caught my eye. Most young men are single. Most young women are not.
Young men have fallen faster than any demographic in America over the last
That's that Scott Galloway guy.
years.
It's a different world now. Like, we don't need men the way that they used to.
Nobody needs men!
Now, what you need is a dowry.
Future is female.
Men and women are drifting further apart.
Hey, I'm getting a warning saying there might be some buffering issues with the stream. Hopefully you guys can see me.
Society is crumbling because of it.
A fascinating debate has broken out about the value of marriage.
You've kind of got the TradCon versus Red Pill thing.
This men's rights crowd that sometimes just goes too far the other way.
You need to stop acting like grown boys and infants and actually...
Real quick, we got a super chat in here. I'm gonna look at this. Okay, Diamond Encrusted Abdullah says, Baal is your creator. He is the god of Judaism and Islam. He is Zeus. His demon Gabriel killed Jesus and guided Muhammad. He is an extraterrestrial. Shout out to you for the extraterrestrial and out-of-the-box thinking there. Hey, man, whatever helps you sleep at night, bro. God help everybody. All right, back to this.
Become men.
Marriage is
Also, thanks for the $5. I'll try to spend that in a productive way.
a bond, and it's a...
Acting like
Yo,
grown
this
boys
lady is cosplaying out here.
and infants and actually become men.
Marriage is a bond, and it's
Man, this is the cosplay of cosplays.
a sacred bond.
It's a machine designed to extract resources from you.
Now, many of the red-pilled have taken the position that it's bad for men to get married.
Oh, there's Pearl.
Hannah Pearl Davis, or just Pearly Things.
One of the most controversial faces in all of the internet.
She goes on to say that marriage is a terrible deal for men.
Because if me and you were in a business contract, you would never sign a contract where I am paid to leave.
Gee, what could go wrong there?
Oh, shout out to Paul Elam. Yeah, he's got to make the documentary.
74% or something of divorces are initiated by women. Men have everything to lose, primarily their own children.
Men get killed by the courts and by divorce laws.
I had no idea that courts of family law were courts of equity, not courts of law.
Because in family court, you don't need evidence to accuse someone of abuse. You need no evidence. When you guys say get married young, a lot of these men don't know what they're
I remember us reacting to this one. It feels like just yesterday.
signing up for, and you're not going to be there when their entire life falls apart. I interview them on the other side.
Luke says, every time I see Knowles talking about marriage, I want to vomit. He's a cosplay man. Man, I was like, in that same interview with Pearl, he had said that like Catholics can't get prenups or something, or like it violates the sacrament. I can't remember what he said, but it was like, that just kind of sounded a bit crazy to me, to be honest.
I didn't meet my son until he was 15 months old.
How much did you spend trying to...
Oh man, shout out to this legend right here. Shout out to the legend, Mr. Quintana.
Get him back.
On legal fees alone was about $200,000.
Before you know it,
Oh God, man, that part's just crazy. And he's not the only person I've heard say that about how much they spent on it. I know another creator in the space who's said pretty much as much, that they had to spend that much for custody also.
You're literally just thrown out onto the street.
We absolutely reinforce bad behavior from women.
Wives are taught to leave their husbands.
I like psych hacks.
And then daughters grow up without their fathers.
Family is the foundation of the society.
Every problem in society comes from single mother homes.
Hafiz made the documentary.
Women will just chase this negative rabbit hole of happiness, endless happiness.
Feminism's biggest failures is it lies to women. We tell women to date as many guys as possible. We tell them to put off family and a marriage.
You are allowed to leave your perfect husband. You are allowed to end a relationship with a really great boyfriend.
Oh, freeze your eggs, have an abortion. What? You're evil.
I don't think there's anything else in life that we actually ever go into preparing to fail.
Right.
Like if you have the mentality of this is going to go wrong and be pessimistic, naturally the outcome is going to be that it's going to fail anyway.
Yeah.
It's self-sabotage.
And that's the thing, like women are so willing to leave marriages because they're not happy. This is not about happiness. The most important thing is the children. And the problem is
Man, Pearl has definitely put some like she's been all like Piers Morgan, Michael Knowles.
Modern society where it's me, my feelings, leave when I feel like it, instead of doing what's best for the kids.
this myth that we live in an age of male privilege. Where's my male privilege?
They think, well, men have all the rights. They have all the power.
Privileged patriarchal system that we have.
Why doesn't our society care about men's rights?
I have no friends, no wife, and no social life.
I remember that
Men
guy.
are alone in this situation. Men are homeless.
Oh, man. Coach Greg Adams made it in there. Heck yeah. Shout out to the great Coach Greg Adams.
They're thinking about eating guns.
I've seen so many men on the brink of suicide, and they didn't do anything wrong.
How are you equal if the
Hey,
men
Rachel Wilson, she
are
was
the
here
ones that
earlier.
have to fight and die to defend the country? The men are the ones that build and maintain all the infrastructure.
Women are helplessly dependent upon men.
The so-called deaths of despair from suicide, overdose, or alcohol, 3 times higher among men than among women.
Culture is telling men, you are no good.
You got to get your act together.
I think men have failed themselves.
What kind of a man are you? What kind of a woman
Steven Crowder, man.
are you going to attract?
If men are in trouble, so are women.
Everybody knows this is a huge problem, but nobody wants to admit it.
Every single woman at the table said they wanted a man.
500K,
500K, 300K,
200K.
Am I crazy?
Everything is really set up against you to fail as a man.
If men make less than women, women don't want to marry them.
So you know who wants more economically and emotionally viable men? Women.
I don't want to be an independent woman anymore. I don't want to be a strong, independent woman. I'm over it. When is it going to be my turn? Where are we meeting the men that don't stop? I can't
Yeah, I did see Aaron Clary in there. Shout out to him also.
keep having these same conversations.
The only simp here is you, Pearl. You simp for
No,
men.
I think you simp for women.
She's a provocateur.
Man, I remember that one with Trent Horn also. I watched that. Did we react to that debate? Luke Nielsen says, I know the price of disposable men. I watched from the front line in Iraq. Well, I didn't know you were in Iraq, man. Shout out to you. One of my good high school buddies was in Iraq. He was in the army. And I remember when he came back. Like, he came back and we both lived in the same apartment complex for a time. And we hung out one night just talking about stuff. Man, it was really messed up, too. Like, he was telling me about how his girlfriend cheated on him. It was just so messed up. But beyond that, he was telling me about his experience in Iraq. And, yeah, I got to hear a lot about that. Shout out to him. He's a really good guy, man. He's a firefighter now. Good man.
She says stupid stuff, but Pearl is right about this.
It's already happening. It's just not out in the open yet.
Now it's just hookup culture is going to be our fairy tale ending because men don't want a wife and women can't find a husband.
The future, if everybody follows your path, is there is no future.
We go into population decline, and our economy goes into decline.
Civilization will crumble.
The American story does not end well. This is an existential crisis, failing young men.
What's in it for men? There you go.
So the whole idea, the whole question of this documentary is really, all these commentators, and this is kind of what inspired the question I asked Andrew this weekend. We had a debate where I just kept asking him the question, what do men get out of marriage?
What do men get out of marriage? I mean, that's going to be a good documentary, when it comes out. So we'll all be looking forward to that. Let's just play some music, and then we will call it. We're going to hear some country, then we're going to hear Mr. Pitt's masterpiece again. I'll read some chats while we're enjoying this.
It was 10 years ago when we tied the knot. Thought she was the jackpot, the best thing I got. But now I'm here, just me and the breeze. She's got the house, the truck, and even my keys.
The thing is, with all this rah-rah witches, is we as men can never, ever relax around them. Even when shacked up or married. Yeah, that's no way to live. No way to live. Man, I love this. Shout out to Dan the Man for this one.
She rode off with everything. My heart's in debt.
A guy in our platoon had his wife F another man and send the video. Hold on a second. A guy in our platoon had his wife F another man and send the video telling him she was divorcing him. Wow, that's so freaking... and send the video. Had another man and send the video telling him she was divorcing him. That messed him up and put us all in danger with the compromised commerce. Yeah, I mean, God, I didn't even think of that. If you have, like, if he's like a member of your squad or whatever, dude, you can't think when something like, God, talk about having two battlefields at once, the one in front of your face and then the one like in your heart. Being heartbroken sucked. Dude, that guy was probably so heartbroken. He was waking up every day hoping that he like stepped on a mine or something. And it's like, that guy can't pay, even if he wanted to pay attention, like to play his role and part of your platoon or whatever, like he can't. He literally can't because he's so heartbroken that he can't even think straight. That's a really good point. I mean, that puts everybody's lives at danger. What a crazy thing. Mr. Pitt says, do you want me to ban Diamond Encrusted Abdullah? I'm not sure if you consider a super chat harassment. God, I don't know. Well, one more chance for the guy, and if it keeps coming, then that'll be the end of it. I do appreciate you keeping an eye on that. I will say, if you think it's appropriate, I support your decision on that. You know, Mr. Pitt, as a mod, has even more power than me, and I'm the guy on the channel, so I say for the sake of my opinion, for the sake of charitability, we'll leave it alone for now. I appreciate that, though. He fluctuated. I'm going to put this. I was just trying to keep this for. He fluctuated between not giving a damn and trying to get killed on purpose. Exactly, dude. Exactly, man. Because what else can you do? It sucks so bad. Did he make it out, man? Like, did he make it back? I hope he made it out. I hope he made it out and that he, beat the heartbreak and that everything was okay for him after that. And then I hope he got like a military pension and then drove across. My buddy who was in Iraq, when he came back, he bought a car. It was somewhere on the East Coast and he drove it all the way across the United States back to California where we're from. I remember him telling me that when I saw him. He's an inspiration. I love that guy. It's weird. I haven't talked to him in years, and I went on a walk around my neighborhood like I usually do, and he saw me. I was walking, and he pulled up behind me, and he stopped the car, and he was like, he called my name, and I was like, is that you? It was just like, it was hecka crazy. We're supposed to hang out, one of these days soon, but he was visiting his parents. He did make it out alive, but his mental state was effed bad. Man, I'm glad he made it out. I'm glad everybody made it out, but it's just sad. What a terrible thing. I hope he got a hold of it sooner, or whatever, like eventually. Maybe he just, I don't know, what's funny? Like, I feel like Save the West is like a macrocosm of the sort of microcosmic gynocentrism in the society. Ultimately a strong society will be based off of a system of incentives, but the kind of Save the West narrative, like I can imagine this guy who gets cheated on and then he questions everything he's fighting for and if it's even worth it. And then like, not only does his wife cheat on him or something and divorce him, but then literally the state, the family law court from the country he loves goes in there and then shafts him again while he's overseas, literally with rifle in hand. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what does a guy like that think after? Like, is it over? I mean, just like, you start to rethink your ideals probably after that. Man, I can't find the other country version of the song. There was a second one, which was also pretty good. Shah, if I get this chick pregnant and never marry her, what am I actually liable for? Is it just child support payments? Oh my God, bro. I'll tell you this, bro. Okay. Now you're in Canada, so it's different. But yeah, pretty much. It's just going to be child support. Like, okay, if you were in California and you just got her pregnant, yes, you would only be liable for child support. I mean, it's not a common law state, but you're in Canada, so just be acquainted with the laws of the realm you inhabit, okay? So I don't want to give you bad advice that doesn't jive with what's going to happen, but more than likely, that's probably going to be it. I mean, if it was California, you can be on the line for child support and also child care and half of medical costs as separate payments. Okay, so whatever that is, but basically for the care of the kid. And if you're not married, then yeah, that's pretty much that. Murder of Crow says, can one blame him though? Must have been harrowing for the rest of y'all, Luke. I bet it was. It was dangerous, but I had my own issues too. I was a walking ghost too. Man, yeah, I bet there are a ton of stories from the folks that were in, Iraq that we don't even really know of yet. Maybe someday we'll see those stories published, you can say. And I feel like to think of, to be honest, bro, like the Iraq war, I feel like was in a time that was kind of before all of this sort of manosphere awareness. Like what year were you there? I can't remember exactly when it formally ended. When did the Iraq war formally end? I mean, because I think there were still people there after it formally ended. December 2011. Okay. All right, so December 2011 was when it formally ended. Violence began to decline in 2007, and then the formal withdrawal was 2011. I think there was still some folks there for a bit. But yeah, dude, 2011, like when you think about it, man, that was 14 years ago. So there wasn't this stuff. So your buddy, I mean, you guys grew up when the culture was frankly different, and seeing those things shattered was probably very mind-numbing. Who wouldn't be is what I'm asking myself. Yeah. Listen, man, I think everybody's heartbreak is the same. Like anybody who experiences heartbreak, it sucks. Whoops, we got some other music playing. I don't know what's going on here. All right, now we're going to get Mr. Pitt song playing again because I liked it so much. I'll answer a few more real quick just so we can listen to it. Jason, you're clearly trying to tap dance your way around a very bad relationship decision. Just forget about that chick. That's probably the best advice, honestly. There's something very questionable about that woman. Look into common law in Canada. Good idea, Klaus. I'm pretty sure there are some laws in place. Yeah. Thank you for your service, Luke Neal from Cesar Quintana. Absolutely. Shout out to Luke. Salute to Luke. End of 2004 to first of 2006. Okay, yeah. So you were in it, I think, in one of the worst times, too, honestly. Mr. Pitt, Jay says Mr. Pitt, you're probably right. But she's a great lay, and I don't want to get back on the... okay, listen, man. Nah, bro. All right, I gotta stop the song for that. I need a record scratch sound effect for when I stop the music. Jason, if that's your reason for being with her, like I'm telling you, bro, there's plenty of other great lays out there. That's all I'm saying is like, if the situation looks that bad, probably cut it off now. I mean, you're gonna find, you'll date around. I know the apps suck. I get it. Whatever. Listen, I'm not gonna tell you to cut it off with her, but all I'm saying is try to find something else in that deal that makes getting married worth it. And if there's some other qualities there, then her being a great lay is good. But you saying she's a great lay also makes me think she's a little bit crazy. Am I right to say that? Like, is there a little inkling of truth of me believing that? Like, when I hear a guy tell me, but she's a really good lay in bed, it kind of also means that maybe there's a little bit more crazy going on there. And if that's the case, bro, like that may not be marriage territory. That's all I'm trying to say. All right. I was with the 11th ACR in the Triangle of Death. Brave Luke. Glad you're here, bro. There is even a Wikipedia page about that. Start from there. Luke was deep in the shit. Now back from the pit. Very much so. Very much so. That must be surreal. I can only imagine from that to just being back here. That's another thing too, man. And it's like, how are you going to tell a guy like Luke he's not doing enough for society? Like, this guy was literally in the military, and if he wants to be MGTOW now, let him be MGTOW. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember if you said you were MGTOW, but I vaguely remember. You know what I mean? Like, Luke isn't the bad guy that's destroying society here. That's all I'm trying to say. I think you've done enough to justify whatever your position is over here. Like, not position, but whatever. Yeah, your position. Like, your decision is what I mean. So be it. MGTOW monk. That's right. Okay, yeah, you're the guy in the monk status. So I don't really think anybody can tell you you're not doing enough or you didn't contribute enough. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't stress it. Sorry, guys, had to eat what I miss. We're wrapping it up, man. We're wrapping it up. It's all good. We're just chilling. Jason said, crap. Okay, that's what I needed to hear. Thanks, boys. Yeah, I think we kind of figured out what's going on here. You're going to be all right, Jason. And listen, I get it, bro. The part you're not admitting to yourself is if you stop seeing this woman, you're going to be heartbroken because you love this woman. It's not just about the fact that she's a great lay. Like, you love this woman. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to suck when you guys break up if it does happen. And you're going to feel like you want to get hit by a bus. But I promise you, after you get past that, life's not so bad. It's pretty good. And you're going to be there one day and you're going to be taking a shower and you're going to be like, thank God we're not in each other's lives anymore. Thank God I didn't decide to tie the knot on that. You know what I mean? It sounds like you're kind of in love with her and like maybe that's stopping you from putting some pressure on her a little bit. Shah, she's actually not that crazy and makes biryani. Sounds like she can cook. You're making me hungry right now, actually. Trevor says this shot W stream green light for tomorrow. Yes, green light. Absolutely. You and I are going to do a Twitch stream and we're going to play some video games. So Trevor's been asking me for a while now. We're supposed to play some video games on Twitch. So yes, green light for tomorrow, Sunday. God. Oh, hold on a second. No, yeah. We should be good. I just got to text one of my buddies, Mark, and try to put something over for Monday. Can we kick it Monday instead of tomorrow? Don't trip though. This is my good buddy. Right here. Thank you for a service. We salute you, brother. Jason says, Shah, she's actually not that crazy and makes biryani. Cesar Quintana says, if she has ties to a foreign country, parental child abduction is real. Very true. Over 200,000 children are abducted by a parent and taken outside of the country every year. Most of the time, it's by the mother. Wow, I did not know that. That's a lot of kids. 200,000 kids end up getting taken out of the country because the mom or one of the parents, whatever, just takes them out of there. But the post-nup thing threw me off. I mean, listen, bro, all I could say is she's definitely looking out for your interests. It's in your best interest to also look out for your interests as well. So she's going to make less money. It's not like if she's making less money and you're bringing in the money, it's not up to her to say whether or not we do prenup or postnup. You know what I'm saying? It's prenup and postnup. And, you know, you can present that to her. If she wants to take the deal, she'll sign. If she doesn't want to take the deal, that's the end of that, you know? You'll be all right. Luke Nielsen says, ain't no punani worth the misery that woman will most likely bring later. Red flags be there. Yeah, I mean, kind of what you're describing, bro. Like, Jason, I mean, we want you to be happy, man, but it does sound a little strange. It sounds very strange, man. Thanks. Rocket League, all right? Sounds good. I'll make sure I have Rocket League installed. And guys, if you want to check out the Twitch, you know, if you don't use Twitch, it's all good. I don't even use Twitch that much anymore, but when I play video games, I always do it here. So this is me on Twitch. This is Shah _ basically. So if you want to watch iTrevor and iTrevor will be streaming too, though. What's your Twitch, iTrevor? I should probably know this. Huh. 709,000 followers, but it's missing the I. That could be you. That's a lot of followers. I hate how this thing does the autoplay. It's so annoying. Let's make it clear. Sufian says, Jason, she's basically saying you should have post-nup clarity. I'll see myself out. You're not the first guy to make that joke in the chat today. I'll tell you that. Not my Twitch. My laptop couldn't handle streaming. Whatever you want it to be. If you just want to play games and not stream anything, that's cool with me too, man. No pressure. So I'm looking forward to just hanging out with you and talking with you on Discord, man. That sounds fun to me. It actually sounds like an opportunity for me to kind of like relax for a bit, man. I've had quite the couple of weeks. Murder of Crow says, but Sally Fields made that super duper Hollywood movie back in the day about her girl being taken by the dad. She was such a victim, I'm sure. I think that's where we get our Amber Alert from, possibly. Can't remember. No, actually, no. I think Amber Alert's something different. What is the origin of Amber Alert? Abduction. Oh, yeah, that's something way sad. Yeah. But guys, we had a fun time today. What an amazing stream, huh? I think we were blessed. We were blessed to be able to have the stream we did today. I appreciate the folks that came in here, and we got a surprise visit from Rachel Wilson, who graciously donated to us. I will follow up with her and make sure I reach back out and have that discussion with, I think it was her husband or both of them. She said dual stream. I think she means both of us stream at the same time. So it's probably her channel. And I'll do my best to present what it is that I've learned and hear their opinion on it. I think it'll be interesting. So I'll do my best to represent what we've been speaking there, and maybe we can have a productive conversation. So that'll be something for you guys to look forward to kind of down the line also. Jason says, Shah, finding other brown guys who are red-pilled or just aware feels like finding a needle in a haystack. Why do you think that is? I feel like our community is mostly blue-pilled. It is mostly blue-pilled. I don't know. You know, I don't know why that is. I think a lot of folks... I think a lot of it is just the background of maybe if you're a recent immigrant, they might still not be fully understanding of how things is. But, I mean, you know, me, if you're from a younger generation that's kind of grew up here and been here, then it's kind of like, well, you kind of know what it is out here. So that could be part of it. There could also be this kind of hope strategy of like, well, theirs failed, but ours is different. And the fact is like, no, yours isn't that different. Sorry. Like it all gets kind of taken into the blender of secularism anyways. And that's just what it is. That's how we live out here. So you got to kind of navigate that, but there's still like your friend that married the Bengali girl. He was just like, well, you know, if I marry in the same culture, it'll be different, but you know, it really wasn't, because we're all living out here and that's just the way it is. Klaus says W stream. You just reached 2,300 subs. Thank you, man. That's right. I didn't even notice that. Hey, slowly but surely, we don't stop out here. We really are a turtle and hair on it. Definitely the turtle over here. Good night, Shah. See you tomorrow at 6. All right, we'll make that happen. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Days Gone should be tried by all. You're welcome and can thank me later, friendos. All right, guys. Well, it's been a pleasure. We actually hit 4 hours and 50 minutes about, so that's our usual 5 hours. I'm going to go eat something, and I'm going to fall asleep, and look out for that Paul Elam video that Paul might be posting here real soon. I did send him some of the stuff he needed for that, so that'll be some more fun stuff to watch. If you haven't checked out the video with Post Millennial Man, that's on his channel 2, Chapter 2 of Chivalry. We'll have Chapter 3 coming out probably next week sometime. And keep an eye out on Pearl's channel for my discussion with her. Keep an eye out on It's Complicated channel for my interview I did with him, which should be fun. Probably like another week or so before we see that one. Have a nice evening all. See you guys. Everybody have a